And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back
now caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. One day drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地域をこうなんて哀れよね ねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる再入レクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげえ気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイメルフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight,
Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're on this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ 落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo, Fring can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave
my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
诉他，我想吃鱼。哦不，我想看观赛指南了。亲爱的观众朋友们 ，S12一别，好久不见。这不，阿南我回来了。不是敦煌来的，就没那么多壁画。让我们看看这个周末都有哪些大咖。周六的第一场焦点比赛来自巴黎人与仁川人之间的交锋。尽管两队早已物是人非，但小凤凰这边依旧有响掌门留守。至于另一支队伍，历经几年的辗转，却仍旧故意的保留了原本的一部分味道。如今 IG 正统在 IG， 这一切都源于他们的新上单 YSKM。无论面对想要给他上课的胡西哥，还是赛前信心满满的阿乐，根本难不倒他。亮眼的发挥令他直接在首秀之后就让主持人为他打开了通往采访的大门。依旧是本周六，人员焕然一新的 WBG 将面对全面升级的 JDG。JDG 这边，你永远可以信任常规赛的 Net， 再加上 Ruler 接连上演，本以为抓个小贼，没想到捅了老窝。任何邪恶、中枪、绳之以法等名场面，听说下路很难做事儿。走的时候把你 AD 后面那个司仪给我砸了，什么档次，叫我跟我一样。微博这边，帅哥的队友阵容从3个亚军换成了3个冠军。咦，怎么 MSI 冠军不算冠军吗？从前2周的比赛看 ，Light 与松宝的下路组合表现可圈可点。雷达哥在新赛季状态依旧神勇，而中路原创进口的宝虎，丢6分钟不到就来干个上路。也是，对于帅哥来说，爱情和事业都可以晚点来，中单不行。相反，曾经的豪门 RNG 则在新赛季遇上了麻烦。胡西哥在首轮秀了一把肱2投机之后，队伍一度连败，排名垫底。反观 RNG 本周末的对手 WE， 则在新赛季看到了一些转机。毕竟有着上赛季的珠玉在前，今年已经没有了下降空间。没错，真在今年。本周的最后一场比赛将由 EDG 与 BLG 带来。遥想1年前组建的银河战舰，上赛季才加盟的兵哥可能不会料到，本以为是一场普普通通的躺赢局，没想到半年后资历最老的竟是我自己。也罢，反观 EDG 韩元双 C 出走后 ，EDG 时隔多年再次迎来了全华班阵容。可对于曾经的世界冠军来说，现在的成绩还是远远不能令他们和粉丝满意的。总之，不论未来的走向如何，观赛指南将会始终陪伴观众朋友们冲在玩梗摆烂的第一线，千万不要把锅都甩给阿南。是你，我的朋友，你乐子人，你们才是真正的英雄。
You are the real hero, audience. Says, welcome to another night of grandeur here in the LPL Spring Split. We're in day 6 of week number 4. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty yet again. We're here to kick off a wonderful night of action.
Hi everyone, we finally reached the weekends and I'm so glad to be back with Mazel on the Casa desk.
Yeah, it should be a fun night, as we did have a fun night last night in the LPL, as we came away with some interesting additions to the score tallies here. RA beating down AL, will be winless still, 0-6 now there. But the second series, TS gave Ultra Prime a nice little thumping.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it did end up in TS's favor being 2-0, but Ultra Prime did put up a really good fight, and it's really nice to see Top Esports finally finding some stability, because they did struggle with some of the lower end teams on the standing.
And speaking of, we're looking at those standings now. ING were knocked down a peg, but able to bounce back. Top Esports there just at the rounding out of the top 4, as we still have 2 undefeated teams, Kenny LNG and JDG. And still AL down there at the bottom, but another name down there at the bottom that should not be there in all times, in all fairness, RNG.
Yeah, RNG looking a little bit lost, especially with their match up against JDG, because in my opinion, I think RNG really was the old staple of LPL. They've been in the business for years and been that team that represented the Chinese league. But now with JDG having their super roster with Knight and Ruler coming into the league, it's just the new versus the old.
It should be fun to see how this the rest of the standings at least unfold. We got to move on to today's matches. We got a super Saturday ahead of us. It is TT versus LGD kicking us off. Then IG versus FPX. A little bit of differing stories and different trajectories for those two squads. And then our match of the week, JDG versus Weibo. And that one's going to be fun. Everybody needs to make sure they stick around.
That one's going to be so hype. Of course, we're only going to be casting the first best of 3 series, and I will still
my
be sticking
popcorn ready,
around.
kitty.
Okay, who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to win?
Oh, we got to do for the. You made me on the spot. Let's see. I'm gonna go with JDG. I'm gonna go with JDG. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Good
We'll see what
decision.
happens.
We have
What about
two
you? You put me
JDG
on the spot.
predictors.
Okay, you got JDG as well. All right, we'll stick with it.
Yep, yeah,
but let's
for
go
sure.
ahead and move on to our first matchup of the day. It is TT versus LGD. And when you're coming into this matchup, there's not as much grandeur, not as much kind of crazy high expectations for both these two teams, but expectations nonetheless. Bottom lane will be key. You got Huanfeng, you got LPC, late game damage carries, and a little bit of spice down there in the bottom lane as well, as we've seen recently, Kitty.
Yeah, I think this next series will really show us the difference of what TT is trying to bring us into the league, because they've been switching their identity up a little bit.
We are getting to our lineups for the day as we hit the stage on this wonderful Saturday evening. Will be TT again versus LGD. We were talking a little bit about the look towards bottom lane where our main spotlight will be, but our first spotlight is on TT as they take to the stage. It'll be Hoya, Beishuan, Yukao, Huanfeng, and Yao Yao.
Yeah, next time, this is my second time I am casting TT, and I'm excited to see how they've developed throughout the start of LPL Split 1. But of course, my eyes are on Yukao. He has 7 different unique champions so far in the league. I think it's just a tiny bit behind Rookie, because I was talking about this with Munchables. I believe Rookie has 8, and Yukao's following second with 7, and with 3 of those champions being AD focused champions. So I think that's pretty unique when it does come to the current mid lane champion pool. Oh, he did a little cute biscuit, huh? That is so adorable.
Let's go.
Ah, yes.
Oh,
He's now
Yukao,
my
you've stolen
stan
my
on
heart.
TT.
Yeah.
He's also going to steal some kills from the enemy team with his really interesting
The man's
champion
been
pool
playing
as
a ton of melee mids, and I'm loving it. I love to see how much he's taken the Yone, how much he's taken, especially the Jace as well, even though it hasn't worked out all the time for him. But TT definitely know how to change things up, right? We've been seeing the Ziggs bottom lane for Huanfeng. We've been seeing a lot of different, I guess, looks, especially now that Yao Yao was kind of brought back into the roster. But now we got to look over at their opponents, LGD, as they take to the Rift. We got Xiaoshu, Meteor, Haichao, LPC, and Jinjiao.
Yeah, this team coming back, and their main goal coming into this series, I think, is to just find that stabilization in their team compositions, because we always see a very clear idea of what they want to execute in the game. I just feel like they often opt into these terrible fights which they throw their early lead, and that kind of goes into my point where I think LPC has had a pretty decent performance given the circumstances. He has been the main star of this team composition of this roster, and most of the fights do revolve around that bottom lane, where Meteor does have a lot of his attention focused onto this AD carry. But of course, when you have the kills available in the hand, I would love to see that being translated into something more than just kills.
Yeah, it always feels like LGD, at least to some extent, now that they found a little bit of traction in themselves. It is, you know, how does Meteor find the leads for them and deliver the biscuits, if you will, down to LPC and get him fed? Because Meteor is kind of a live by, die by kind of situation for LGD right now, and it is about finding that stabilization. They had a tough loss against IG, and it was just a situation where late game decision making was not at its peak for them. So coming into this one, coming up against TT, who themselves are looking to try to stabilize what they have found success in these solo lanes and some domineering performances off their last series, I think it's going to be a very tough test for LGD.
Yeah, and I think bringing up IG is a really interesting point as well, because obviously TT were the ones to give IG their first loss in the series, and that was a big shocker for everyone, honestly. So the biggest question now is that, can TT continue their 2-series win streak, where it all started with defeating IG when they were still 4-0?
That is going to be a top of the list moment for TT, is to continue this momentum. Go into 3 series wins in a row. That's a huge little step up as the season has gone on longer and longer. But it's about, again, finding those resources delved into this bottom lane. How do we see them kind of affect the rest of the map? And especially for the likes of LGD, where does Meteor find those leads into the likes of Beishuan?
Yeah, the junglers will definitely be a very big talking point in this upcoming series because they love playing in that early game. But the difference between Beichuan and Meteor is that Beichuan loves playing around his mid laner, which is Yukal, where he has been more focused on those AD melee champions. And on the other hand, we have the jungler of LGD playing Meteor, sorry, and he plays around LPC a lot more. And I guess the most interesting fact about these two teams is that Huanfeng has introduced a new type of team identity to TT, where they've been hard preferring the Ziggs in that bottom lane because it is a very decent pick when the 2 OP champions like the Zeri and Lucian have been taken off the board. And once you do have an APC in that bottom lane, you really need an AD mid laner to make that lack of AD damage.
Well, we're getting into picks and bans here for our first game. It is TT on the blue side, LGD on that red side that is seemingly so coveted right now in the meta. We get the Jax banned away from Xiaoshu. Heavy reliance on that Jax pick to find stability for LGD. Where the Ashe also ban a little bit of that flexibility from the bot lane. The Lucian and the Elise, the bans from LGD.
Xiaoshu has already had 5 games on this Jax so far. A bit of a Jax one trick coming into patch 13.1. Obviously going to get banned out because Hoya has been playing a lot of Cassante, and once you do get to that later stage of the game, the Jax is just going to dominate the side lanes. But of course, Yuumi going to be a ban from TT that does close the bottom side pool a lot more. I'm expecting a champion like Varus to be first picked in this situation because Varus has always been that third best ADC when it comes to this pool, but with his ability to be flexed from on hit and poke, I just think he's a very valuable pick, and they can look for something that really utilizes this lane party like the Heimerdinger as well.
And I wonder if we just get the kind of 2 for pick down, or at least a setup for bottom lane for LGD in the first phase here. I think the facilitation will be important to grab onto for Meteor, and I think that does take high priority here, but I expect a bot lane response as the second pick potentially for LGD.
I mean, now that Maokai's been taken off the board and LGD is going to be taking the Sejuani for themselves, I think when it comes to Beichuan, he does play a lot more like the Elise and the Wukong, where it'll just be mainly focused between the synergy of the mid jungle of TT. Of course, we're going to just try and close the entire first ban of the banning phase with bot laners. So Jin's a pretty decent response. I, however, prefer Varus way more in this matchup. I just think Varus offers a lot more damage. Jin is a very good staple pick, especially if you're just trying to scale into the later game. But giving LPC this pick means that the top side of LGD is expected to do way more.
All I'm saying, Kitty, is you got 4 strikes on talking negative about Jin. You can do 3, but on that 4th one, I'm walking out, all right? But I do agree. Jin does offer some of that utility and some of that setup. So something a little bit different, it feels like, from the camp from LGD this time around, where we have seen that reliance on late game carries. I mean, where LPC is doing almost 30% of the team's damage done at the end of the game. So we'll see how that kind of works out, how they want to adapt that. Could also still be flexible in that bottom lane. But we get the Vi and the Cassante picked up for TT.
Very standard things coming out of TT. Hoya has 4 games already on this Cassante. It is a blind as well. So I'm just going to expect a lot of counters are going to get taken off in the second banning phase. Well, Nar has been picked as a response. Very snooze fest, to say the least, to describe this top side matchup. But mid lane is the next talking point, and there are a lot of champions open like the Azir, like the Ryze, both very broken in the current meta, but I would expect TT or LGD to just take those 2 champions off. However, when it does come to Yukal, since his entire champion pool is AD, like the Yone Jace, I think he will just try and obtain the lane party and really sync up with this Vi pick that they already have.
Yeah, I mean, that cohesion has been so important. We do get differing ideals going into the second phase. The mid lane focus for LGD is that Kassadin. It is the Heimerdinger, though, that is taken away from the Jin combo of LGD. So Jin Zhao not going to have that comfort, but we still have a little bit on the table here. At least that karma is what my mind goes to. We'll see what the last ban is for LGD, as I would expect that mid lane to continue to be presence. Maybe the Rise. Oh, it's the Akali. Don't want to deal with Yukal's infamous pick.
Akali has been taken off the ban. I mean, I'm surprised that Heimerdinger got taken off. I would love to see TT pick that up for themselves. Azir does mean it makes it through the second banning phase, and LGD can realistically just take this as that blind because Yukal's champion pool, they're all very short ranged, and Azir should have a very easy time when it comes to this mid lane matchup. So unless you're trying to look for a champion like the Jace, which is still available, which has that extra range when it comes to these team fights that does do well into the Azir, I just feel like all the other champions just won't really have that answer as well.
I think the difference here will be what I guess with the Sylas. I mean, that leaves, yeah. Honestly, you get so many wonderful choices here with the ultis taken for Yukal. So I was gonna start going down a train of where you can see for this, but that's actually so huge. Now maybe a little bit of engage pressure from the bottom lane, but the likes of Karma still on the board. We've seen Varus Karma be a pretty tried and true pick duo down there in the bottom lane, and want to see, oh, it is the Leona here for Yao Yao. So some comfort for Yao Yao, who himself is very much centered on engage focus supports.
Oh my god, we have something different for this game? No way. Leona does get locked in for Yaya. He has been very experimental when it comes to his bottom lane champion pool. 2 games of the Jin, 1 game on the Braum. This time debuting his Leona. Of course, going to get responded by the Karma, which does make up for that lack of lane party up against the Varus. But really interesting bot lane matchup, right? Because we have this scaling coming out of LGD, Jin and Karma. They would love to get to that later game alongside the Azir and look for those 5v5s. Meanwhile, TT, their entire team comp is just go forward and press your ultimate, and whoever gets linked up by Beichuan's ultimate, they're dead.
And that target selection, that kind of all-in potential, is where TT will find a lot of that success, especially in the early parts of the game, setting up these solo lanes, seeing what can happen in bottom lane as well, with a lot of that aggressive tendency from Yao Yao on the Leona. And to me, it's now looking over at LGD and saying, well, you have decently strong solo lanes. You have a little bit of workability with Beichuan on the Sejuani in the early parts of the game. How does the kind of matchup go in top side? But how do you defend this bottom lane to some extent against the very much aggressive forward that Yao Yao and the rest of TT will be presenting?
Yeah, with Hoya locking in this Cassante blind, that does indicate that TT is trying to play through the bot side, which I love because obviously you have the Varus that does have that poke potential, and once the enemy bot laner does fall low enough in terms of HP, you just have the Sylas and Vi constantly hovering over this bottom lane tower. So LBC should be just holding on to dear life and be scared of those 4-man dives.
Gonna need a Bronco riding Jin skin. I guess he's got the high noon one, but we're getting on to Summoner's Rift now, so go ahead and strap in. TT versus LGD as we kick off this Super Saturday of week number 4. Will the bot lane lead to dividends paid for both of these squads? A little bit of difference in how they're approaching, especially LGD's side of the matchup, with this more utilitarian carry for LPC. And as we hit the Rift, a lot of the early game riding on the shoulders of Beichuan and Meteor.
My eyes are definitely going to be on this bottom side of the map. Of course, Sejuani versus Vi, something that we see quite often, and they're going to play a huge part into how the bottom lane is determined. I do want to see Sejuani start this red buff and just constantly invade, since you have that lane parity coming out of the Azir into Sylas matchup, and then we just want to see a lot of early game aggression because that's what LGD does best. And the problem with this team, in my opinion, is that they really struggle to generate that lead and make it into something more than just kills in the early game. And Meteor has to just start getting those early dragons and start helping around the map and really stabilize that early game composition.
And again, Meteor has been such an interesting piece to the puzzle here for LGD, right? It feels like he's probably one of their best performing players so far in the split. If they're having a good game for Meteor, LGD's having a good game. But you can also say that in the opposite way, where if Meteor isn't able to deliver those resources down to LPC or to be able to get those resources himself, it becomes very difficult to find that win condition for LGD. And I think that's where we've seen that struggling in mid to late games. When they don't have those resources, it becomes difficult to navigate the objectives and becomes difficult to stack up your win condition. And again, coming off a very tough loss against IG last series.
Yeah, I mean, IG series was of course Xiaoxu vs YSKM, where we saw the Jacks a lot in those games, and I think that just really explains the whole situation well, because we have Xiaoxu on a very oppressive side lane pusher, but LGD fails to get those early leads because they often opt into bad fights, which just makes the other side of the map explode, where Xiaoxu is that little dog sitting in the room and the entire room is on fire, and he's like, this is fine. This is completely fine. But something else that is really interesting is that LGD has a 30% chance of obtaining that first blood, when compared to TT, they have an 80% chance of obtaining first blood.
It's a little bit of a difference. I feel like we'll see what stats work out for who here, as it did seem, I believe we got the update saying there was a device problem, but it looks like it is all solved now. And we are on to the rift here. So both junglers starting towards this top side as expected. Bot lane gonna be the star of the show.
Yeah, I mean, Huangfeng this time not on the Ziggs, he is on that Varus. I feel like he does operate these ADCs and Ziggs champions very well when you are sitting back and tossing out that damage. He also has a lethal tempo, potentially an on-hit build, because you have the Sejuani and Gnar, which are both very tanky, and it's just better to have that extra damage to shred down the front line of LGD. But Leona and Varus both paired together. They have a lot of CC coming into this lane, and of course when you hit that level 6 spike, if LPC doesn't play the lane carefully and doesn't have that cleanse available, then he's gonna become the ATM of TT.
Yeah, Jin's without any saving abilities, it just outright sucks. And I think with a lot of the lockdown of that target selection we were talking about earlier, it's not going to be a fun time for LPC. Gonna have to utilize that range and that poke and some of this priority they've gained in the bottom side. But you see both junglers just darting for these full clears to get down to the bottom lane. And for now, solo lane is going to be left out to dry, as the priority from LPC and Jin Zhao feels good to have that early on, is expected from that poke style.
Yeah, two very high priority lanes with the Azir and Jin Karma in that bottom side. I do want to see some aggression coming out of Meteor. Go into the enemy jungle and start dueling Beichuan when it comes to that red buff, because you have your teammates supporting you as well.
See Meteor hovering down towards this bottom side. A little bit of an angle here for LGD if Huanfeng and Yao Yao step up. But will be spotted out as the root does connect, but engage on a little bit of split damage. LPC put a shot into Huanfeng. Fourth shot not going to go in as well. So LGD, maybe a little bit of miscommunication juggling there, but an early gank nonetheless by Meteor.
No summoners have been burnt from the side of TT. Maybe Beichuan can look for an angle here now that Sejuani is on the Scuttle Crab. LGD's bot lane is a little bit pushed up, but of course Sejuani is one camp behind since she hasn't done her blue buff yet. But something else that we didn't notice is that Yukao has already been forced out of lane. He had to TP back into that mid lane.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Oh, nice flash, but here comes Meteor to try to save the day. Arctic Assault does just that. Yao Yao getting very, very low. The Deadly Flourish sets it up. LPC is popping in some shots. He's about to have fourth shot available. The Piercing Arrow does the heart justice as first blood goes to TT. Yukao wants to clean up here. Jin Zhao in some trouble. LPC, you gotta be a little bit careful. And the setup is there. TT, they can't capitalize. Deadly Flourish doesn't work on targets that haven't been hit, and all they are doing is hitting LGD as TT are up 3-0. Absolute
chaos for the side of LGD, a 3-for-0 trade, and just TT being able to have 4 people in this bottom lane at 4 minutes just means so much. That's where the 80% first blood ratio comes from. And I just think that Beijhuan coming back for that response counter gank and that Meteor wasn't ready just quite yet was just such a well-played gank from the side of TT. But of course, when it comes to that bottom lane 3v3, you have a Leona versus Karma. And if we look at the combat summoners, it's an Ignite versus heal. So they're pretty much missing a summoner because of course the Ignite negates the heal from the Karma. But of course we can take another look at this replay. Meteor is very... Oh, a bit of a speed up there, but we have a lot of flashes committed towards the Jhin of LGD, and of course just Meteor wasn't able to have enough damage to finish off the kill, and the final Q from Varus finishes off the little piggy of LGD. Unfortunate circumstances for LGD.
Don't look at the bottom lane, Kitty. Don't look at the items. Don't do it.
Look.
Don't look at the bottom lane. Don't look at the nude quiver to the Swifties. All right.
Do you want me to look top lane instead? Nothing's happening there.
They got coconuts. They're chilling top lane. I'd rather be up there with them. Okay. Man, this bottom lane hurts. This is 2-0 Huanfeng, and now with the go buttons getting close to being available, LPC is gonna have even more trouble bearing down on him.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaoshu once again just seeing the other side of this team composition exploding in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Boya. Xiaoshu will be using this range to kite him down. About to have that Meganar up. Meteor was right around the corner, but they don't find anything.
I just expect the junglers to just repeatedly gank this summonerless Jhin, because like I said, LPC realistically can just be the angle of how TT explode the early game into just early objectives and getting Huanfeng online as soon as possible. LPC does have the Swifties available. He can potentially run away, but once the Leona E connects without that cleanse available, he's just dead again.
And once they get level 6, he's just dead over and over and over again. Like, you land one Chains of Corruption, a Solar Flare, the Cease and Desist, like, you're just gone. And without any of those summoner spells. So hopefully we'll get to the point where LPC can kind of kite out some of these abilities and wait out at least until he gets his summoner spells back. But for now, we're just getting the hover from Beishwan because he knows where the resources are going to come from. And it's this LGD bottom lane. So they're trying to bait in. LPC. He doesn't have anyone. Ah! Look away, Jhin mains. Look away.
I mean, good. I don't like Jhin. I'm happy that he's currently...
That's 2, Kitty. That's 2. That's
okay,
2 strikes.
2? Do I have 4 strikes for tonight?
You have 4 strikes. Exactly. You have 4 strikes. That's 2. You got 2 more.
We're 7 minutes into the game and already have 2 strikes, but it really depends on how many times LPC is going to get focused down in this bottom lane. Look at the item difference from Huanfeng. Of course, going the on-hit build indicated from his runes early on into the game, but LPC is just trying to freeze this wave because he can't really step up into this lane. He just didn't really smell Beishwan sitting in that bush for a good 30 seconds, and he's dead. Leona E connects with the Glacial. He is completely dead. Even with the Swifties, you can't run away with the amount of CC that TT's composition has.
If only Swifties stopped, stuns. I don't think the Merc Treads would have helped either, though. So here comes a landslide early game. It feels like from TT as they look to secure first Rift Herald on the back of already having secured the first Dragon of the game 3 minutes ago. It is small but steady gold lead, 2,000 for TT.
This is exactly what you don't want as LGD. Their main focus coming into this series was to stabilize the early game. However, with the bottom lane already bleeding this much, 0 and 3 at 8 minutes, and just the item differential between the two ADCs, you're not going to be able to contest these early objectives like the Dragons once again.
A little bit of that poke down bottom lane as TT realized there might be something finicky happening. We see as Beishwan crests the middle lane, will be met by Haichao and Meteor. Beishwan back towards this bottom side of the map. Meteor going towards the top side. You know where the focus is going in. Pressure from LPC and Jinzhao means there might be a gank on the table for Beishwan down here.
Beishwan does have the ultimate available. Both junglers having the ultimate available, so we're going to see a lot more action going on in this as we enter the mid game of this series. But of course, top lane, I do want to focus on Xiaoxu on this Gnar. You are up against the Varus, who is the main carry currently on TT. Being the immobile ADC he is, you can find a lot of angles to shut down the Varus from popping off in these team fights, because of course he is on hit, so he has to just, you know, be in front of your front line and be attacking, because he's not a poke Varus, he can't sit behind, and that does allow you angles to come back into the game.
They're going to try to collapse onto Jin Zhao here with this Rift Herald. Looks like it'll just be a drop resources into Huanfeng.
LPC is too scared to walk forward.
Yeah, little bit scared. Does get the charge off. Actually, gold goes to Peishwan there. Does get the Kempong Chainsword on the way back. So first item completion in the game. Gotta love that for TT.
2 item completions.
Back onto the, yeah, that's insane. Shield bow also completed for Wampong, but you see immediately where they're headed to, right? Oh, this is a stacking and snowball game for TT. They are putting bodies back on the bottom side of the map, and Dragon is their focus.
Yeah, TT just has to keep up this proactiveness from Beichuan. Already 3 assists in his hands, and of course having the chainsword available in his item slot. If they just consistently look for these bottom lane skirmishes, I think TT just comes out on top every single time. Unless Meteor is able to just get his hands onto the ADC of TT.
And get the ward over the wall there. 3 members of TT there as Hoya and Xiaoshu going at it yet again. All out from Hoya, trying to get him before the Meganar comes out, but Xiaoshu beautifully hop, skip, and a jump away. Now Meganar is up and Hoya running away.
Hoya does have the TP available, so if they realistically look for this dragonfly and TT is losing, Cassante can just reset and TP back into this around the towers to come and join this dragonfly. But of course, you are an enchanter versus Leona in this situation where you can't face check any of these bushes, and just look at the amount of vision control that TT has on this bottom side of the map, where they're just constantly finding the position of Meteor, and he can't find those angles onto the carries of TT.
Man, already doing so much damage down here in the bottom lane. Poor LPC getting even more focus as Beishwan wants to come back around. Just going to drop that control ward. Here comes Meteor to try to dissuade some of that pressure, but UCal having first move out of mid lane on his way for a potential dive if they want to go for this.
Huanfeng already has 4 plates. Is this the angle?
Ooh, that was a very, very close one. Cleanse will be burned by the TT bottom lane. And now Meteor feeling a little bit more spicy, as bottom lane feeling a bit more aggressive themselves.
The cleansers get burnt from Huanfeng, and I just want LGD to just pull the trigger within this 3-minute time frame, because of course you have the Sejuani ult available, you have the Jin that can follow up to your first initial engage, so just get him while he's vulnerable, right? The cleanse isn't available on this ADC. He, although has the flash, I think Sejuani does work very well with leading engages. What's happening in this top lane? UCal is just constantly hovering Beichuan when it comes to these invades.
I mean, Hoya's had so much pressure, and topside it feels like that now that UCal is getting a lot of that push and move out of mid lane, it's getting a little bit finicky for LGD around the map. But the thing is if TT don't go for this big setup, they don't have the combos, that's where it's a little bit lackluster in their damage profile. We see bot lane not going to go down just yet, trying to bait LPC to stay under tower. But TT definitely want to take this first tower and continue racking up that gold. That's still at that about 2.5k gold lead.
LPC has to back near his T2 tower just because of how much control TT is able to generate through these little skirmishes alongside Yao Yao. Of course, Huanfeng's going to pick up the 5th tower play, already having an immortal shield bow in his pockets. He's just gonna rotate towards mid lane and just get that herald in his pockets as well, and they're just gonna keep snowballing.
It's continuing to look a lot like Christmas. I don't know if that's the saying right now. It is like the middle. It's starting to become spring. All out comes out from Hoya yet again, though. Xiaoshu will get the Meganar, but he's still getting a little bit low. Hoya takes the tower shot, though. UCal, can he finish it up? Has the Meganar. They're just going to try to push in this tower, and Xiaoshu should back away. Has TP to come back.
4 people already hovering the top side of this tower. LPC has to just stick to the bottom lane and pick up his CS that he desperately needs. But of course, looking at the circumstances that both teams are in, right? You have the Jin and Azir available as that main damage source, for the side of LGD. But Azir is a scaling champion, and when you want to have, when you want to opt into these mid-game skirmishes, your Jhin is currently still sitting on a Noon Quiver and Swifties. He's not going to be able to do too much, so it's all up to this Azir, who currently only has a Liandry as well. On the other side, we have a Vi, Silas building the Roa as well, and a Immortal Shield Bow Varus. It's going to be really hard to be killing these champions on the side of TT.
There's a Kraken Slayer, Jhin.
What? I mean,
we have seen it before, right? It is a little bit for like that damage percentage on the fourth shot, but man, it's gonna be hard to find that real good feeling for LPC when they're this far behind. This is another objective going for TT. And again, right now, they have 100% objective control. They have been choking out LGD and Meteor this entire game.
I respect the Kraken Slayer build, like you said, mentioning it earlier. He's noticed that his team comp lacks extreme damage when Azir is still trying to find his way into the late game. And we have seen this Kraken build, I believe, before, where I believe the second item is a PD, and you also go rapid fire sometimes just to make up for that lack of range. And pretty much the whole theory behind this is that you get a lot of movement speed and AD. Since the attack speed doesn't really work for Jhin, it just gets adapted into even more AD. So it does, you know, provide that lack of damage that LGD has. But looking at the side of Huanfeng, he has 2 items at 15 minutes into the game.
That's actually insane. And TT can utilize this power spike, right? They're moving Huanfeng and bottom laners as a whole to mid lane now. They have 30 seconds for a Dragon. This is Dragon Soul point for TT, and LGD are really in no place to kind of contest this at all.
No vision whatsoever from the side of LGD. Karma herself, she can't really face check any of these bushes, especially with Hoya already being here in the bottom side, where Xiaoshu is trying his hardest to fight off the Silas and protect that top lane tower. But without any vision for LGD, they're going to have a really tough time trying to contest this Dragon, which is going to be sole point for the side of blue.
I think they looked like they might want to contest it after that push from Haichao in bot lane, but looks like they do maybe want to contest this one. They have the curtain call available. Go ahead and open that one up, LPC. As Huanfeng coming inside, Chains of Corruption definitely going to be used here and spreading. In some trouble is LGD, as TP coming in to separate the fight. Yukao, Megan onto the wall. Cease and desist. Doesn't matter if their damage is split, but it might in the end. Going right back in though onto Haichao. The Emperor's divide onto 3. Now the fourth shot, not enough there. He's got to open up though. Curtain call 2. 3! Oh, it goes through. Xiaoshu gets the kill. 4th shot misses, but LGD, they roar back to life, getting 1 kill and a Dragon for themselves.
They deny the soul point from TT, and that just works so well for the side of LGD. Azir gets to scale later into the game, plus 5 minutes into their hands. And I just think that was a very messy fight from both teams. But of course, LGD playing the fight a bit slower and front to back with the Azir ultimate coming out as well. They were able to come out on top. But I don't see the damage coming out of TT. I must have to look at the replay and see what Huanfeng was doing. But really good win for the side of LGD overall. So Yaya does engage onto Meteor to stop him from entering the Dragon Pit. And I did see that really nasty Gnarl coming out of Yukao where he gets it onto 2 people. Jinjiao is forced to flash over the wall.
But they focus 2 separate.
Yeah, this fight is so split. And although Haichao was getting focused down, he was just able to utilize his wall and create space. And LPC with the Kraken Slayer Jhin build having that a bit of damage to finish everyone off. It was just a really nice win coming out of LGD. Although messy, they got the job done.
Problem is though, TT still very much in the lead. Cease and desist is back up, and that means Xiaoshu is detained.
Look, just cut the bleeding. Come on, LGD, you can do this. Cut the bleeding. Let Haichao get to that late game. He already is 20 CS up, and he's building towards that second item. Azir is such a good champion into this TT comp because look at their composition, right? They all want to go forward. Levi, Leona, Cassante, they all want to jump in your face.
Got the kill?
Azir has the Emperor's... Who got the kill? Xiaoshu got the kill on Yukao?
Oh, wait, it actually doesn't look like it on the bottom side. They didn't show us the rest of the play there. It looks like he might have gotten out there while we were in the replay. But the Rift Herald does charge bottom side, tier 2. It does not fall, though. That side lane gold not going the way of TT just yet.
Yeah, and like I said, Haichao's role in this game is so important when it comes to these team fights. He is the sole reason of how a team fight can go, especially the way he uses ultimate to create space between such a low range composition coming out of TT. But is Yukao going to get caught here without the flash available?
He's got the Mega Gnar ulti here. Can he heal up enough, or is the CC going to be too much? He's trying to take them down, but the root is there. Mega Gnar into the wall. I mean, Jin Zhao gets the kill.
I mean, at least they're slowly finding picks and coming back into this game. Haichao opts into the Zhonya's for his second item, which worries me a little bit because, of course, you already have the Jin that is going to opt into the PD and Rapid Fire for second and third item. But I just want to see a bit more damage coming out of Haichao. You have a lot of peel already from the side of LGD. You have Sejuani and Nar that can flip them away from you. So if you only have the Liandry so far, and you already are lacking so much presence in the early to mid game, where TT is just going to constantly force fights, I want to see more damage from Haichao, but he decided to opt in Zhonya's because he's scared of dying, I guess.
And I will say, obviously, we're coming into this one saying, especially for LGD, bot lane is so crucial, and we've kind of seen that here. But now it's about this side lane, as poor Xiaoshu just cannot move his character.
Can we just have 5 cleanses on the side of LGD? I think that's the way they come back into the game. Everyone has a QSS. We have so much CC coming out of Leona and Vi, and honestly, everyone out of TT has some sort of CC. So once you've been connected to Beichuan, you can't get out of a sticky situation.
But something for TT that they've relied on a lot in their past is to strengthen the late game of their solo laners, right? We've seen Yukao popping off like crazy, but right now it feels like this Yao Yao slash Beichuan combo with the engaged support on Yao Yao is just leading to great plays made by the team as a whole for TT.
Yeah, very easy to execute composition coming out of TT with the Leona and Vi in their hands. The second they see someone out of position, they just pull the trigger and they go for it, which is exactly what you want to see from a team that isn't doing so great in the standings, just having an easy to execute composition and pulling it off instead of overcomplicating it and really messing up the way you want to execute a game, which is something similar to LGD, right? Because you have the Azir and you have the Jin, which primarily want to scale into the late game, but if you can't handle the early game, or if you can't have a stable early game, then how are you going to get to that point?
And it's such a different look where LGD have been a team that has been all about getting early game leads, but not being able to close it out, not being able to use their at least advantages in that mid to late game. This could be a story where you get a crazy comeback in that mid to late game here for LGD, something very different from what is typical from them. But TT making sure that cannot happen. They have a beautiful flank here from Yukao, does get spotted out, and we're in for a dragon fight here, Kitty.
Dragon soul point for the side of TT once again. Yukao hasn't stolen ultimate though, but if he gets his hand onto Nard, this could be terrible for the side of LGD.
He's just holding back there under vision, just saying, yo, you know I'm here. Let's see how far this dragon gets down. As it goes back into the pit, 6,500. Yukao still on the side here, has taken out that vision. And TT, dude, Hoya has tanked up so much of this dragon damage. And now with the dragon going on to LGD, feels like TT might have the setup. Oh my god, they go in, they get the engage. They're on to LPC, they got the CC, but the dragon secured by Meteor takes it 2 for 2. But TT have sent LPC running, and the rest of LGD as well, as Meteor taken down by Yukao slowly but surely. And another one might fall here. Haichao stopped with the flash from Beichuan, and he'll chase down LPC. Those Swifties ain't got nothing on me.
4,786 damage coming out of this Varus, who is going into his third item, not even having 3 items online at 23 minutes, but a 5-for-0 trade just means this dragon is going to go into the hands of TT. You don't have vision set up, and you do have a pink ward that's going to get taken off right away, and the only person that can even threaten this Baron is a Karma support with the Mikhails available. It's just looking so bad for the side of LGD. TT just, with their composition, with the amount of force they have, LGD can't play with their space.
What a difficult setup, and what a wonderful execution for TT. A clean fight win, and using all the strength that they built up for themselves, utilizing a lot of this positioning around the dragon pit here as well.
Yeah, we find a very similar situation to the third dragon that happened in this game. The same wall, the same flashes coming out of both the Azir and
Oh,
Jhin,
no, Xiaoshu.
where they just have too much force. The Azir wall goes out, but just the follow-up CC from the side of TT, it's not enough. And Meteor and Gnar, they're just not able to really help the carries of LGD, especially
so
with not
dirty.
enough damage as well. Vi is just getting onto the face of LPC and he can't kill him.
Yeah, just the flash in front of the shifting sands to stop High Chow, then also closing the distance for the Vault Breaker into LPC. It's like clockwork for TT as they are 8,000 gold in the lead here. And at least a little bit more push to give for LGD to fall, but they have all the side lanes pushing, and it has been a tale of the bot lane in combination with Bejuan. The things that we wanted to see LGD come out here with, Kitty, it is all TT in that fashion.
Look, Mazel, I see the point of Jhin being a decent response to this Varus who was blinded.
That's 3.
But
I don't even need to know the rest of it. That's 3.
you can't play Jhin when Vi is available. This is what happens when Vi Leona goes into the pockets of TT. You are currently 0-3, even with the Mikhails available from Jinjiao, but you're just not able to toss out enough damage to kill a Silas that has 10 stacks and the Zhonya's available in his pockets as well. The Frozen Heart Gauntlet coming out of Cassante is just too tanky, even with the Kraken Slayer in hand.
It is a very difficult situation for LPC, who's trying to make the best of a bad situation himself. It'll be Siege now. Siege o'clock, I guess, for TTs, trying to get this inhib tower in mid lane. They have a little bit of an engage coming, though, from LGD's. Curtain call comes out. Does no damage. Can't hit that fourth shot either.
No. Okay, look. If we get to the third item on Jhin and he gets that Lord Dominic's online, I potentially see an angle that LGD comes back
You get
into
a strike
these
back,
fights.
Kitty. You said something good about Jhin. But there's nothing good to say about LGD in the top side of the map. Maybe Yukao gets taken out of the tower as Hai Chao goes down immediately after coming out of Golden. He's 2 kills now for Yukao. We'll find a third, maybe. Nope, that one goes to Wanbong. And poor LPC. Oh my god, Hoya just drags him out in a double kill to the Wanbong TT steamroll machine right now. As the TP is coming in, Baron's still up for another second, but onto the towers here and onto a game 1 win for TT.
Look, it didn't matter that you're protecting the tier 2 top lane tower. This game was pretty much over by the 3-minute mark. Look at how much fun Wanfeng is doing with this on-hit Varus build. He doesn't even die with the stopwatch available. Xiaoxu trying his dear life, trying to just get at least 1 kill, but the scoreline 16-2 going to the side of TT. Very strong start to the series.
What an incredible showing from TT and LGD. I would say LGD maybe a little bit in that first half, a little bit more so in the second half, but definitely TT striving off of that momentum we said. Continuing their win streak is a goal for this squad tonight, and they're doing just that in dominant form, Kitty.
Yeah, I mean, they are the team that took down the defeatless IG, and it all started from Yukao, but this game, they switched up the team identity a little bit. They were playing towards Wanfeng, which hasn't really been able to play the champions that he would love to because of the current meta, how it's bot-centric. Varus going to his hands, although usually seen on the Ziggs, I think he piloted the Varus very well, especially getting the early kills into his pockets. Immortal Shilo comes out, and just the amount of force and CC that TT had with this composition, you can't really outplay after the early game disaster that happened.
It all started in that early game, that first like repeat gank down bottom lane, and then continuing to pressure LPC on the Jhin that had no movement abilities, no summoner spells, and it was just a really well executed game plan. As they knew where they needed to focus, they drafted for it. They got a little bit of safety in that top side, even with Hoya kind of playing aggressive against Xiaoshu. He was able to hold down the Gnar and never really have that effect from a TP or any flanks or things like that. And by the time that it mattered, they were already so far ahead that Huanfeng and Yao Yao had slammed the door shut on the bottom lane win condition for the side of LGD. So I think as we looked into this one and we were kind of seeing where TT's strengths have been coming up, it's really nice to see that differentiation of style working out for them as well.
Yeah, TT coming out with a very flexible team comp as well. But of course, I think even with Xiaoxu on that Gnar, like you highlighted, and he does look for those flanks onto this AD carry, it's just you don't have enough damage to really back up your plan into these team fights, right? Because you have the Jin with the Kraken Slayer, which wasn't able to play the game with a Vi constantly trying to just ruin his day. And of course, Haichao, he's just trying so hard to create that space with his ultimate available, where in the end, the Karma and Jin did the same damage.
That's feels bad moment right there for sure. Xiaoxu will be saying, where's my team? 203% damage to gold ratio. The guy was popping off almost 40% of damage done, but that's what a Gnar will do, and he's fighting up against a Cassante in top lane the whole time, where all the party, all the action was towards bottom lane. And I guess now is the question, do they live or die by the early game again for the side of LGD, and kind of how does Meteor find a little bit of a foothold against Beixuan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was really the jungle's fault when it came to those bottom lane fights, because if we look at the little bit of a matchup, it's Karma versus Leona, and once the Karma messes up or once you misstep, your flash gets blown, you're just gonna get constantly ganked.
That gank pressure was definitely felt by LGD. We'll see if they can come back from this game 1 defeat as we come back for game 2 in just a little bit. And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng Yucal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yucal, here comes Beixuan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yucal's come to town. They find Hong, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
The flank from Qingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible flashing over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry
Photic died.
And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Beixuan has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As Yucal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yucal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate Guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! TS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce throw going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganami to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah.
through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah. You make something worth fighting for. And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah.
我觉得对战老干爹的话，我们正常一点不失误的话，应该挺好赢的。最近我们可能复盘了，然后找到了之前失利的原因，沟通变好了。这赛季打尔风格感觉还是跟版本变了吧，有时候版本要保下路，可能就是要一直往下路跑。
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split. Love to hear some powerful words there and how to approach the game. I am Mazel, joined by Kitty, and we had a heck of a game one for TT in this best of 3 series. It was Beixuan who came away with the MVP.
Yeah, Beixuan getting a lot of the jobs done in that early game, being in bot lane at level 4 and just getting that lead for Huanfeng, where he was able to scale into an absolute menace into that later game stage. And of course, I think Beixuan is a really crucial factor when it comes to the team identity of TT. He links up so well with Yukal when it does come to these skirmishes towards the bot side. You just always see Yukal alongside Beixuan, and that's how they get the vision, and that's how they get the priority of these early objectives.
And having been in a situation where he's been definitely in the developmental pool, especially since he was on FPX for so long, since 2021, mostly on FPX Blaze, their LDL roster, but now getting this full shot with TT and finding a lot of that cohesion, as you're saying, with Yukal, it's incredible to see the growth from this guy in terms of this forward direction and that aggression that TT find in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, the synergy between him and Yukal, I think, fit perfectly because, of course, Yukal did come from the Korean League. I believe he was on KT Academy. And with Yukal being a big fan of these aggressive AD champions in that mid lane, and of course with the mid lane, with the jungle pool being the way it is, it's just a perfect meta for TT.
Well, we'll see if TT can continue their momentum from their series win to, again, another game win here to close out a third one in a row for themselves, or if LGD now on the blue side can bring us to 3 games. We see the likely bans across the board here. LGD on the blue side ban the Elise, the Lucian, and the Rise, where for TT on the red side we get the Maokai, the Varus ban away, so not going to give that one over, as Huanfeng was the one to pilot that one last time, and LPC's late game carry, the Zeri, taken away as well.
I mean, that does mean Ashe is currently available, and I do know both of these supports love some of that Ashe support, and it does act as a very good flex for both the ADC and of course support role, which does get first picked away by Laogandia here. And of course, the big change up, so Varus has been taken off the board from Huanfeng. I just feel like when you are blue side and you have B1 available, Varus just has to be taken off, but that does mean a lot of the jungle pool is still open, like the Vi and the Sejuani. I just feel like TT, if they get this Vi again, then the early game might just play out the exact same.
I would be very curious to see the Jhin here, unless it's just this confidence pad. We know it is Huanfeng's classic, and it is going to be out. So obviously making a big name for himself at the Suning Days at World Championship when he ulted from behind the squad. And now he'll be able to pull it out to try and get a one-up on LPC, who was unable to pilot this pick last game. It is the Sejuani, so that setup is definitely there. I still worry about all the CC that can be drafted from here on out by LGD.
Good Silas response into the Sejuani. We do have the Sivir coming out as a response. A better time in that bottom lane with the Sivir Ashe going against a Jhin. I would like to see kind of like an enchanter. We do have champions like Karma still available, where I think bot lane won't be the main focus for this game. A lot of mid lane champions are still available, where I think Yukal, he's been really stepping up and becoming the main star of TT, right? With those 80 champions available in his pool, like the Yone, Jace, and even Tristana sometimes. He can really realistically just link up with the Sejuani, and the Jax also getting locked in for Hoya.
And again, take it away from Xiaoshu is the biggest point of that piece right there, because Xiaoshu has definitely been leaning on the Jax very heavily. So love to see Hoya willing to take that one away. Also just a strong pick in general right now in the meta. But we'll see in second phase of bans, the Renekton. So definitely targeting this top lane champ pool against this Jax. And we'll see if we get that mid lane focus or even the support pool taken away by LGD.
I mean, usually we see Xiaoshu on this Jax and Hoya on the K'Sante this time around, but I'm not too sure if Xiaoshu is going to be able to pilot the K'Sante in this matchup, because I feel like when it does come to the laning phase, Jax does have that slight edge until level 6, but LGD is just going to continuously ban out Yukal's entire champion pool. But I need to remind everyone that Yukal has played 7 unique champions so far, so you can't ban them all out.
You cannot. He's had the likes of the Tristanas, the Yones, the Jace. He's had the tried true control mages. See what they can ban away from him yet again. That K'Sante banned by TT. It is the Yone and the Kassadin banned. Good eyes out by LGD, but now picks on the board for TT.
Like Karma, still available for Yaya. He does like a lot of those enchanters, especially in the current meta, which does scale equally well compared to the Ashe. And I think just how Yukal will really play into the Sylas mid especially. But before I start anything, we have seen a lot of Sylas jungle.
All right, so it is going to be Jhin support more than likely. I mean, Yaya has already played this twice in a row. We should have talked about that flexibility there for sure. But it's Huanfeng's Draven, so a very much down smash lane. Double ADC bot lane, and this is the meta now, Kitty.
Look, I'm not mad at this. I do prefer Jhin support more than Jhin ADC. And with the Draven coming in, he does provide that lack of damage that TT's team composition has. And of course, we don't know what Yukal is going to pick up against this Azir. We do have a lot of those scaling mid laners still available. Akali as well, still getting honestly hovered by Haichal, which might just get an Azir response to that. But back to this Draven pick. Draven into Sivir. This Sivir is going to have a terrible time in this bottom lane. Like, what are you gonna spell shield his auto attacks?
It is yeah, it's not gonna be fun. For honestly, it's gonna be interesting though, and I want to break it down a little bit more, maybe zoom into this bottom lane while we're waiting on this last pick here for you, Cal.
No way.
Because the bottom lane itself, right, like when you think about it, at the end of the day, Ashe will be more utilized in the later parts of the game for the setup with the enchanted crystal arrows, while in lane maybe there's a little bit more dominance by the Draven, by the Jhin. So I'm very much looking for TT in the early stages of the game in bot lane to try to get as much of those adoration stacks cashed in to get Huanfeng ahead and lead to Yukal and Hoya having the late game control over side lanes as well.
I believe that UCal just added an extra champion to his
He did
unique
indeed.
champion pool. So now he is sitting on 8 and competing rookie to contest who has the most champions played this split so far. But of course, taking a look at both team comps, we have 2 ADCs or 4 ADCs realistically going into this game too. And with Umbral Glaive being a very viable item for these ADC support champions, I just think it really depends on how the jungler utilizes this vision control and plays around those objectives.
Well, we saw bottom lane, at least for Huanfeng and Yao Yao, go completely their way last game. This time around, it feels like LGD have gotten a lot more of the tried and true setup for themselves. Get LPC a carry that can make it to the late game and carry once it makes it there. Give Haichao something with a little bit more aggression. Have Meteor back on this Silas that he has played in the jungle before and give him a little bit of that flexibility from there, but all ensuring that LPC will be the late game carry for LGD.
Yeah, I do like the Silas being flexed to jungle. You have a lot of viable ultimates coming out of TT this time around. The Sejuani and Cassie ultimate being the prime ones for him to steal away. But of course, this composition has been a big switch up for the side of TT, where they want to be the ones kind of leaning towards that scale with the Jax available on their team comp. But on the other side, we have Sivir Ashe with the barrier available, so she's scared for her dear life and she needs to survive this lane.
I'm very interested to see how quickly we get Meteor and Beishwan bottom lane. But game 2 has now kicked off as LGD versus TT. Can hear the cheers start to go behind us. And looking at it, actually, Meteor taking the Dark Harvest here on the Silas. So interestingly enough,
Meteor is playing very Giga Chad this game. He is not scared
is that the
of
definition?
getting
It's Giga
invaded
Chad?
this time around. Yeah, I mean, this Sejuani, we have seen a lot of invading Sejuanis nowadays where you're just actively looking for something by the level 3 mark, either it being invading the Raptor camp or your own red buff or looking for a gank. So the Dark Harvest does just make up for that lack of damage. But back to this bottom lane, right? The priority is going to be so important for both sides, because once either the Jhin or Ashe gets that push vision, I suppose, then you can't really push up, and Draven, he's on a ticking time bomb.
it was really interesting to hear from Jackie Love after their series the other day, and especially hearing what he thinks about kind of the double ADC bottom lanes, and that, like, you know, at least in the case of Lucian versus Draven, one of them is going to be 0-10, right? That changes here when it's going to be Draven versus the Sivir, but it still is interesting when you're thinking about these double ADC bottom lanes, and the fact that out of lane, the question is there to see how influential they can be, because you don't have that traditional support.
Yeah, I mean, with the Dark Harvest coming out of Yao Yao as well this time around, this Jhin is going to just act as that utility tool where the main engage from the Sejuani is going to have a lot of backup CC once the team fights do start. We already saw some aggression coming out of Hoya, however, playing extremely up in the lane where Xiaoshu is getting zoned off his own minion wave.
See a little bit of trouble in that top lane. Also, Beishwan spotted out there by the hawk shot of Jin Zhao as he's coming across the bottom side. It is Meteor pathing, not wrapping around back towards bottom lane, but actually going for a full clear towards top side and maybe affect Hoya up here in the early parts of the game, or wrap around mid lane. So eyes on bot lane for Beishwan at least, and see if he can get a gank off against this very pushing Jin Zhao and LPC later on.
We do get a very sneaky ward from UCal onto the Raptors, so we see that Silas is missing from his bottom side of the map. Hoya having a very dangerous wave getting pushed in. Might lose
He
his
does not expect this at all. He's like walking up here with a deer in headlights, but he is a Jax with no real weapon, but he does have a leap strike, and he gets out of there.
Having the flash available still, he was not stressed about that gank at all. But of course, that does just mean that Sejuani is going to get a lot of priority towards his bottom side of the jungle. And that with the Draven, of course, coming into this game too, he is going to get so much attention from the jungler. But Hoya is going to continue being a menace, especially to Meteor.
Meteor does find the Scuttle Crab, but Hoya definitely looking for a little bit of that extra oomph onto Meteor to make his jungle clearing that much more difficult. See Haichao getting the worst end of the fangs here in mid lane so far, and actually Beishwan wrapping back up after having gone for those Krugs on the bottom side and trying to wrap back towards this top side of the map. So no big gank going through in bottom lane yet, at least, Kitty.
I mean, this is exactly what LGD wants. No chaos, just peace for the first at least 5 minutes. Because LGD really needs to work on their early game and they can't give that advantage towards the enemy team where it just gets snowballed out of control. And especially with the Draven on Huanfeng where he wants to look for those early kills and he wants to get those items online, where you don't really have an answer for a Fed Draven on the side of LGD. So it's really good start for the team composition so far, but once again, the Sejuani, once she hits 6, there's going to be so many forces, and just with the easy execution of a team fight for TT's composition, you have to play these team fights very, very carefully.
And now last game, TT had a very strong influence in objectives. They were finding early stacking of dragons, fell off after LGD were actually able to contest some of them, steal some of those away, but the early Rift Heralds, early Towers, early Dragons was going all the way of TT. And now a reset just came through from Beixuan. He's headed back down towards this bottom lane, and I'm wondering how much of this bottom lane wave state is going to affect if we get this tussle around the Dragon early on.
Yep, we do see a bottom wave that is slowly pushing towards the side of TT. So if Huanfeng is able to hold this wave and wait for Beixuan to really play and walk towards this bottom lane where they can find a gank angle and get this Draven online, I'm afraid that this early game is looking so volatile.
Both junglers spotted out there though. Hawk shot on one, the trap getting the other. Both junglers actually a lot of reliance on trying to get down bottom lane, but every time so far they've kind of been spotted out and stopped in their tracks. But it is actually Meteor looking to start up this dragon right now.
Maybe LGD is able to secure this early dragon, but once again you have a Cold Sivir up against a Draven in this early game, so you do really win the 3v3 when it comes to the 6-minute mark.
Haichao has first move here. This is turning into a tussle, actually. They're going to meet on the side. Huanfeng here onto LPC. LPC needs to be very careful. Arctic Assault in. Haichao is onto Huanfeng. Beixuan getting low flash out. It's everywhere as Haichao gets the first, but it's quickly followed. Huanfeng cashing in and a double kill for Yukao. Give them all the money. TT 4-1 in the early part of the game.
No, Xiaoshu's gonna blink and his entire bot side is dead at the 6-minute mark once again. A repeat of game 1 and just amazing things happening for the side of TT. 2 kills to their main carries of Yukao and Huanfeng and getting all those items online very soon. So we already see LPC getting zoned out. He has to force a flash right here where he goes further into the pit, but look at Yukao's ultimate on this Casio. Hits 2 people and he just further commits to all the carries or people that are stuck in this Baron pit. And he kind of just got suffocated in this team fight.
Fangs, 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 fangs. It's like literally all I was watching in the pit there. Yukao had so much time to just sink those poisonous fangs into LGD. And I don't think they had the antidote this time, Kitty. It is Rift Herald up on the board in about 35 seconds or so. And we'll see if LGD want to try to at least regain a little bit of confidence on the map. Because right now, 2-0 on Yukao and 2-0 on Huanfeng. That is a sight to behold.
Yep, I mean, I guess Meteor is able to sneak his way back in once he steals one of those important ultimates in this upcoming Herald fight. But of course, the item difference once again at the 7-minute mark. 2 serrated dirks for the side of TT's bot lane. And once they do rotate towards this Herald fight, which will be taking place very soon, then I'm afraid that LGD just doesn't have the pure damage to finish anyone off.
Both games in a row, our setup for LGD was about getting Meteor going and giving these resources down to bottom lane, down to LPC. We have not seen that for 2 games in a row, and they've had to fight back in both games from early deficits. That's not where LGD have found their success, and now we're looking for a miracle for them to pull back from this early deficit. Xiaoshu in some trouble. Meganar back. Hoya have the flash. That's the extra tower shot as well. Xiaoshu almost gets the outplay as Beixuan coming to make amends for what could have been Hoya going down. As looks like he'll just use that quick back from the Rift Herald that TT have acquired. Oh no, but Xiaoshu walked forward. Xiaoshu walked forward with Meganar ending, which signaled the bloodthirsty hounds of TT, and Hoya gets the kill with the assistance of Beixuan.
Come on, Xiaoxu, you saw that the Herald went towards the side of TT. You know that Sejuani is in that top side jungle, and you greed for the wave? You don't have TP available, so you will be just dropping 2 more waves as this Gnar, but TT playing it very, very smart. They know that Silas is trying to make something happen on the opposite side of the map, not giving LGD any chances to come back into the game.
That's no TP up there, man. That hurts for the top side of the matchup. Love to see them putting that emphasis on bot side, though. Getting a couple of those plates for LPC and Jin Zhao, and at least getting the reset out for the bottom lane. No item completions yet, just as we're getting very, very close to that, but it's about looking where Beishuan wants to utilize this Rift Herald. I mean, we already have this lead in bottom lane. Do we see them continue to press into that, or do we want to see some love given to Yukao and Hoya?
I mean, talking about the solo laners, Cassio and Jax, I mean, this arrow is going to land, but no one is going to be near enough to really finish Yukao off without the flash available. But back to the solo laners, we have the Jax and Cassio available for the side of TT. A lot of scaling and split pushing pressure coming out of this composition. So even if you do hit the later stage of the game, I'm afraid that LGD don't have an answer to either the Jax or Cassio in the side lane. Can Meteor really fasten up the tempo and stop that from happening though?
Hoya about to get ganked by Meteor and Xiaoshu on the top side. Mega Gnar is there, does push him back as the leap strike comes out, and that forfeits Hoya's life. LGD get a kill back.
He wasn't able to jump towards his little control ward, and that does help a little bit for the side of LGD, especially with the given map state of this game. Beitron just clearing all the wards, especially with the Jhin alongside him, but can they really survive this tower dive when this Draven is so stacked up on his passive?
4th shot available for Yao Yao. Beishuan going in. Deathly Flourish. They just have the damage. Oh, the whirling death. Beishuan gets the kill instead. 4th shot not going to come through. Jin Zhao makes it out with the flash. He's holding that curtain call out, but will not make that 4th shot hit. It is still the focus on the tower, where another 2 plates has fallen, and TT continue to rack up this gold lead. 3,000 ahead of LGD.
And they still haven't put down the Herald, so Beitron realistically can just come back into this bottom lane after burning the summoners of LGD and look for a second continuous gank and get that bottom tier tower. Hoya is still going to have a very easy time in this top lane because Xiaoxu opted into the Merc Treads up against Ajax, so that's a really interesting build coming out of the Gnar. I guess he's just more focused on the 5v5s. Beitron with the Sejuani ult available, Sivir not having the flash available as well, just he didn't spell shield it as either. So he just kind of dies to all the ultimates from 2 screens away of TT's bot lane, and Jin Zhao having the flash ability, he was able to escape death. Barely, but he did.
Barely. As now it is TT back on the Dragons. It'll be 2nd Dragon for them. We also have those item completions starting to come online. Radiant Virtue for Beishuan, and that Roa for Yukao. So you thought they were ahead now? Well, they're stacking up even further. So 2 Dragons with that objective control. It'll be nice for TT. Xiaoshu without the Mega Gnar, it's a little bit of trouble in top lane, but able to kite out Hoya. And honestly, next steps for LGD are a big question mark for me. You see that gold lead in the side. It's 3 red bars above any of those blue bars. And for Meteor, you're just struggling to find an in on the map.
Meteor just either go top or help this bottom lane out. Herald does get dropped from Beitron with the summoners being burnt from LGD's bot lane. They can't really contest it at
They're
all.
collapsing on Hoya.
The jungle on Hoya.
Oh, they got the TP coming in. That's Yukao. This could be a big fight for TT. Hoya makes it out. No way. Hi, Chow.
Wait, he's what?
He takes the shots. The fangs are sinking, but Yukao will clean them all up. He should at least. Xiaoshu surviving for way too long here, but he finally goes down. Bottom lane, another charge went through, and TT are working on a tier 2 tower. It's looking like Thunder Talk gaming time right now.
Tier 2 tower is gonna fall for the side of LGD in this bottom lane with absolute chaos ensuing in that top lane as well. Yukao ended up picking up a kill. But
oh no, Yukao stayed.
Get a sneaky kill onto this Cassiopeia.
Okay, see if he can get the outplay. Yes, Petrifying Gaze available, but he gets stunned himself. Turned into stone is Medusa herself. Hai Chao with the kill.
Everyone's just getting a little bit greedy in this top lane, just staying for that wave, and Silas just keeps getting these extra kills into his pockets, but the bottom lane is bleeding. Draven having the Essence Reaver online already. It's just terrible things, especially for the Civ. Already see the LGD's mid-jungle collapsing on Hoya. Living on 1 HP, surprisingly. They just didn't have enough damage to kill him through the counter-strike, and Yukao with the TP coming out, they had to use everything to commit onto the Jack, and Xiaoshu ended up taking tower for way way too long. So Xiaoshu does fall in the hands of Yukao. Luckily though, he did decide to push in that wave, and he forgot that Meteor was around the tri-bush, and he did die to Meteor later in the game.
Back around mid lane as Rift Herald spawning in 15 seconds. TT pressing their muscles, and flexing their muscles, pressing their advantage, and trying to get in front of this Rift Herald pit as long as they can. Secure that one would be another big break in top side, I'm sure, for Hoya. But it's about the mid lane priority first, as we have Huanfeng, Yao Yao, and Yukao all showing, and pings onto the Rift Herald right now for TT.
With these items available on the side of Huanfeng, can you really contest for that mid lane power? I think this team is just up to Haichao and how he plays these team fights. As the Akali, can you really get your hands onto the ADC of TT and stop him from killing everyone else before you kill him? But now the question plays into, they have a Sejuani, and you're an Akali or you're an assassin. You're gonna get CC'd in these team fights, so it just requires high execution from Haichao further on in the game.
So we actually get the Rift Herald in mid lane here. See that charge go off as Huanfeng put in some work here. The tower should fall shortly after, but no minions. They don't get the tower, and that'll be 2 towers left with barely any health at all on the tower, on the map at least for TT. They're collapsing this top side, and Xiaoshu about to have Meganar. He's going to be needing that real soon. It looks like Beishwan wants to come up here, but nice little kiting job. Hoya getting a little bit low, gets hit by the big old brick. As now Hoya, Meganar into the damage. The wallop is enough. Then Xiaoshu comes up with the solo bolo.
Xiaoshu is the only reason why they're still in the game. Of course, Haichao is 2-1, but this Akali is feeling very silent on the map. So as long as Nar and Akali is able to really get those flanks into these team fights and get their hands onto Huanfeng, where he isn't able to DPS or even maybe push him into the hands of LGD, that is an angle that they can come back into the game. But can they do it is the first question.
We'll start with a little bit of side lane gold going to Xiaoshu here. Dragon up in about a minute with Beishwan clearing down that way as well. Yukao already having pushed the side lane. The only answer here is Hoya trying to fix up this top side of the map. And I'm sure Dragon's Soul Point is the apple of the eye of TT.
I mean, maybe Xiaoshu has played enough Jax games to know how this matchup goes exactly, and he knew his damage and he got that solo bowler onto Hoya. But it doesn't really matter for the side of TT. They have all this bottom lane vision set up where realistically LGD can't face check at all.
Yeah, I mean, it just becomes really difficult, especially with the lockdown, the CC, and the damage profile that's coming out now that with the Eclipse completed for Huanfeng. We were talking so much about this bottom lane and what can end up in the later parts of the game where I was saying some of that utility for Jin Zhao with that Jin Cristiano will be so integral, a little bit more so than say Yao Yao will be on the Jin. But when you're this far behind, I guess so in terms of control around the map, not necessarily gold, it makes it that much more difficult. But Jin Zhao with that catch out will be an integral piece to LGD if they do want to get back into this, and that vision from the Hawk shot as well.
Xiaoshu is making his way down to this Dragon Soul
this is
point.
split.
Hoya has the TP
LGD.
available.
Jin Zhao's over the wall. They don't really have anything here. Hoya is about to collapse on the 3, and LGD just get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. You got the Enchantress arrow back. Hoya taking up some shots here, but he's flashing forward onto Meteor. Haichao's just trying to get out of there, and Meteor's already down. This was such a great collapse from TT and a really, really rough position to be in for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, LPC dying once again with the spell shield and flash available. He got Sejuani ulted, and that's how the fight started. But of course, once your hands have been stuck onto Beishwan's ultimate, there's just so much follow-up CC from Yao Yao on the Shin support where you're not going to be able to escape the hands of TT. This Dragon Soul Point is going to go towards the side of TT, where realistically an Inferno Soul drag can be threatened at this point of 24 minutes.
The early stacking has been the name of the game for TT in this series. We saw them approach game 1 with a little bit of a different style than we're used to from them, but this is the style that we love from TT so far in this very, very strong couple series showing.
No one blocked the Sejuani ultimate for LTC. Unfortunately, had to use the spell shield to block the Jin W from the root, and just everyone fell off as Xiaoshu wasn't able to make it to the fight fast enough without that TP available.
Now back to it as 2 items completed for a few members here of TT. We got the Seraphs now completed and transformed for UCal. A lot of damage coming out of that one. And really want to see how they utilize this strength for them, right? I mean, I don't necessarily know if we'll get a 20-minute Baron, but they have the damage profile to do something like that or force a fight around it. And so that's where I'm looking at TT kind of step up this control with this advantage they have in this mid-game to kind of force the hand of LGD.
Yeah, with the Cassio and Draven hitting his second item soon, third very soon, I'm afraid that this this Baron that is spawning in 30 seconds is going to be on the plates available for the side of TT. But Beishwan doesn't want Baron. He wants to look for a kill on Hoya.
Mega Narc coming down. Xiaoshu will get a little bit of a speed up here, but Beishwan gets the Arctic Assault into the hop, into the Deadly Flourish, into the dead Xiaoshu as Beishwan takes him down with a swing of the flail.
I think Yaya is really the unsung hero of this game. His roots have been immaculate as a follow-up CC for these team fights and all these picks, where Beishwan is just able to just go onto them and have a secured kill coming right after.
Kitty, what champion is he playing? What champion is it?
Is that Jin?
I think it's Jin, and he's also got the best skin in the Dark Cosmic Jin. Now, you've given a little bit of praise to Jin now, so I'll take some of those strikes away from you. UCal maybe wanting to get a little help from his Jin, but not going to have him nearby. Huanfeng is there, though, and it means Haichao and LPC back away.
They're trying so hard to force something on the other side of the map, but Huanfeng is just going from bottom lane to top lane. I don't know, he's a rotating ADC and he's just helping the side lanes of TT. But yeah, I mean, Jin support, I'm really enjoying this so far because you have a really easy laning phase up against Ashe and Sivir. They don't have much kill threat until level 6, so you of course freely scale, and I just think with the root available every 5 seconds onto this Jin, it just makes or acts as a very good follow-up engage for Beishwan.
Now, I'll give you a chance here, Kitty, to explain why you threw so much hate over to Jin, maybe even give an apology if needed. What is the story here? What did Jin do to you?
Look, Mezel, I like Jin, but I like Jin's design. And
okay.
I don't like
Does
Jin
the number
as an
4
AD
suit
carry.
you?
Well, I love the number 4. I don't know if anyone
Okay.
knows this as a little trivia, but if you spell Jin out on your keyboard, it kind of traces as a 4. Which I find really, really cool. So I think Riot always just put so much effort into creating this champion around the number 4. But before I start to nerd out, Baron is getting threatened by the side of TT with Cassio and of course Draven being the huge on the map. I don't know how they're gonna really respond with LGD, Haichao and Meteor not being able to find these angles for these team fights.
And this has been such a solidification. It feels like, yes, it is against LGD, right? They don't have the most shining record, but you have to look at the track record of TT up to this point. Yes, they took down IG, one of the favorites, right? Ultra Prime, not as much of a favorite, but it was the handing of the late games to the UCal carries, to Hoya as well. That was so monumental. And then we get the change up of styles into this series where LGD are known for their bot lane and TT took it right to them. So it's really showing some of that flexibility that TT are able to execute on.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes back to that statistic that we were talking about, right? TT being able to get the first blood 80% of the time, and on the other hand, LGD, they're being the ones that are getting first blood with only 20% chance of getting the first kill in the game. But this Ashe Arrow,
that's what is the ticket back into the game in the later parts here for LGD, is to find a big pick with the Ashe Arrow, but no pick comes of it. UCal completes third item, Banshee's Veil, and we got a dragon fight on our hands.
the Dragon Soul is going to be threatened for the side of TT. Can Xiaoshu get this flash ultimate onto the ADC of TT to really win this fight?
Hoya's got a flank. You got to be really careful. Haichao on the other flank, but who's more dangerous? Is it Hoya or Haichao? Looks like TT pulling the dragon up towards Haichao with Hoya still in the lane. Haichao takes a little bit of damage there as Meteor is in the pit. Dragon down to 6,000 health. And more important for LGD to get this to UCal. Gets the engage. The Whirling Death not there, but maybe the curtain call. Jin Zhao not going down. You've got Hoya engaging on the Meteor here as well. LPC with a lot of ricochet damage. And TT, they got to run away. But now you got Huanfeng cashing in the stacks of adoration. The Fang starts sinking in. And the poison runs deep for TT. Glacial Prison uses it onto Meteor. The Enchanted Crusader stops them just a little bit, but it's not enough to stop them in their tracks as Huanfeng will chase down another one, but Yukal eats himself up a nice big old meal.
Poor Gana, he wasn't able to get his mega form before the fight started, and the second he got it, he instantly got the Sejuani ultimate straight to his face, and he was not able to get anything done in that team fight. And of course, being in such a sticky situation of LGD, the Dragon is going to get threatened. Well, the Dragon Soul is being threatened with Baron also on the plate. You have to force a team fight there, or the game's over.
Well, it might just be over now as they have won both fights, or at least they won the Dragon fight, and they took the Baron afterwards. So resets definitely coming through from TT. And now maybe a reset of mentality needed for LGD. Love the attempt, just not there this time around.
I mean, Haichao was just constantly pressuring the flank onto Huanfeng, and of course, Yukao starts the entire fight off with just engaging with Pantera. Living on 1 HP, didn't die to the poison, and my eyes are just on Xiaoshu. He got his mega form so late, where the entire fight is really dependent on how he really gets the CC onto the carries of TT, but he just dies here. And everyone else just ends up trickling, where Huanfeng, having no threat available from the side of LGD, just gets to play the game with however he likes.
There's really just nothing they can do after missing that. That big setup was a sparkle in the eye for LGD, but then the CC definitely made that sparkle be put out very, very quickly. We are looking at TT pushing in though, but getting engaged on is Huanfeng. He's got Haichao's damage on him, and there's the perfect execution. 800 gold to LGD's mid laner and make that a double kill.
Really good pick. That should have happened 10 minutes before Baron and Dragon Soul got into the hands of TT, but you know, at least they're trying to get something happen with the Ash Arrow available. They get both summoners from Huanfeng, so these team fights going into the next 5 minutes is going to be very easy to pull off for the side of LGD. But once again, Inferno Soul in the hands of the Cassiopeia, Jax, and Draven, they have too much damage for LGD to really handle. And once again, TT having that scaling composition, Jax and Cassio are going to take over the game.
I will just say that the semi-little moments from LGD look real damn good though, right? Like the scaling for Haichao, the scaling for LPC is definitely there. But we need to see fights consecutively won by LGD, and it's hard to come by in that fashion. But you're about to have the needlessly large rods turned into a hat here for Haichao, so there'll be a nice little increase. We also had the Phantom Dancer completed for LPC, and honestly, I would say they just want to try to make it a little bit further in the game, but your timer is running out now that Elder Dragon is on the table in 3.5 minutes, and the Baron has already been taken once by TT, and more than likely going to be taken again.
Look at the item differential in that ADC, but of course, really good arrow onto the ADC of Huanfeng, burning the cleanse straight away. And this Akali is very dangerous once Huanfeng is mispositioned in these team fights. And of course, Hoya, right through the counter strike, can't really block the damage from Haichao. And this Akali is becoming that threat, but you have to have really good setup for that to happen once again.
And you get caught by one stray Glacial Prison or a big CC setup, and Haichao is not going to have a good time. We're looking at bot side, though, as Hoya takes down another tower for TT. It's 3-4 stacked in mid lane to try to take down this tier 2 as well, and they're just breaking down the base as Baron has just now fallen.
I mean, look.
Oh, he goes in for the drift.
I'm looking.
Oh my god, he did so much damage to LPC there.
Well, back to my point, I said look, but Yukao is just that second carry behind Huanfeng. Another arrow but doesn't land. But Haichao.
He was on the flank. If they had caught Huanfeng, no cleanse, nothing available, that would have been a big pick-off. And those are the little moments that you have to be careful for LGD, and that's how they get back into the game. That's what we've stated this whole time. The late game utility out of Jin Zhao's Ashe will be more beneficial at getting these direct engages off on TT.
If someone can count me the amount of traps that Jin has in this bottom side jungle, I'll give you a thumbs up, because I can't count them. There's at least like 10 for this side. But Yukao is just going to constantly threaten this side lane where Xiaoshu can't really match or even get the wave pushed out before they start getting threatened with a 4-1 push from the side of TT.
Huanfeng has just now completed 4th item. You also have the Rileys completed for Yukao. The damage profile is kicking here from TT, and it's just about utilizing that And a minute and a half till Elder Dragon. You would expect them to just wait for this to come up. They will force the fight around the Elder Dragon. And if they win the fight, they win the game, it feels like, to this point.
I mean, Elder Dragon is going to be spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Huanfeng has the cleanse available, didn't spot Haichao. Are they able to pull up the same thing once again?
Oh, he's just too quick. He's just too quick, Kitty. Just a little bit of a setup going wide for LGD. Haichao just trying to flank, will be spotted out by the trap. I don't know, and now he knows he was spotted out, so walking right back through as Hoya was coming to collapse. But LGD know they need to position here. They can't just give free reign over the mid and the jungle in front of the Dragon Pit. But they go in. Base squad. Oh no! LPC's already down! No! The hope for LGD, the scaling is not there, and TT are just shoving it up the mid lane.
Sejuani with his ultimate available, that you just can't really avoid these teamfights being forced in the middle lane, especially when you're looking for that mid priority before you enter into the Dragon Pit. But with the ADC being down and a 4v5 coming up very, very soon, it's all up to Haichao if the carries die on the side of TT.
He's got the hat. He has the damage. Can he make it stick? Meteor flashed onto, goes golden. Huanfeng uses that cleanse. Hoya getting low. Meganar into the wall. Xiaoshu gets one back, but Yukal, he might be just a little too big and a little bit too tanky, as TT will take out the two members that tried to regress in Xiaoshu and Meteor and go on to the Elder Dragon.
It seems like we are getting an Elder Dragon in the second game of the series, and Haichao is just trying everything he can to just kill at least one person on the side of TT. But look at the items that are available for Yukal. Banshee's Veil, Zhonya's Rylai's, just so many health and defensive items that you can't kill this Cassiopeia to this stage of the game.
LGD now trying to stop the transition into Baron from TT. The hot shot will show just what is happening, but the damage is too big from TT as that big purple worm will go down to TT.
And now you are at 30 minutes with Baron, Elder Dragon, and Inferno Soul in the hands of TT. And your Sivir is not even on her third item, and she's just getting constantly caught before these fights even start. So in reality, it's a 4v5. So I don't know how LGD is going to find an angle to slick back into the game.
And you just look at all the vision control around the map for TT now. But the question is, I don't want to see TT sit on their laurels, right? They're up almost 12,000 gold. They need to end this game. They need to show that they can control a game and finish it out.
I mean, you already have the Jax pressuring the top side, and I would love to see a 4-1 push coming out of TT, because no one's going to be able to really stop the Jax in a 1v1 duel. Of course, LGD, they do have the Gnar ultimate to force that 4v5 in a lane, but that requires Xiaoshu having that flash available, and he doesn't have that yet.
Man, it's just so cool to see Beixuan in this moment, right? Obviously, having been under FPX for so long and coming over to TT, but this man was known as an Echo one-trick in solo queue. That's what he made his name. He was known to bring Echo to the jungle of the LPL, and now you see him on the facilitation, still doing wonders on the likes of the Vi's, the Maokai's, the Sejuani's, able to take down the OG Jungle King last week, or last series at least, in Ning on this Sejuani, and TT are looking to put the closing marks on this series.
Yukal is just waiting for the mid lane to be pushing in, but TT playing it very, very safe and just suffocating LGD with these inhibs going down one by one. Just engage, LGD, just do something.
Can't find Haichao on that side. Drive by Beixuan. Yukal's going for the petrifying gaze from behind them. He's trying to pull a little bit of a Huanfeng, but with this Cassiopeia, you can't find him, but they're so split right now. The Elder Dragon will start flapping its wings. Bam, bam, bam. And do you hear that, Kitty? Because it sounds like the thunder's talking, and it sounds real damn good. That's a 3 series in a row win streak for TT, and they are online, baby.
Yukal was just playing with the ball lane of LGD, not dropping any health, not dying, because the Sivir just doesn't have her items available. But congratulations to TT for maintaining their win streak, all starting with that series up against IG and really solidifying why they are a team to be looking out for.
It's that difference of style, the flexibility that is shining through for me for TT on a roster where we're seeing the showouts of Hoya, of UCal, but they aren't afraid to put those resources for Huanfeng, to have Yao Yao on those roams with Beishuan connecting so well. And honestly, it's a very, very positive sight for TT to see some of that stability come in and be there again from series to series.
Yeah, I mean, that early game was just being played perfectly by the jungler of TT, and of course those leads just translated into bigger snowball, and all the objectives went into the hands of a Draven Jhin lane, and I just don't see TT slowing down. Right, once they get the ball rolling, then how is LGD realistically going to stop them from that?
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was a way, and although it is a somber note for LGD, I think that it is going to come to brass tacks on how they can find advantages when LPC doesn't get those resources. How do you stabilize these jungle pathings to make sure that Meteor has the resources that we know LGD can run away with if given the right direction? So it's a lot of question marks for LGD. I've loved the variation of style that Meteor has brought, but we haven't seen that cohesion just yet between the two. We saw Bright Movas from Haichao. We got to see LPC in that game one have some big moments, but it's struggling to come together even though we're getting further on in the weeks.
Yeah, and I think something that I really enjoyed in that series was just the synergy between Beichuan and Yao Yao. They were able to just dominate the entire map state and get the vision down and prepare for those dragons very early on in the game, which is something that we're missing from the side of LGD. I didn't really see the same thing from Jinjiao, but to be fair, he was getting constantly pressured in just a losing matchup, and it was very tough to be the side of LGD's bot lane.
It felt like that first game on the Leona just set the pace and the tone for Yao Yao, because he was able to get on those roams very heavily. They kind of left bot lane to its own devices, and it feels like it made Yao Yao a little bit more comfortable in those decisions. And then that just carried over to the second game, right? And even if they were switching sides, you got to see a lot of that strength come through from this bottom lane that we're starting to see Yao Yao come into his own here on the squad, having replaced, Shin Liu, who had got the earlier start in the split.
Yeah, I mean, Yao Yao's getting a little bit too comfortable on the stage, now having 3 Jhin games in his pocket.
That's not too comfortable. We just need one more.
We need one more and it'll be perfect. Just quit Jhin, because the meta is going to change severely by patch 13.1b when we do get there. But of course, looking at the damage charts, UCal picking up those 2 early kills from the first dragon just put him online so fast. Huanfeng, although being the Draven, he didn't do as much damage as UCal, but obviously Draven Sivir, you're never going to win that in a 1v1 duel.
And for Huanfeng, I can't help but have a little smile in my eye to see some of that positivity come back through for Huanfeng. See that smile again on stage that I felt like we lost a little bit of last year on Weibo, where they were having a lot of those troubles with Sword Art and having that communication structure feel like it wasn't necessarily there. So even though you have Yao Yao, who's the newer addition to the team, it feels like it's a comfort for Huanfeng here, and we're seeing these natural carries for TT really shine through.
Yeah, I mean, I have high hopes for TT. They are the team to stop IG's win streak after all. And of course, my eyes still go onto UCal and Huanfeng when it does come to the superstar carry potential. But from that series, my takeaway was that Hoya was kind of the vulnerable person on the entire roster. He did have a little bit of a roughie in that top lane where he had he gave angles for LGD to come back into the game. So of course, you can't be having those when you're up against a super team like JDG, like Top Esports.
Hoping that top of the table matchup will lend to that fashion, but I do want to know who you think is going to get MVP here before we get to it here. So hopefully soon, because I feel like there were some good performances from UCal in the second game. Huanfeng, Yao Yao, Beishuan, but the setups. Who you got, Kitty? Who do you think is going to be?
All right, hear me out. Yao Yao on the Jhin support. He was 0-0-15 from what I remembered, and just the amount of presence he had and the follow-up CC after Beichuan that just made things happen on the map. I really enjoyed the Jhin support in this game specifically. So I just think Yao Yao will get robbed if it's not him. I'm pretty sure it might be like UCal or something, because he just had top damage, he had a pretty KDA, he was on a carry jungler. Support mains need justice.
We all know what really looked nice. It was the Jhin. Well, on behalf of all Jhin mains, I probably don't have that right, but I have forgiven you for your transgressions against Jhin everywhere. Thank you, Kitty, for your consolidation. But it was really nice again to see that kind of difference between the two and see Yao Yao go the Leona, but then also go out the Jhin. We do also have our interview ready to go, and I do believe it's with Beixuan. So let's go ahead and kick it over.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Beichuan, the jungler for Thunder Talk Gaming. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. Firstly, I want to touch on game number 1. How did you manage to help your bot lane to open up the situation in very early game, which is really smart for your team? 欢迎北川选手来到我们的赛后采访。那么今天的第一个问题想问到的是，从第一局开始，你是怎么样去运营？是特别是在下路3、4级的时候，就帮助你们下路开始打开局面，然后滚起雪球的呢？
就我们辅助是应付嘛，感觉他们那位置有点靠前了，然后辅助开得好，主要是就把他们控到了，然后我们接到控制就杀了。
Actually, we got Leona, this kind of engaging support, and I think our opponents, their position was a little bit risky, and our support gets stunned our opponent, so I just come here to get some kills. And second question, I really want to touch on the items build, that Radiant Virtue. A lot of casters said this is really maybe a little bit too power in this meta. Any thought on this items build? 那么我们也想问到，今天为第一件也是出了辉耀美德嘛，很多解说都在聊这一件装备是不是在这个版本有一点点特别太 OP 太强了？你会觉得这一件装备在当前版本的适用性怎么样？以及在下一个版本它还会这么火爆吗？
主要是感觉这件装备性价比挺高的，它挺便宜的，然后就是适合这种工具型打野出。
I think this item was so cheap and I can get this item easily, and really this item is really get a lot of advantages for our whole team, especially for a lot of junglers, which is maybe team oriented. And final question for you, we have saw you guys got 3 consecutive wins so far. What is your goal for next coming out matchup, and what can we expect more from Thunder Talk Gaming? 最后一个问题，现在 TT 在这个阶段取得了3连胜，在接下来的比赛当中，你觉得我们作为观众来讲还能期待 TT 一些什么更精彩的表现呢？你们在下一阶段的目标和重点可能是什么呢？
就现在我们目前的目标是先进个季后赛嘛，然后想就是更加努力赢下更多场比赛。
Actually, we really want to make playoffs first, and we will try our best to win more matchups in upcoming matchup. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢北川来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Beixuan and Christina for the interview. Getting to hear a little bit of what comes next for them after they have gone 3 series in a row with wins here on the board. And I think TT feeling good after these. Feels like it's coming together. The band's back together, it feels like. And it's really nice to hear some of that perspective from Beixuan.
I mean, yeah, Beixuan said it himself that their main goal is to get to that playoff stage. And I think with this 3 series winning streak going into the pockets of TT, I think that's very realistic.
Got a long ways to go, though. It's a long season here. Beixuan does get the MVP for game number 2. So I do believe that means he got the MVP for both games here. So not too shabby.
Not too shabby. I mean, he was just getting the bottom lane of TT ahead at the 5-minute mark, and it was just insane proactiveness coming out of the jungler, which is Beichuan in this series. And of course, Yaya unfortunately did get robbed from his Jhin support. I guess Beichuan had more KP, I'm not too sure. The Sejuani ults were really on point in these teamfights though. He had the ultimates just connecting onto LPC every single time where he wasn't able to play the gate at all, and LPC just got to a point where he wasn't really able to just auto attack in the very end. Of course, and getting Huanfang ahead specifically on this Draven, which is the point of this composition. I think they just executed this entire roster composition very well, and I want to see more and see them succeed to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you had that early facilitation of 2 kills piece to Yukal and Huanfang, and then immediately topside to make sure Hoya's okay, come back bot lane, and wreak havoc.
LPC had the spell shield available for that Sejuani ultimate, but I am afraid that his reactions were just a tiny bit too slow. Did LGD end up getting a single dragon in the past 2 games? I think they got 1.
They did. They got 2 last game in game number 1. They had 2 of the ocean dragons.
Yeah, they denied the Dragon Soul from TT, but in the end it just wasn't enough because of the early lead that Beichan was able to generate for his carries. And of course, very, very good MVP as well.
Indeed it was, but a strong showing from TT nonetheless. And it came again off the back of us wanting to see what they do with bot lane, what they do with these solo lanes, and it's starting to come full head of steam for TT. But that's it for our first series of the night. It was a short and sweet one that just means we get to the rest of the action that much quicker. Thank you so much, Kitty, for joining me, but we will be kicking it over to Hysterics and Lyric, who will be bringing you IG versus FPX, and then our match of the week, JDG versus Weibo Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming versus JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup of the Sentry, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
6-9! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Chuo gets annihilated, Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadowbound falls, Ruler is a monster.
They win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce. Stroll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how Vin's just waiting for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Bin just disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Bin just yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the Qs. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tanky stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final chapter actually going the wrong way from on there. As Carson dodging from the laser. Bin in the meantime being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the penta.
369 versus the Shy, Xiaohu versus Knight, and Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No one for shelter, just satellite.
to this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー 一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down.
面对林伟翔的话，他也是一名久经沙场的老将 AD 了。然后打他的话，尽量就做好吧，然后不怎么失误去对抗他吧。对于现在自己的发挥的话，就65%吧，然后还有很多进步的空间，比如那些下路的一些细节啊，和自己上头和心态上面的调整吧。这赛季的决心，先最少进个季后赛，然后看有没有机会再往更高的名次去冲刺。
Well, for Arn at this rate, I'd say 65% is a lot of room for improvement, as he said. Making playoffs also the reign of terror that IG are on the path for right now. I'm Asterix. I'm in a very new setup with Lyric by my side. It seems we have both moved recently. However, yours wasn't due to lightning striking the NBN, which is Australia's internet, and then frying it, making me have to go to my parents' house for the weekend. I don't know if that happened to you.
I can't say. You know, I don't even know what you mean by moved. If you mean by moved is that I'm not casting with Munch, and when I cast with Munch, I stand like 3 feet that way, then yeah, I moved. But
you did move to the UK. I mean, that's the big one.
It was I'd say a much more grandiose move than you've made, but I can't say the weather has decided to absolutely smite me. But other than you changing settings, you know what? We got some games. We got one team that was historically one of your favorites to watch, which is IG. Who,
still might be.
You know, still looking good. FPX. You know, FPX are cool. Like, they got LWX.
Yeah, true. FPX are cool. I mean, IG are shaping to be one of my favorite teams again. They're 4-1. That's how they've started off the split. And granted, maybe they've had an easier schedule than some, but they've still come through EDG. They've come through RNG, which are like mid-tier teams at the moment that people are still expecting to get into playoffs. And they have looked pretty decent, I guess, against everyone apart from TT, who took them down in 2-1 fashion. So I'd say that IG are definitely on track to be a playoff team this split, even with JDG and Top Esports coming up in that week 5, week 6 mark.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very telling, but even kind of beyond the what I just said about FPX, I do still think FPX have a realistic chance to win today. I want to see more teams do what TT did, which is just completely ban out top lane and then see, like, what does IG have to run off of? Like, the other IG members still incredibly good. We've seen On and Wink be able to do incredibly well in the 2v2. On especially has been able to carry and take over some games. We've seen some, like, decent stuff come out from, like, Dove, from Gideon, but it still feels like a lot of their most reliable plan is like, hey, YSKM can get this lead, and we really know how to snowball around the lead that our top side gets. And when it comes to FPX, I think if they can shut that down, we've still seen people, like I mentioned, LWX especially, have really good performances so far this split. So, you know, even with people like Care in the mid lane who maybe haven't had as strong of a split as his previous splits, which I think makes sense with how the meta's shaped up, I think the pieces are still there for FPX to win if they come in with, I don't want to say tried and true blueprint because it was just one series, but something that has shown to work against IG at least once.
And even if we're talking about top lane being shut out a bit, I think Shala, who has had some pretty decent matchups, pretty decent games, he's been a lot more flexible as well, and we know him as a big bruiser player. So, you know, I put a lot of faith and stock into him being a solid core part of this new FPX roster. So excited to see how they approach this, considering that for FPX, it hasn't been a great start, guys. One series win, I believe, is all that they've got at the moment.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think, what series was it opening up, Lyric? Where it wasn't you and I, Carson, but it was one of their first series, and there were promising moments for FPX, but it just looked a bit all over the shop, to say the least.
I think both their WE and BLG series, there were moments for them to be able to take it. I mean, both of those first 2 losses that they had went to 3 games, so it's not like FPX have just been getting completely shut out. Their only real shutout was their last series, which was up against Weibo, which when you look at the talent on that team, like, Weibo are just going to have, you know, dominant 2-0 score lines over some of these teams that, again, just don't have the tenured or stacked rosters that they do. So, yeah, even though FPX are sitting 1-3 and haven't looked too good, 4-7 in terms of games, it isn't completely dire like if you look down the standings for a team like maybe like AL, right, who have really struggled to find their footing. I don't think FPX are exactly at that level just yet.
No, but they're getting there, and that's the problem, right? IG, looks like a seasonable win before we got into the season itself, and that's what makes it so important. If you're tuning in for the first time, we're ready to let you know that IG are 4-1. This team right now sitting towards the top of the... It's been a surprise, but still, we're saying that FPX can achieve this win simply by some of the definition of their own talent as well, and the fact that it is a needed win to kind of get themselves out of the groove of being down towards the bottom. And I think the fact that TT was able to do it, Lyric, you know, TT, we're now looking at on a win streak, meddling team as well. Series. I think FPX are somewhat related toward that area, even if they're on the bottom part of it for right now, meaning that IG are very attainable for them because of the stats we outlined with the core quality of players that they too have.
Oh, 100%. And it feels like when you look at the standings overall, this split, that I feel like the middle tier, like our middle of the table and even like middle lower, is all going to be able to trade series. Maybe outside of teams like AL feels like the one stand up, but even Ultra Prime, I put down there as like a team that hasn't really been able to find their footing, even if they found wins off of individual performances.
True.
So the FPXs, the TTs, even teams like LGDs, NIPs, like it feels like one or two missteps and they will be able to find a series win. So you're right, IG, huge favorites coming into this series, but still the tools are there, especially when we look at not only that top lane champion pool that we were hitting on for IG, but even things like their bot lane champion pool. I think Wink's support pool has been incredibly good for this meta. I mean, we've had Misfortune coming out, which has been really cool. Obviously, all the 80 carries he's played the Blitzcrank, but yeah, I mean, could also just end up getting spread too thin to where FPX's bot lane have stayed on a much more defined pool of champions. Pretty much been Zeri or Sivir with Yuumi every game. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see IG actually just take away the Yuumi, and then that could open up questions for the bottom lane of FPX as well. Point is, I don't know. This was going to be a very meta, I think meta, like, pet-dependent series. There we go. Meta-dependent. That was the word I was looking for.
I think it's important to note that, you know, how IG have been is, YSKM's birthday! And the crowns come off. But happy birthday to YSKM, man. First split in the LPL. And what a start he would be having. But is it actually his birthday or is it someone else in the team? Because Gideon has the glasses as well. And now I'm just questioning whether it was actually YSKM who's celebrating.
We need to see. We need to see do the other. Okay, no. So it was just top jungle so far. I was going to say, because if all four members except Dove came out, maybe we could assume it's Dove's. But
oh, yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. Someone out there knows. You know, someone in one of the chats, someone on Twitter. So people on Weibo definitely know. But
oh yeah,
I don't know if any of them are going to be pinging us about whose birthday it is.
I don't think so either. But I think we might get a Twitter DM here or there. Feel free to send. At least YSKM Gideon. One of them must be celebrating. Is on the other side. FPX. Let's see whose birthday it is.
I just checked. It's YSKM's birthday.
Hey, let's go. All right. Well, happy birthday to YSKM. We're right at the start. Is anyone on FPX celebrating? That's going to be the big question. We've got any birthdays over there? I mean, 365 days a year. There's got to be some overlap.
There's got to be. Yeah, you're right. You know what? We're going to take a look. We're even going to check the coach. As,
actually,
FPX.
I thought you were going to go through Leaguepedia. Check every single player's birthday.
Oh, I am.
Oh, wow.
You know, FPX actually just had a bunch of birthdays not too long ago. Halya and Hacker both had birthdays in January. Care's birthday is in 17 days.
Cool.
WX not anytime soon. So no, there is no overlap.
Okay, well, that's a shame anyway. But look, at least there's one birthday on the Rift, and especially in a game like today where IG are looking like heavy favorites with FPX's recent performance. We talked about the versatility in this roster, but more so that the ceiling has just been so high. With their new player in the top lane, I'm curious if we go into draft and we kind of see what you were talking about, where there is a bit of attention paid towards YSKM's champion pool, banning on some of those clutch split pushes that we've seen, and putting YSKM into a corner to make sure that there is no priority, there is no, I guess, longevity up in that top lane here in this series.
Yeah, I think it's about banning out Jax, Fiora, being the two big ones, and then Irelia and Camille. Those have really been his four standouts of what he's played. He's 2 games on Jace. He hasn't been able to pick up a win on. Has played the Cassante, which he was able to find a win, but didn't have like the most impactful game in that series. Like he was fine, but it wasn't one of those champions where he is. I mean, Jax, you know, 3 games, 100% win rate, 7 KDA. Fiora, 5 KDA, 2 games, 100% win rate. Just absolutely taking over. And we said when it comes to IG's bans, maybe putting a bit of focus down towards that bottom lane, taking out the Yuumi. Even the Cassante has been something that Shala, who has really leaned on this split, wouldn't mind that one also being taken off the table.
But again, 13.1, right? Like, we're talking about draft guys because, yes, we're still on 13.1 here in the LPL. No sign of 13.1B yet. So 80 carries down in the bottom lane, as we saw in the last series, are still as relevant as always. We had 4 ADs in TT versus LGD game number 2. And IG, their bread and butter, their old AD carry in Wink, who's now a support, is in the perfect meta. And Lyric, I kind of wonder, like, will IG continue this run? Will IG continue this success when the patches change? I think it's food for thought, considering that it is a very meta team comp, as you were saying before.
IG are a team who, I said this last time when I was on an IG series, that I expect their trajectory to be very much like eStars was in 2020, where they're having this tremendous start. It's still going to be good throughout the split, but I believe eStar ended regular season something like somewhere between like 5th through 9th.
Yeah.
You know, they did get a little bit figured out. They did start to drop some series, and then in playoffs is where eStar weren't able to hold it up. So IG, I at least personally expect a similar thing where, I mean, we just have teams that have, I'd say, more battle-tested, more meta-tested veterans in them, more accolades, just people who have shown that they can reach that higher status that we haven't seen from IG just yet. Maybe they show us at this split, but I think it'd be a little too much to bet everything on IG being this dominant, top-of-the-table team before we can see more throughout the split.
Yeah, look, again, as we're about to go into pick and ban, we're going to find out, though, if it is going to be another successful time on 13.1 at the very least. IG facing down the barrel of their 5th series win if they can win this out. For FPX on the other side, this team needs a win desperately as we finally get into pick and ban. And Lyric, straight away, IG are like, no standard bottom lanes for you, while FPX have done their homework and say no top lanes for YSK.
Overall, I love the call to be able to take away these top lanes. And expect it from IG as well, right? Taking away things like the Yuumi and the Sivir. It's really been what their bottom lane has leaned on, and they haven't really gone towards any of the more, I'd say, aggressive or like lane dominant options coming in, which is also another reason why FPX have struggled so heavily, right? Because that has been the meta staple to be able to go through and do this. So now with all these taken away, IG going to go straight for the Yuumi. Not the Yuumi, I'm sorry, the Nami signaling the potential Lucian, but we know IG are one of the teams who also have that Draven in pocket to be able to pull out if they wanted to.
Bro, I was just laughing before because YSK, the triple ban, even the Aurelia in the first phase, this looks like the PCS to me, where YSK would constantly get these hover bans, or rather first priority bans, because of how strong he is. Now for FPX, speaking of strength, I mean, Lyric, that's a lot of burst damage built out with the first 2 picks here. With the Varus and the Elise, actually. Nice and early blind for Hacker.
Elise blind coming through. So Hacker going to go back to that strong early style, which is something we've known him for throughout his career, right? Always known as a player who in the first 15 minutes can show up. After that's where there have been question marks. Against Weibo, we didn't exactly see that, but still, we know that potential is there with how much Hacker loves these early gank opportunities. And for IG, they're just going to go straight towards that Lucian pick. A little bit surprised we haven't seen the same prio on Maokai that really has just been so standard throughout.
Yeah.
It seems like every series in the LPL so far. IG just going to outright skip over jungle in their first rotation and get YSKM on the Cassante. So with 3 top lane bans, wanting to make sure that that pool doesn't get narrowed down any further in the second rotation.
But again, you said it, you know, it wasn't his standout pick. Like, this is not what we know YSKM for. So it is something, to reiterate your words, standard. Definitely here for the top lane of IG. Well, on the other side, FPX, the dominant 2v2. It looks like they want to try and match a little bit. While further to your point, jungle is now left isolated with no pickup yet for IG, and Gideon loves this Maokai. So the fact that they're sacrificing it here, Lyric, makes me question if they've got a better response.
Yeah, I'm curious. Maokai and Sejuani have been the 2 things that he has really leaned on quite heavily. Just being that enabler for the team, right? Giving them a lot of presence on the map and especially in team fights. You do still have other things that can work like that. Like, I guess theoretically the Wukong, but Wukong typically wanting to be played into other like AD options with the armor you get from your passive. Things like the Vi are still up as well, and in this meta when we are having so many marksmen down towards that bot lane, that's something that can always work to just zone one of them out with that ultimate and just get them right off the board. But FPX now going to be the ones you would expect to go for their top lane. we've seen Shala, who has gone towards this Gwen into the Cassante pretty much every time Cassante's picked, but he's sitting 0-4 on the scoreboard, so I would be happy to see him move into a different direction. The Jace being hovered right now, something that we know has been paired. You have a ton of burst between both Jace and Elise. If they wanted to go for that option, you can try and snowball that Jace. Not as much about the typical setup that we'd see with things like Renekton, since that's off the board, but still a very strong AD soul laner that you'd be able to snowball with the right attention.
And bro, look at this range already building up. I'll be asking you questions about how FPX played this out, but for the other side of IG, I want to progress because I'm curious about this other solo lane for Dove. You know, we got a lot of solids up, like the Azir he's played before, something like the Rise, but a control mage. Seems like it'll dabble its way in as well with how strong bot is. And Lyric, I'm just curious about that jungler. You mentioned Vi, and I feel like you're dead on the money here if this gets picked up because it's probably the most viable option left.
Yeah, you definitely want something that can bring engage as well in my mind. Right now, hovering the Poppy, but you hit on the range disparity that IG are going to face, especially the longer this game goes on. So, no, they're still going to end up locking in this Poppy. It's something that at least brings a lot of powered presence in those first few levels. But, yeah, if we get later on, I mean, Accelerate Shock Blast, arrows just flying at you, they're going to really rely on things like the Realm Warp or YSCam able to find those angles with Ghost to get the fights that they want started.
While in the meanwhile for FPX, it looks like they're going to be flipping around the lanes we thought. Gwen going to the top lane, Jace moving to mid. So, Lyric, you know, you already cemented what I was saying about Poke. Walk me through a little bit about the lane state here and how FPX are setting themselves up with a lot of priority.
100%. In the bot lane, right, Varasash, we already know it's going to have, like, strong control over the wave. Going to have to be a little bit careful of the all-in potential once Lucianami get a few levels under their belt, but should be fine if they're whittling them down appropriately. Top lane, Gwen has been doing just fine neutralizing this matchup in top side, but still, it just feels like Cassante provides more the longer the game goes on, which is why we haven't seen the Gwen really work here in the LPL despite its high presence. But mid-jungle, that's really going to be the big focus for the side of FPX. Jace plus Elise, tons of burst able to come out. You have Rise, which sure, he might take the phase rush, which can give him, you know, a little bit more mobility to play with, but still will be very easy to find those ganks on early on.
And then for IG, I want to talk a little bit about it going into game, but again, stakes need to be set here because you're coming in for the first time, folks. You're watching IG and FPX and you're like, man, 2 world champions in the LPL, but they ain't what they used to be. LWX, the only remnant in both teams on the world championship rosters. They've, of course, completely changed, completely gone out into different organizations within the league. And with LWX, the only one that remains, you can see there is a change time of the Fun Plus Phoenix. And IG, a similar vein. They've built up their roster from practically nothing but their bottom lane remaining, importing Gideon and Dove and YSCam coming from the PCS, and it all works together. This 4-1 team sitting up at the top of the leaderboard are now going to challenge the Phoenix. And this time around, they're looking favored, which I don't think I've said for the last time in 2 years.
I am incredibly surprised that FPX's Giants are still so strong.
True.
You know, every team in the LPL gets some solid Gios. Well, I mean, you know, you just have so many fans in China that there's always going to be some support for the team. But yeah, FPX fans still out there in spades. You would expect LWX being the one carrying a lot of that fandom from being that you know, the one world champion still left with the organization.
But how well he's been playing recently. I mean, I remember casting their last series. LWX getting caught out a little bit. It's funny that I was talking, you know, more about Hacker, who's come in. Now, we didn't start with Hacker there, Lyric, but he came in the last series, has been quite solid. And it was a really nice debut considering that Hacker is just not someone that we've talked about much in the last 2 years either.
He's had some really interesting opportunities. I think it was either last year, 2021, where I actually did a spreadsheet counting the amount of times he flashed over a wall to get an early gank off.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that. I love players that are willing to, you know, kind of take those big gambles looking for the play, and he's someone who's always willing to do that. And that's what we're going to want to see from him here again. We already highlighted potentially wanting to play a lot with care and find what you can on the dub. You're going to have push in the bot lane like you already see coming out from LWX and Lola, even if they are taking maybe a bit more damage than they would care for. But you're going to have a lot of prio to play with this hacker. So if there's one game where you have an opportunity to show what you can get done, it will be here in this game against IG.
Now, Gideon is on the bottom side of the map. Worth mentioning here, will be spotted out by Lola, who sends the hawk shot through, sees Gideon on red buff. And so they'll have a pretty good idea of where he's going to go. Hacker's now moving towards mid lane, trying to find an angle, but guess who's also there? And Gideon also spotted out too, so it looks a little bit dangerous as Dove with the level lead wants to try for something, but against the Jace Elise, Lyric, you already said this is how FPX want to play the game, and it would be on a silver platter. It's down in the bottom line. Meanwhile, Eel is burnt. Lola, bit of a lull in the end, but that summoner now down. A great trade from IG.
Yeah, Lola taking just such an unsubstantiated amount of like damage in this first few levels. Nearly how you want to play it right. Being able to get those W's off, get the damage down, and try to trade out with that range. But good job by On and Wink. We've talked about how they've been a really solid 2v2, despite the fact that they were the most questionable piece coming out from IG last year. And, you know, we kind of wondered, hey, why are IG sticking with them? But I really feel like they've shown us why coming into 2023. And despite the fact that FPX were the ones who started off with that first like few minutes of prio, IG actually the ones able to turn that around now. And it looks like Gideon should even be able to get both Scuttle Crabs.
He did that lane off of bullying. Hacker saw him. The mid push came through from Gideon alongside Dove, and as you nailed down, that double scuttle plus deep vision in the enemy jungle. Gideon has been great like this. He's been a really solid piece, and I think each week he's been getting more and more confident on this IG roster when he didn't really have expectations. As you said, IG in the early game so far so good. As Lola goes into brush, Arn just sees him there, sticks around, and gets quite a lot of gold here with a thanks to first strike, but it doesn't mean that Arn can't reset with no mana and half a HP bar.
So Lola gonna take a bit of damage, but I still think this is overall good for the side of FPX, making sure that recall doesn't go off. Hacker gonna be spotted, so if he did want to make any plays or path down towards that bottom lane to try to abuse that, he's gonna be able to now.
So Lyric, question for you before something happens down here is what IG are kind of playing towards, because you already told me FPX are going to play mid jungle. They play defensive towards bot. Is that just the answer?
Yeah, I think the counter ganks coming out from Gideon or just the hovering and matching where Hacker's been has been quite good. As Cocoon misses,
yeah,
so not going to be able to find that dive that they were really hoping to look for. We know at least such an incredible, you know, dive champion would have been able to pull it off quite easily, at least get some summoner spells out. But going back to IG's game plan, I think what they've been looking at early on has been quite good. Gideon knows that, sure, when you have Elise, if you can get on one target quickly, you can burst them out. But if you can match that gank and kind of prevent that from happening, Poppy just provides a lot in a lot of these early duels and skirmishes. So Gideon doing a nice job to slow down the tempo. The thing I question is once we get into the mid game, can they use this realm warp, close the distance, start getting On and Wink ahead enough to where they can really take over? Because they're such a short range comp, they want to brawl, they want to get in your face, and later on that can be very annoying, especially with the amount of PC that they have. Well,
but meanwhile, YSKM on the matchup I thought wasn't going to be too exciting, just says all out, time to go. Shallow who with a ghost down from that as well, but YSKM did match that, as all out is going to be going pretty much 0 out in the time being, and that ulti now down with Shallow who just hitting 6.
The potential dance was there, but sadly for YSKM, it's not Fiora, it's not Jax, it's not Irelia. So I don't think we're going to get to see that same level of volatility that just has been so fun to watch.
Sure.
But hey, FPX get a dragon. Let's go.
Hey, okay, well, good start considering what we talked about with bottom line.
I don't want to show bias, and it's YSKM's birthday, so you don't you weren't any bias anyway. Maybe you support a lad on his birthday, right? But
you do.
FPX is so dire in the standings right now. Just seeing them get the small wins is always nice.
There's only, you know, one LPL 2023 spring split. You get a birthday every year.
True. There's only one first dragon in the game. So,
True, and they got that too. So who's really winning today? It's a small gold lead as well for FPX, and that's coming off the back of the bottom lane as we saw before. As guess who's caught out? Gideon has to send up the shield. Of course, Hacker can't leap in, so he's able to run away. But as the saying lyric, bottom side, big lead right now for FPX. LWX and Lilla about 10 CS ahead, so things are going pretty well for now.
Seems like they've been able to get a lot of that off of stopping the recall coming out from on, but the bubble so huge. Once again, Lilla just having to burn that heal off of cooldown. I was going to say that FPX might have, you know, the CS lead in the spot lane matchup, but they haven't really been able to do anything with it. I don't believe they've really been able to chunk down turret at all. We've seen vision control has been squarely in IG's favor, and Hacker, he's been leaning a lot around the spot lane. It's been all about mid-bot. I mean, Gwen at least, not too many opportunities up in that lane, especially up against the Cassante, so I get it, but really not able to turn how much Hacker has really spent leaning around these lanes into anything so far.
And now Dove will have a Realm Warp as well. You talked a little bit about the pivot that could happen and, you know, playing patiently, building time for IG. Dove having that Realm Warp after that next back comes through as well is going to be pretty pivotal to how we see bot lane play out continuously as LWX is positioning for the ulti flash. But he doesn't throw it out. Arn still with a relentless pursuit. And they hold off on the trigger for now, especially with Lilla getting close to 6 lyric. There is going to be a lot of lockdown in this 2v2 that I think is quite relevant.
That's another thing I like about what FPX has is, I mean, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Chains of Corruption, Cocoon, just a lot of ways that if IG are trying to run you down, you can try and build that space between you. And then, you know, the cross map and the global plays that are going to come from it. But Gideon now, going to look for the game.
But he did relentless pursuit in. However, guess what? The laser beam's flying through. The flash is there, but Gideon says, g'day. First blood goes down, and that's a bit of a how you going with the white flag raised out by Arn. A cheeky little bugger as Hacker comes through, but blocked by Gideon. What a throw as the tidal wave is there. Hacker runs out the bubble again. LWX just resenting this bottom lane. Now with the jungle intervene, a 3 versus 1 Hacker gets onto one, but the flash for the buckler! Gideon! And guess what? He's surviving thanks to Wing. Invictus Gaming are Chads again.
I mean, great energy coming out from IG. Lola just consistently getting caught and punished from IG's bot lane from Gideon. And the fact that IG were able to, sure, they give one over, but they kill all 3 in the end. We're going to see here Gideon coming after finishing off those Krugs. FPX are the ones looking for the engage. Chains of Corruption went on to On, but Lola left in such a deep position, gets taken down immediately. And now FPX, they're hoping to turn this knowing some tools are down, like the ultimate from the side of On, but Wink able to hit 6, gets the tidal wave, and LWX forced the flash, but On able to follow up. Hacker does his best to turn it around. He's left in a position where I think it would have been pretty hard to run away in the end, but like you said, the buckler.
He flashed for the buckler, and it kept him alive.
If Hacker could have gotten one more, it wouldn't have been too bad, but 1 for 3 trade. Kills even spread across pretty nicely. Yeah. IG are going to be loving that.
And look, I mean, loving the play myself, but honestly, just loving the aggression that's come through. As I said in recent weeks, Gideon has really settled in. A great gank from the Poppy, but more importantly from Wink, hitting literally every ability. Now that bottom lane set up, and Lyric, we're talking about the CS advantage. I guess it has come back around again. To mention that, yeah, they haven't done much with it, but now IG actually have a bit of an equilibrium, I guess is the English I'm looking for.
We're going to see what they're able to do with it as Jack Show just finished by YSTM.
Realm Warp. Okay, Arrow does hit Dove, and that says a big no, but Arrow's still on a longer cooldown this earlier on. 15 seconds till Dragon.
Oh, and already having to burn the TP right back to mid lane after trying to look for the play. And we kind of saw both sides of what we were speculating about there, right? Trying to use the Realm Warp to close the distance, but having DCC tools to be able to shut them out. It won't really mean too much if FPX aren't able to start using these, you know, the range they have to generate a lead. They were able to at least find a plate on bot. We can see a plate almost taken down in the mid lane, but we are going to have to see a little bit more. Looks like they should be able to get this Dragon, though, because On is coming right from base, but Mythic, once again, already being picked up by another member of IG.
And look, YSCam no TP there, so can't join in the Dragon play means FPX get double, opening up in less than 12 minutes into this game. You're talking about Mythics there as well. Just note that Shallow, who has been able to climb towards his. We're getting LWX backing now too, so I'm expecting that Eclipse should be done too for his first item. So we are getting a lot of those Mythics available there, and I'm trying to look. Herald went down to who? Went up to Shallow, who actually? So that's triple objective now in this game, picked up by FPX.
Doing a nice job, Shallow, who, like we said, has consistently gone for this matchup. Hasn't turned into game wins, but he knows how to fare in this lane quite well. Gonna get punished by Gideon now.
There's a ghost. Let's do the flipendo right into the wall as well. Knocked up a second time, and fake Aurelia runs him down. It's a shutdown, actually, just from CS. That goes right to YSKM.
And Shallow, who sadly doesn't have TP to even manage to get back to lane. So Shallow, who gonna give over a nice bit of gold to YSKN. Exchange corruption.
And here's another one. Guess what, though? Arn doesn't stay still for very long. That's a shame. Arrow was close range, and now double ulti down with Hacker moving down as well.
We can also see on the minimap Care starting to make his way over, at least leaning down. It looks like they aren't going to commit in the end because, I mean, IG's bot lane would be able to get away if they so choose. But, man, Wing's skill shots have really been on point this game.
True.
Feels like he's consistently been out-trading, especially Lula on the opposing side. But, I mean, the bubbles just consistently connect.
God, it's just been, you know, masterclass from Wink on not an AD carry. It's just weird. I think at this point, not seeing him on an AD, or at least expecting it, but, you know, Wink has been a massive improvement this split. We said the same about Arn. We said the same about, you know, this bottom lane as a 2v2 overall. So I'm pretty excited to watch this mid-game play out because, Lyric, we are getting towards that third dragon, 3 minutes time. IG are already grouping up, even though nothing's available on the map right now. Looks like they're going to be switching around to clear out vision in River, and then maybe make something happen, but they're just a gang squad at this point.
They know their win condition quite well, having to work their way around the map as a unit. I even like that they've been putting focus towards this enemy side of the jungle. It's a Junior Crystal Arrow.
Okay,
nice
Wink,
response.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
that was an incredibly close arrow with no vision of, you know, Lula being right there looking for that play. So Wink holding it up, but this does open up a potential point of pressure for FPX and LWX because Chains of Corruption did just come up.
Oh, nice dodge for Cocoon, though. Meanwhile, as we shift to the left side of our screen. Remember, Chains of Corruption, you said, word just coming up, so flash burn from Gideon. That's double from IG, but they still want to go in. Gale Force and everything used on the Hacker. There's a culling as well. Realm will follow through. They just burnt flashes. Gideon says nope, over to the mid lane. And Care is suspended for 1,000,000 years. IG wanted to fight after getting caught out. What is this team?
Turning right on the member that was exposed and left by himself. Gonna lead to Scuttlecrab coming out. Dove's gonna get a wave pushed in mid. And it's been these small picks and these small opportunities, which is what IG picked things like the Rise 4 that are really coming to fruition for the team. Gonna go straight into the replay. I mean, things are looking pretty solid, right? IG are the ones being collapsed and pincered on, but after getting the flash, they opt to back out, unable to cover so much distance with the dash into the Gale Force. And then with Lula over the wall, Varus still incredibly far away. It just gives the opportunity for the pick, and yeah, he's just CC'd forever.
It's a bounce house. Care was not able to get out, you know. You'll remember you're a 6-year-old kid. I don't know how old you were when you first went into Bouncy Castle, but you're in there and it's a bit overwhelming. All the other kids have been in there before and they're bigger than you, and you're just flying everywhere, Lyric. You ever have this trauma? You know where I'm coming from? And you're stuck and you can't get out.
You know, I don't have that trauma, but I do have a similar trauma of which was going on a trampoline for the first time as a kid. And somehow jumping like way too hard that like I actually flew over the fence into my neighbor's yard and just landed on a bunch of giant rocks. I must have been like 5 years old. And after that, I just was like, yeah, trampolines, I'm done with these. I'm done.
It's a bit dangerous. Dude, the fact you're still alive after that, that's good. Yeah. You know, or maybe it made you tougher landing into a field of rocks.
I'm a lot like Care, you know. You might be down, but you're a survivor.
True. Well, as Arn goes towards mid, They're looking for yet another pick with Wink being at the center of this. Again, Gideon with a good dodge of the cocoon. There's the arrow. Can't block all of it. It's now Shallow who's in as well. Needlework will fly through against the wall. He'll die with it though. As now Wisecam separates Shallow. A great ultimate. But Shallow who's still with the dash. The last Needlework is used on the Dragon. Now in a 5 versus 4. No smite available in FPX. A beautiful play timing with no smite to contest their third Dragon.
No smites, and even like a lot of impactful ultimates down, right? Wisecam just used his on, just pulled out the culling, so not even gonna try and opt for any sort of like fight or, you know, potential like, we see a lot in LPL where you're like, hey, we know we can't take the Dragon, we're a man down, we're gonna posture, we're gonna hopefully find a pick off of this. Not able to do that either. Dub will just TP topside, get this wave pushed in, and generate a little bit of pressure for the side of IG. Care is going to answer, so Dove isn't going to commit. Looks like IG were wanting to get resets off to try to look for a play on Herald, but we're going to see here Gideon getting caught out. A lot of skill shots end up missing, but you just had so many different ways to lock an opponent down. It gives over the kill to the side of FPX, but like you pointed out, Shallow, who having a dash, is able to escape after Wisecam does go with that ulti, and now Hysterics will get fight number 2, maybe.
Well, it feels like we've had a little bit more than that, but right now IG looking for something on this map because objective-wise, Invictus Gaming have picked up zilch. No turret, no dragon, no herald. This will be number 1, and even FPX are looking to contest the back end of it as it's going down slowly. Smite will come through, and the gold value, very important here for this team, but Lyric, I'd still be happy as an FPX fan because you're looking at Soul, a Hextech Soul in 3 minutes 40 is needle. Well, no. Okay, not going to kill. But how much would you be smiling from ear to ear at this point, considering you're on Soul point?
It's huge, right? Because it just gives you a lot of wiggle room in terms of if at any point IG start up a Drake, and it comes down to like a 50-50, I mean, right, could be a flip of a coin you winning too. You have a lot more options. You're fine giving up Drakes at this point for things like pressure on Herald, to expanding to, I guess not expand, but find a gold lead because IG still are up in like topside, get wards down. So it just definitely alleviates a lot of pressure from your side and gives you more room to play the map.
And again, when they have more room, the team that has so much range. I'm excited to see the first damage come out. Speaking of room, this is double TP. Arrow not going to hit, but look here where Care is. Arrow will go down as Wink absorbs. Culling's out as well. There's a couple of abilities now down on cooldown as Barrier Heal was used in the mid lane. It looks like IG picked their battle, and they may have picked the right one.
Going to be able to guarantee that they get turret in mid lane. I also want to highlight for the side of FPX, right, where we're highlighting the range, but like LWX did go down hit build, so it's not going to be all about these arrows just flying at you and taking you down. A lot of the damage is going to be coming out from Care, who's, I mean, as Jace, you still want like a few more items under your belt before, I mean, those accelerated shock blasts start hitting for, you know, half health bars, but they will still have range to play with, but maybe won't be as, like, domineering as if we had that lethality Jace, the lethality bars coming through.
True. It was something when we looked at the comps, you know, we talked a lot about the range. I like that you managed to suss out that it's an on-hit build. Because on the other side, you know, we do have Gwinsus, but we're going up against a rapid fire cannon. We know that Arn is incredibly strong, especially with the Imperial Mandate. Nami, also want to point out that we've got a Shroud there on Gideon. So we ain't going for anything as a pure tank. We are going more supportive method here for Gideon to amp up his other members.
I also like it as well, just, you know, providing that support, because a lot of times you mostly see Poppy just outright not go for Mythic in a lot of games now. You'll go towards things like the Zone Plate and
Dead Man.
There we go. I was gonna say Force of Nature. That's true. That's the name of the magic this one. But so going for this early, gonna try and set up for his teammates to be able to, I think, have even just more burst and pick potential. We've already seen if On can get those dashes off. Now with the rapid fire cannon, he covers such an incredible amount of range himself, and he can just outright delete someone once he gets buffed up by Nami with the mandate support there.
So let's gear up for the 45-second fight, right? We're talking a lot about items. very relevant here. I want to bring out that Shadow Flame's just being fixed or finished by Jalahu on this Gwen. Force of Nature here for YSKM. What are you favoring? What's the setup look like here for FPX, and how do they manage to lock down this Sol?
I actually like what IG have done so far, because IG have control.
Okay.
For FPX, I would have liked to see them posture in mid a little bit sooner to try to give them an avenue into the river. Because you look at bot wave's not pushed out. That got shoved in by Dove. Mid lane, they didn't even go for a contest. So it's going to be really hard for FPX to try and find a way in. You're kind of hoping for one member to overstep, like On could potentially be doing right now in mid lane. You throw out your CC, you try and pick him off, and then you use that numbers advantage to force your way in.
But he's got everything, Lyric. I mean, still the flash available. They are able to poke him down, which is good. But IG, as you said, the setup, absolutely brilliant. Onto the objective first, they just need to take down. The smite does so as FPX coming in lane. Shock blast combination is there, but FPX will go no further. Invictus Gaming instead going to clear out the vision on their way back to mid lane and stop that dragon stacking that FPX were holding so strongly, as that's a safe realm warp just in case.
And FPX didn't even use that time to turn it into anything, right? They didn't get any vision on the top side, didn't push out their top wave, didn't answer back in bot. It feels like it was just wasted time from FPX. They're still hoping to find a pick, but it's not going to be given over.
Arn's going to send out the culling. There's a flash there. Gideon is forcing out summoners as Lola has to back off. Poke again, not going to be big because it's not a lethality bar. Shock blast is the damage Lyric talked about. It's doing something, but against the Nami, it's not going to be enough. As IG have forced them back, taken summoners, and FPX yet again looking for their opportunity. It is stymied, it is stifled, it is nothing, at least at the time being.
At least we are seeing that Care is getting more relevant, right? Before, Walking the Dragon did about like 40-45% of On's health bar with an accelerated shock blast. Once he gets Serelda's Grudge, that's going to be a huge tipping point as well, and that's when we're really going to see those hitting for maximum amounts of damage. But I feel like so far, after seeing what FPX, the lack of what they did around Dragon or like around the map in that time that IG had full control, kind of makes me lose even a bit more confidence. The good thing for them is they just have so many pick tools. Again, it just takes one misstep from IG to lead into something, but IG haven't had too many missteps so far, still up 3k gold.
So does it get more relevant or less relevant as time goes on? Because I want to know how FPX play the game as we start looking at Elders, you know, maybe second Baron if it gets to that stage. When IG are a little bit more tankier and have more items. Maybe a question for later if Arn goes too far forward. Tidal Wave is used. That was a close call. Arn had to cleanse and almost dies from going aggressive in the choke.
Once again, just constantly like FPX almost find the damage there to On. Still, FPX are also the ones who were forced away. They aren't able to follow up on that. But looking forward, like you're asking, I feel like the hard thing is FPX's comp really wants to, I'd say even at least be even in goal, but definitely be ahead, be able to contest those waves like we said. They're at a point now where I think they could have gone for that mid contest had they looked into it earlier, but they need to use that before IG are able to convert things like Realm Warp or just the advantage On has into any more kills. Or the fact that they have range and can look for these contests isn't even going to be relevant.
And as well, the Realm Warp you brought up in draft, still relevant again, how they play sides. You know, Dove is now a 2-item rise, fully stacked up on Rod of Ages and Seraph's Embrace. Level 16 on that rise as well, to worth mention. So we are getting to a point where IG are getting more comfortable in their boots as 2 minutes till that next dragon. Baron is sitting up there as well. And even though Shallow Ho's moved down to bottom side, look at IG, they're like, well, don't worry about it. We're going to threaten the Baron and go the other way.
Seems like Shallow is hoping someone would make their way bot to answer that wave, but yeah, IG, they don't care about it at all. They're going to play around where they have vision and try to force FPX in. Kind of like right now, both teams are trying to force the other one to make a misstep and come into them. Neither team has really given it over so far. IG have had some good sidesteps of the CC that FPX have put out. And FPX, I mean, with the amount of times that they had engaged and ended up picked off, it seems like they're being a lot more cautious, you know, now 26 minutes into the game.
Yeah, again, it's a sign of good play, at least from IG side, is Gideon crosses again. We are doing the dance with our emotional pants. And IG, as they get the Scuttle Crab, they've cleared out all the vision from Baron. Shallow, once again, going to be looking for this solo kill. Is onto Dove. Realm Warp will still be taken. There's no CC, but Care is dead. The FPX 4-4 are losing out as players. KM! It's Knockup City again. That bounce out looking so dangerous. I hate getting stunned in a bouncy castle or trampoline. Either way, it is hell.
And I just want to highlight On, because On's the one really putting out the damage in these fights, having things into very quick blades, able to just get off these abilities consistently and dash in. FPX going to look for the contest here.
Shallow who goes in. This is dangerous, but look at the low health bars on IG. They're getting poked down. Gideon could be up next. Rooted down, Wink with the bubble. It's a lure. And I ain't talking about a Pokemon version, as now IG have to pull off the Baron, but they got to pick off the back end of it. The fact that they survived and are still alive is testament to how this game is going as Arrow flies through. Lola trying to do it himself, but everyone lives.
This might open up Drake.
True, that's a good point. FPX have an opening, as you said, Lyric. It has to be a quick reset. Is a Hextech Rift, but can Gideon get there in time? 7K going to 6. He'll be there by himself, but again, only by himself as he needs teammates over the wall. Spotted out. Hex Flash already burnt. Doesn't have the real one. And Hextech Dragon in the window from FPX goes over.
Gideon didn't even have Smite, even if he had managed to get into the pit, which is a little bit tragic. But yeah, IG forcing the play, finding those picks, setting up for overall FPX good with that Drake. We're going to see a great stun coming out from Gideon, and then On, able to throw so much damage. YSKN following up with that ulti, but again, look at just how quickly his cooldowns come back up, saves the Gale Force, gets in there, and finds that pick off the back end. IG still do have a pretty solid gold lead. Is Dove.
Yeah, remember there's a Hextech Soul here, so get ready to run. The Shallow, who, remember, his TP is available, but he's been burnt down a little bit. His Dove is not in the fight either. 4 versus 4 around the Baron, and the Hextech Soul is going to add a little bit of poke. And the follow-up that FPX can utilize as well. This is going to be a 50-50. It's dangerous, but guess what? Hackers evaded the call. Is now into the pit at 3.5k. He might get in, but get in is low again. IG, the second time around with this Baron, that they've tried to hit it, and FPX have just said no.
Honestly, also kind of like rift advantage for FPX. It feels so good to be like Avaris, Jace, Ash on the red side, able to poke out from the safety of over that wall against a team that's contesting Baron. So FPX utilizing that. IG once again not able to get that Drake up. And now with Hextol, it feels like that really I was gonna say changes the dynamic, but that Lucian damage, still something you gotta put respect on.
Yeah, I mean, Arn has been doing that all game long, but the fact that he Eden almost killed Lola would look awesome if it was a successful kill, but at the very least, it threatens FPX off that tier 1 turret that Lyrics they haven't been able to get. In fact, if we look at the turrets they have been, it's only one tier 1 in the bottom side of the map.
No, so that's actually not the worst, because it means there's a lot of standing gold that makes the gold lead that IG have a little bit deceptive, right? Because top turret very close to going down, mid lane, like if they win a fight, there's just a lot of like structures that will be easy for them to take to equalize this. And we've seen them getting more comfortable with trying to kite out the potential engage and pick of IG. That's about IG trying to use the fact that they've had vision control this whole time. But once again, can FPX
the TP, the arrow's coming through, flipped away, but it was only Care. The jungler's still there as Hacker's knocked up into the pit.
Oh,
he gets it! Hacker Man to the rescue. Shallow, who's also taking a kill out on Wink as Hacker goes golden. To survive this long, he's still a detriment to his skill as Care has rejoined, now jumps on in. A double kill for Arn. Look at this Lucian. Look at Arn. Man, already with a triple kill. Flipping back to the quadrant. No, he's got to run for his life for Shallow, who's still the biggest threat. But Arn is the man who brings it back around after the steal of a century from good old Hacker.
It's Shallow who on one side, on the other, both trying to dominate these team fights for their teams. 8-1-3 on the Lucian. I still don't think you should look for the fight against Shallow. Shallow is just terrifying right now. His scoreline might not reflect it, but you saw no one wants to fight in this team fight. Care gets knocked out right away. We're going to see here how this all goes down. Smites come out, but Hacker is just a little bit better. Does end up going down, did commit everything to get into the pick, but at least Shallow finds one to start this off. I want to see how LWX goes down. He honestly just runs forward. A little bit overzealous because, I mean, Elise is very clearly going to go down once the steal comes out. He just runs and takes the full force of the culling. And then on, able to just dash around the fight, uses the flash to avoid just the tip of that snip coming through. And we're in a pause.
The crowd laughing. They're loving it. Absolutely loving it because they're like, well, after that fight, LWX just rage quits. No, of course, there is obviously some kind of connectivity issue on FPX's side. We'll let you know when that's been resolved, or you'll see the game pop up again. Any updates will be given as well. But what a game one. You know, we are so back and forth where FPX, through a couple of great plays, the Nile and the Baron and the pickup of the team fight, were able to get the Hextech goal. And then we come back to the Baron, and Gideon's ulti only hits Care, not Hacker, who has once again been playing some hell of a League of Legends as we're finally back into the game. And this team of FPX, Lyric, still got a good chance in this game, as they're not too far down on gold. That Soul I talked about was there before. And they do have Baron, I believe, on one of the members.
Like I said, when it comes to fights, we're looking at Shalahu, we're looking at On, and seeing which one can outperform. I feel like for FPX, it's still not really about the 5v5, it's about how much you can whittle them down beforehand. It seems like they got a little bit overzealous off the Baron steal and wanted to try to find that fight, which I get, right? There were some low health bars, Shalu found an early pick, but On, he's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. He's be playing.
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wisecan's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Zan cleans it up. Running away, he cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God, it was Jason Bourne.
The amount of DPS coming out from the members of IG is huge. Burst there from On. Dub gets in the back line. I don't believe they should be able to turn this into any sort of game-ending push, but they're going to get mid lane turret off of it. We have Elder coming up in less than a minute as well. They're going to be able to clear out some of this vision, get their own vision down, which is what it looks like Wink was angling for. And huge fight for IG. Flanks coming in, getting a little bit overzealous. Just gets bursted out so early on. But culling, just culling and nothing else, deletes Lola from the fight. Wisecan able to get a lot done on the front end, but look at Dub this whole time. Just kind of running it back and forth, getting the Qs off. Everyone is so enticed and charmed by how big the Lucian is. They go to take him down, and Dub just being like the silent assassin on the back half of that fight. Able to get out so much DPS. I mean, right now, IG, if they can close the gap and get the fight, Dub and On are just putting out way too much damage.
And if they close that gap, Lyric, they get Elder. And Wink will get credit. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 out of 17 kill participation. He has been off his chops this game. And I just had a barbecue for dinner. Honestly, the comparison is wild as IG now setting up to clear the vision, but FPX are looking for that pick. They've got a ward right over the wing as they go through with the enchanted Arabas onto Wisecam. Shalahu following this one up, but IG are nowhere nearby. So it is just an attempt at a pick with an arrow that only has a 30-second cooldown.
IG playing incredibly patient so far. Realm Warp is up, and all of On's gap closers are up. So other than this flash, which will be up in 30 seconds, but FPX might not give them that time as they're trying to just get this started right now.
Biggest question is that poke you mentioned, whittling IG down. Lyric already told you that's their goal. Wink is going to put a bit of a thorn in that though, as meanwhile Dub just goes towards mid as they're trying to hit down Elder. FPX are just going to be thwarted by Dub hitting mid, now ready for the Realm Warp is going to join on in. Baolan in the pit, excuse me, it's Gideon rather as the arrows head the tidal wave too. Lola flashes away, the culling is just such a threat. This Lucian is big in charge. As FPX continue to try to poke out this dragon, Lyric continues to be a bit of a jump start. The Shalahu is going to be spotted out on the flank. It's at 6k, the poke lands again. FPX are now looking for a flank, but Shalahu insists against it. And Dragon just says, who wants me? Who wants a piece of me? No one does at the moment as Arn gets poked out and we just keep dancing. Okay, wait, Arn! He flashes back in, back onto the Dragon. He's still alive now for the turn away. He dodges the arrow and the smite goes through. Arn with the biggest brain I've seen. Bigger than Megamind, and I love that movie. As IG have taken down the top lane in the meanwhile as well. 5 members stay standing. How did On live?
That was almost the biggest int I have seen. That could have completely turned the tables and given FPX the dragon and the fight. But it ends up working out for IG. They now have Elder. They still have that gold lead. We've seen them winning every fight. And wow, just so big that On's able to make it through. And honestly, one of the pivotal things was that IG and FPX were posturing long enough for On and Dove to get their flashes back up. Both of them didn't have flash before that standoff. They weren't on a very high cooldown. They get them back up. Most of FPX did have flashes down, so that ended up being the difference maker for On being able to get over that wall. Now IG gonna turn straight towards the Baron.
And there's no top laner available. Shallow who has TP, but no one nearby in the nick of time. And especially with Dove whittling this down. Baron's gonna go down. They've got the Elder too, that fighting tool that we all know and love that ends League of Legends games. Soul be damned on FPX with his poke comp. IG right now in the 5v5 lyric. Things are looking good now with the 6k gold lead at 37 minutes as they look to channel this Baron into some of those base turrets to finally break it down.
I think they're going to be able to quite easily as well. There's so much threat there from On and how aggressively he's been playing. We've seen Care still having some good damage that he's able to put off, but with Nami Sustain coming in right behind On, he's not feeling too bothered to take some of this up.
Gideon's ulti will only send them back a small distance, but still it's feigned out as Wire's Cam takes the fruit of the poke. Arm steps up, that range massive as Elder still there for 35 seconds. Top left, guys, it's not the spawn. It is actually the buff here. As into the turret. One Nexus turret's going to be remaining shortly. The poke will be enough as Gideon with the ulti yet again thrown out, faked out as IG takes so much damage. Shallow who a huge shredded Dove flashes on in. Wants this to end right here. Into the air hacker goes, but now there's no Nexus turret. Culling to get the burst out. LPX is blasted with the bigger 80 difference. Look at him go! I told you, Jesus Christ! It is Jason Bourne!
Huge performance from IG, and as we get more games under their belt, I feel like we get more answers on how this team will do as the season goes on. We were saying, hey, you know, maybe TT showed the formula, banning out top lane, not being able to snowball through ISKM, but this bot lane time and time again showing how reliable that they are to be able to play through. Gideon as well, and what he was able to do early on in the game was pretty substantial for the side of IG.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, your picture caught me off guard. I'm the only one who gets a camera, apparently. That's your thinking face about FPX.
My camera just randomly decides to crash, and I can't reset it without, just getting off the broadcast completely. So, we're just going to hang out like this.
Rough times ahead, but look, that's what I'll say about FPX. We got into those 5v5s. Hexol was there. It was a barn burner, but really struggling to see, I guess, pathways in Lyric. Every time some of this CC was launched, IG always had that kind of counterpunch. And the fact that they won some of those 5v5s, I think, came down to individual skill. I don't know if there's much more to it than that, but there was a lot of individual skill flared.
Oh, agreed. And I mean, On and Wink, I think, tremendous performance.
Yeah.
Especially punishing the FPX bot lane, which, people who were watching last year and remember how good the FPX bot lane could be. It's a different beast,
and
right?
how bad
Losing
the IG
Hung.
bottom lane could be.
yeah, kind of the role reversal, but also IG losing out on Hung and getting Lula, who just doesn't have that same breadth of experience, is nowhere near as aggressive. And we saw a lot of mistakes were punished. Lula Elva's mistakes punished by On and Wink, as well as, huge moment. Huge when we can look at this IG team, and we had some of those performances earlier on. I'm thinking back to some of their games against RNG and EDG where On and Wink did show up and did have massive performances. But as we go on and we see them time and time again able to carry games, it only gives you more confidence in this IG team being able to hold this momentum and not be a team that just fizzles out as the split goes on. So great by them. Dove might not have been the most pivotal in terms of some of the realm warps and stuff we saw in this game, but later on when On did go down, he was the one able to dish out the damage, at least in meaningful moments. And when we look at FPX, all of your hope was pretty much on Shalahu for a majority of that game to like zone people out of those fights. And sure, Care might have the highest damage, but a lot of that being put out, you know, from afar, from one screen away, so it kind of makes sense that he's going to be that one. But it really felt like Shalahu was the one who was trying his hardest to make something happen for Fun Plus Phoenix.
True, had a really solid lane, and we saw some of those team fights as well, was able to just annihilate. Lyrica's having a giggle because 46% of the team's damage was done by Arn on this Lucian. We know who MVP is, guys. Even though it's, you know, that duo lane, either one of them could deserve it. We're going to go to a break, recoup, see what FPX has for us in Game 2, or if IG can continue this train and keep putting Cole in for another 2-0.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shakes denies the Penta, denies TT!
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry harder? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
One has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate Guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! CS3!
3v1! It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that boss. Stroll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganavi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, but I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. We're walking on water. We're walking on water. Fires my head, calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
FPX 상대로 준비를 하는 거는 이 팀 저 팀 상대로 딱히 그 팀마다 준비를 하는 거라기보다는 그냥 저희가 할 거를 이제 준비를 항상 저희는 하기 때문에 그냥 해오던 대로 하면 뭐 그렇게 어렵진 않을 것 같습니다.
I love the attitude of Gideon there. As long as we do our own things best, there will be no problems.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's been IG to a T so far, Lyric. What they've done is they've been aggressive. They have gone for moves that I don't think any other team, maybe like old Top Esports, old IG, would go for. And they have definitely done their own things best. As I think you could say the same for Arn in game number 1, getting MVP.
100%. I mean, On was just such a terror. They were dominating in that 2v2. He was taking over the mid game. I loved his willingness to play so far forward, to look for those opportunities, to dash, to gale force in, knowing he had the support of his team behind him, the heals coming in from Link, the tidal waves, the CC. It was all there to enable this guy to just play as loose as he wanted. And my God, did FPX pay for it.
They really did it again through bot. That's how the game started off. Just a side note before we go into the game itself. I think the individual kill record is, what, 17 or something in the LPL, or even 16? He was on 15 kills in that game. So
Is it
that's
really
just the
that
level
low?
of dominance. I think it was 16 or 17, because I think it was Bo and Olaf who ended up getting it on one of those numbers. So the fact that that low, he got 15 kills though. So many.
But that is a ton of kills. But
True.
we've also just had a lot of, like, over the years, top teams shutting out bottom teams. And if you told me someone had like 30 kills, I would have been like, yeah, you know what? Sounds like an LPL scoreline.
True.
But,
I mean, again, it's a dominance,
it's
right?
still
And, like, it started from the early game, and what we saw is, I think you just said quite nicely, Arn's ability to go in knowing his team was backing him up. It was this confidence that came through that made him so successful.
Yeah, and I just love it. I love seeing, again, things like the Navori Quick Blades, these types of items, being able to go in, get out so incredibly fast.
Yeah.
And just keep running forward. That was really the story of On in that game. And like I said, the more we get to see this, the more it's like, cool. IG, whether it's playing through top when YSKM gets these carries, or maybe not even playing through, but him taking over a game, or playing through bot and On and Wink just being so superb to watch in the 2v2. I love seeing the amount of like options that they're able to have in game in terms of members stepping up and getting the dove kind of being that glue that brings it together. The two imports coming over from the LCK. Now with FPX on blue side, they're going to be the ones forced to change things up. You can already see that in their bans. Game 1, it was 3 bans, all spent towards YSKM now.
True.
After On's performance, having to take away that Lucian.
Yeah, so rightly so as well. The Ashe even respected. So maybe it is something like a Lucian, not Lucian Nami, sorry, but I was going to say something like the Zeri. That's also banned away by IG. Lyric, priority for FPX here, is it returning to something like the Virus?
I wonder, especially if Yuumi goes through it, if they just opt into taking Yuumi and going with Sivir instead, because that really has been the IG way. I'd like the Varus to come out. I think it has been just so incredibly strong, and we haven't really seen as much success coming out in the play Sivir Yuumi, try and have more of an impact later on. But looks like for FPX, they might be going back to comfort. Not comfort, they might be taking away comfort from Gideon, but just going straight towards this Maokai.
And one for Hacker that, again, we wouldn't look towards. Hacker's already played things like the Lee Sin, the Wukong. Last game it was the Elise, where he had some pretty good moments as well. This time around, something a bit more solid and meta heavy, where for IG, we question what was coming in that bottom lane. Now, the Virus was picked up early by FPX in game number 1. IG might just be attempting to try and do a steal, but Lyric, we know with this bottom lane that Wink has already played this support. So, not necessarily an 80 carry Virus.
No, it's a flex, and you even have just a lot of things that can still go up with it, right? Heimerdinger still being the thing that jumps to mind of being there if they did want to keep the Varus in that 80 carry role. But like we said, Wink's played everything. He's played, 9 different champions so far, has games on Heimer, has games on, Varus support, the Ashe, the Lulu, Misfortune, Blitzcrank. This guy really feels like he's just able to pull out anything to fit the situation. While for FPX, they're not even gonna think about their bot lane just yet. It seems like they're hoping they'll get to see what IG are going for to get themselves in a more comfortable position, and then just will go straight for their top side. Gonna keep care on that. Jace was putting up big damage, but wasn't really finding, huge impact in the same way that, maybe not a fair comparison, but like what we saw Knight's Jace doing in just the other day.
Hard to compare those
Still
two.
very much a newer player in the LPL, even if he has been around for a little bit, but Still trying to find where he fits in. And again, superb players show things like the Ari like we saw last year, but completely different meta coming into 2023.
Yeah, it really is. And that's why for Shala, who, you know, you talk about the meta, getting him on something comfort that he's been playing a lot that also fits into that category is great. While on IG side, it is going to be an 80 carry Varus this time around, guys. So sorry to get you disappointed. Means Wink is going on the Heimerdinger while they start banning away some supports themselves. The Yuumi taken away, considering there's no bottom lane for FPX here, Lyric. And I'm curious, do you start attacking things like the Sivir you mentioned, the Caitlyn actually, taken away instead, and a lot of options now removed from FPX's hands?
I'm curious to see where they want to go with top lane. Well, you've already said things like the Fiora are there.
Oh, yeah.
You even have Camille, which hasn't really been something that we've seen picked into the Cassante all too much, but I remember Bin did it, and Bin was able to find a win. I believe Ultra Prime did it against FPX as well, so could also be something that you're looking at, but yeah. Oh, actually, Fiora taken off the table, so really that, the Camille being the only known YSKM champion still up. I don't know if he'd feel comfortable going towards something like a Gwen himself. But no, will just be that standard YSKM Camille coming on through.
Lyric, you should know by now. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but you should know by now that that YSKM doesn't shy away. You know, something like a Gwen, like something on the edge. No, goes full into the Camille. The melee matchup for the Sejuani going to be fun as well. We get FPX to resolve their bottom lane with something a little bit more standard, without the Yuumi, of course, for Lola to run onto something like the Karma. Now, is it going to be about top lane for IG? You know, sources point to yes.
You know, I think it'll still be probably pretty bot lane centered game.
Oh, you reckon?
In fact, we have things like the Heimerdinger and just the amount of very squishy bottom lanes. They're both going to be contesting for push. You'll have those opportunities there in top side, especially with the melee with Sejuani there. Once we hit level 6, it is like a guaranteed gank. Like whether it's coming through lane with the Glacial Prison with Sejuani, you're starting it off with the Hextech Ultimatum. Like there are ways to get those kills stopped. But I like IG's draft because it has the options available to be able to like Gideon will have space to play around both of his side lanes and you know, given moments of when they have pressure with the wave. So we're looking at FPX. They're gonna have a decent ability to look for some team fights later on. A solid amount of like DPS. They have mixed damager coming out with the Maokai. They can contest wave, push, and bot. But a lot of my questions are still gonna be about if they can get some pressure in these lanes, especially mid, like they did have for a large part of last game. Can they do anything with it? Because they weren't able to find any opportunities onto Dove, and now with Dove being on something like the Azir, which is even safer than the Rise, it will be even harder this time around.
Yeah, it was a CS lead from Care, not much more. Some of the poke damage came out, but again, not much more in total. So for FPX, let's see what comes of this mid lane. Let's see what comes of their team fights, Lyric, if they can get to that point. YSKM has been a danger on this Camille, not only in the LPL so far, but even in the PCS when I was casting him on Frank Esports, that man was played to like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is playing the Scorpion. Lead role, superstar, you know that this guy is going to win out in the end. And if you give him enough resources, aka money, budget, then you know he's going to do a good job. So for YSKM, seeing him on Camille again is just a blessing. You know, let's see if it acts like that in game.
I was gonna say the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson point could go two ways. It could be like the Scorpion King or WWE, or it could be like Black Adam, where it feels like he's in the keys to the castle, and then you find out, well, you know, Black Adam just not. You know, the DCU gonna reboot the whole.
Is that finished? Is it? I didn't even get to watch it.
You know, that's why I'm not spoiling the movie, but yeah, the DC like cinematic universe is just being pretty much completely rebooted. They are leaving some things, but James Gunn, the guy who did Guardians of the Galaxy at the helm of that, as well as the guy who, I don't know if it's directed or wrote Shazam, is also, like, they're like co-heads of the new DC cinematic world.
Right, okay. Well, I have to be honest, I stopped with superhero movies after, I think, I watched Eternals after Endgame, and
but
I
did you
was
stop
like...
with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? Apparently you did if you haven't seen Black Adam.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't start with him. To be fair, though, he's just one of the best actors because... Why is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson the best actor? I don't know.
The thing is, he's really good at being Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, right?
He is.
And you just like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, so...
Well, that's rough. Oh, good dodge from Dove. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we come back to live and Care just takes the brunt of the trade. Now, Lyric, you did talk about mid lane being fun for Care and probably being an advantage that FPX can play towards.
Yeah, should be a lane where he is able to maintain pressure, and you know, whether it's like playing to him or not, like we said, because especially looking for IG, setting up their Camille top side or playing around the fact that they push in bot, even just Care using this pressure, leaning more heavily with Hacker and then trying to set up more of his sides than he was last time around. I know Jay's typically used as that mid laner to get pressure, take down plates, or like invade the enemy jungle with your own jungle. But at least seeing him have an impact with the fact that he will have pressure in this matchup, I think is one of the things we need to see come from game 1 into game 2, as well as FPX's bot lane just not getting destroyed. Whether they lose because he has to get pushed in, that's one thing, but not giving over the same amount of kills and confidence that they did on like they did in game 1.
Ooh, spotted. Okay, Care knows he's there. Gideon is walking into a trap if he goes to this Arctic Assault gang. Hacker now off on the left wing. You can see he's positioning with a sapling, trying to watch for that reposition, but they still know that Gideon's in the brush because the ward hasn't seen him exit. So wasting a bit of time here is Care, getting the jungler's full attention while Gideon now departs. Sapling going to see him in the end. And that's good information gain, played by FPX.
Great, and I mean, it's going to be even bigger if they don't know that the ward's there. Looks like maybe clearing it out now. Yep. Did just take that one away, and gonna wait in this river brush on top side, see if Hacker will walk out to try to contest that scuttle. Feeling comfortable because he now has Prio and mid to play with after Care to back off for, you know, 30 seconds with the threat of Gideon's lead. Looks like Shalhoub's just gonna be focused on his own wave state, so not gonna have any opportunity for him to roam down and maybe try to use top lane Prio to outweigh the pressure that Dove has in mid.
Nothing he can do is YSKM actually feeling pretty good in it for now. Trade's getting a little bit better. As for the early game so far, we've just had junglers look eye to eye to each other. It's not been romantic, it's been more of a dangerous thing. As there is a small CS lead for Hacker in the Malka.
It's been dangerous?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a tree and a pig. It's nature fighting back. I feel like
hope it's a little bit romantic. Valentine's Day coming up. Hacker and Gideon can be like friends, you know.
Well, I hope my partner's not watching this.
Buddies later.
Because I love that reminder. I was aware Valentine's Day was coming up. However, God, I wish we had more people in the call, Lyric. You know, you're a good source, but I need opinions. I'm not sure what I should do. I'm a bit lost now. What should I do about Valentine's Day?
Look, I have a few suggestions, but they shouldn't be given up here. Gideon
maybe not here.
One angling towards mid.
Maybe I should get her a mid gank.
Care.
Oh my God, yes! If it's like a jungle gank like that, burning the flash, everyone would be happy. Care's going to be down the summoner, and he just TP'd the lane as well, so nice gank.
Yeah, so gonna keep that pressure going full floor. We kind of guessed where Gideon would put his attention to, right? We kind of highlighted like top lane, especially with that level 6 mark. You have pressure bot that you can play on if you just want to set a vision and make sure they're fine. Didn't really talk much about mid, but with how much Care is pushing in this lane, Gideon has really been putting an emphasis on setting in behind and maybe not even giving Care the opportunities to use the pressure that he has available to him. Still will be able to force Dove out of lane, get this wave pushed in. Dove doesn't have CP to catch this one, but overall nice amount of pressure being put by Care, and sure, IG have done a lot to hold him down, but it's still not going to stop him from forcing Dove out of lane.
And so I want to talk, you know, a little bit outside of mid now then, because if Care's still going to be a threat, I want to talk about bottom lane being a threat, because Arn is going lethality. We know the Heimerdinger in lane is... When have I never wanted to talk about YSKM? The answer is, of course, never is. Unstoppable for the time being. This counter game is going to be huge. Arctic Assault's in. Remember, double melee for the top laner, but they need to get the permafrost. They get it. First blood. Now for Hacker relying on the sapling. YSKM gets fought back, flashes in. He's alive! The boy who lived. It must be Potter up in that top lane.
The second the Hextech ultimatum comes online, they go for it. I thought maybe YSK was going to be a bit too early on the play, but still, Gideon gets there just in time with Hacker looking for the counter gank. They opted in, and they paid the price. We're going to see here huge wave pushing into Shalhoub. Hextech ultimatum comes out, has the passive shield to be able to nullify some of the damage. And this is where I thought, oh my god, maybe it might turn around, not able to connect with the Q. But actually, it looks like Hacker's knockback kind of helped YSKM get a little bit closer. Gideon was able to get a little bit more damage off. And the flash comes out from Hacker. Still had the little spin of the flail there to make sure the kill goes through. Hacker tries to dodge out with the twisted advance, but that means nothing. You're just going straight to Hero Doom.
Dude,
Sad that YSKM wasn't able to get either kill, but still, nice goal to be sitting on the Sejuani.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what is it with IG's early game and just turning about plays? We saw it in game 1, bottom lane, the 3v3 was so clutch coming through from Wink. Game 2, YSKM helping out as now with the stun, uses the cleanse on LWX who didn't have the spell shield available. And Lyric, it's like these early games just set up IG to have flowing momentum for the rest of the game.
I love that you're just hitting on early game holistically because like we have a bit of a CS advantage in mid because of all the pressure Gideon was putting there earlier. Huge CS advantage in bot from the matchup. YSKM is down quite a bit in top lane. I bet he has a pretty sizable wave to catch right now to at least, you know, bring that a bit more in terms of touch distance. What? Wink with the skill shots. It's just beautiful. Grenade gets the stun. Kill comes through. Man, IG's bot lane has been styling on FPX's game.
How? They were one of the worst in the LPL, and now it's going wrong in the top lane to get a Shallow who has to use all out, but he wants to get on out. However, YSKM has a Hex Tech ultimatum. He's cutting shapes on the dance floor. His first kill here of the game, Lyric, and Shallow who getting bullied to open up number 2.
Shallow getting bullied. Harold's gonna go over bot lane. I just imagine like Wink angrily sitting there last year of like, why is it not his first Leona every single game? Where's my chance to show my stuff? Finally gets it this year. Hacker gonna try and show his stuff up on this Herald, but my dude, your mid laner is recalled, your top laner is walking the base. You have no right walking into this river. You are lucky that Gideon didn't just destroy you.
Dude, LWX fighting rough here, Lyric. Oh, he's having a hard time with it.
There is no better way to go over that replay. I feel like everyone vicariously lived through you in that moment. Was Gideon gonna be forced out, but I mean, your Q just got Maokai ultimate traded, so huge win for the side of IG. And look at this, almost a 3K gold lead in the 9-minute mark. They're winning in bot. I mean, Dog has been in penetrating force in mid. They're just keeping this up.
Here we go.
Though,
turn around.
way down bot now.
There is a flash away with a heal burn as well from Wing. Big super mega death turret is firing away at Lola, but FPX only take half their HP in return for some ultis and taking some summoners. Lola running into turret, so hang on. Meanwhile, Rift Herald and the boys returning top.
I mean, I don't even know what they could do. You look at it, no sums up for shot, like no ghost, no ultimate there. Maokai already used his ultimate, as we saw earlier, when Gideon forced his way in. He's just gonna let the charge go through. He's gonna try and get, doesn't try.
Got it.
He succeeds. Hacker does it.
Yeah. And now the soccer ball sapling is going to try and help with the flash through. The ulti burned early. Gideon in a lot of trouble here. FPX, this is your time as Care is waiting. He's just waiting for the flash, but he's out of range. Care was thinking he's going one way, but Gideon the other.
I mean, overall, this nice gamble from Care Stand, right? I mean,
true.
You just have to hope he jumps in front of you and then you knock him right back over the wall. He has no hope of going anywhere. And at the end of the day, you get a flash, you get a Sejuani ultimate, and you're gonna be able to take
doing it again.
IG just started out with the top side.
And Hacker's just chilled here for the time being. TV coming up as YSKM's damage with Divine Thunder is massive. Hacker taking the brunt of the damage as this duo's too much, but Shallow who says nope. I'm coming back in. Big shutdown here for the man who desperately needed for the hook shot, wall shot on the edge of infinity. Dove now coming through for the rain. Flashes forward as YSKM's in a bit of trouble, but he backflips. It's Tony Hawk now in the top lane who once again lives on. Dove needs the range. One more auto cares coming in, but now he's dead. It goes from bad to worse to rubbish to horrible to unwinnable now. For FPX's ulta burned in the bottom lane and Invictus Gaming 6-1. 3,500 gold. This team is scary.
IG are just completely dominating Dove, like you said, being Tony Hawk. I watched the interview where Tony Hawk said he got his first $1 million check from those skateboard games. Tried to take it to an ATM. You can't put $1 million check in an ATM, people. That's what IG haven't done. IG actually just went straight to the bank telling this game they have their $1 million. And so we're going to see here, just paying off so much with the attention being put up towards topside. They go straight for Hacker, who's just so squishy. Sure, Gideon does get taken down after the ultimate comes down from Shalahu, but YSK is waiting for his E to come up, goes in with it. Hacker is going to get taken down with Dove, able to follow up, and with the Emperor's Divide still online. Wait!
We're partying yet again. Here we go. The Ents go marching one by one. Hurrah to Dove, who comes in. And Care just beaten down in a chokeheimer. Ding dong. What's that? It's the doorbell again. But every time FPX open the door, they just keep dying. 7-1. Let that sink in. You've got a dragon as well. IG are brutalizing with these skirmishes.
Always great to have IG on the Rift and see what they're gonna bring out. See what sick moves they're gonna give us today. As FPX have just collapsed coming into game 2, not able to keep anything together, any semblance of pressure. A lot of that coming down to Gideon in that early game, right? Constantly hovering around mid, not allowing Care to assert any pressure. FPX's ball lane have just been so outclassed today by the side of IG. And I mean, with the tools that you have on IG's top side, you hit those level 6 marks, you're just consistently ganking. Just overall, it's like the combination of how they're playing the game plan, as well as just the strength of IG's players are really sealing the deal on this series.
And it's really hard to talk about FPX. I think that's what we've noticed in IG's beatdowns before, is it's hard to talk about the other team because IG are taking these trades which look dangerous, which look very eventful, but end up being clutch. For the side of FPX, Lyric, you can see that they're trying to match. Topside match was the biggest thing here for Hacker in this early game, but then there's other lanes that are going bad. Even if topside went so well, Care wasn't winning out that hard in mid. Bot was losing out massively. And then Gideon just never gives up. Gideon never gives up. He's back again. So even if bot and mid are going well, FPX might hope that something gets done. Shallow, who goes on an adventure, but unlike Bilbo Baggins, it doesn't end in a happy story. Instead, IG are going to get control of this jungle, give Dub more priority, and Lyric an ulti burn so that he has to play it cautious now in this top lane.
And right, it was a trade-off, because you look, Hacker is up a tremendous amount of CS on him, but what Gideon's been able to get done has just completely outweighed that. Turret taken in mid lane now by the side of IG, so going to open up the map. Actually, not mid lane, sorry, that was in bot. Mid lane is incredibly close to being taken down, so IG just going to have to dedicate a few members over here. You know, if you get bot away pushed out, you bring your AD carry over, this will go down. And it's just gonna completely snowball from there with the amount of attention and vision that IG are also keeping up on this half map.
Helped with Heimerdinger turrets as well. You know, Wink has been putting them everywhere as he roams across. He's got a Rylai's now as well, so it helps out massively. His teleport's going to be burned by YSKM, who's just picked up a tier match in that last back. And as Hacker tries to pop his head in, IG are hoping for the moment where they can find yet another skirmish. But Hacker's going to play it safe this time around, Lyric. Nothing really up except for his jungle camps. No Dragon to get in response, while IG just cement themselves with more dominance with topside to add to that list as well.
Sitting on 2 items now. Sure, again, might be cheaper items. So the strong point, YSKM, item and a half. Like, these guys are very quickly finding themselves ahead of their counterparts. I just said it, the gold lead's huge. IG get to do whatever they want at this point in time. They have tools to engage, they have tools to poke, like, they have a bit of everything with the composition they picked up.
Run! 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 Oh, he's dead. Okay, well, ambulance tried to get... It's like someone picked up the phone, and 2 minutes later, unfortunately, they were pronounced dead at the scene. IG now with a Herald as well. Caught out, getting that vision you talked about, Lyric. IG have been so clean at setting up some of these neutrals. Now it's going to net even more as ulti's burned at the mid lane. Hacker goes for the twisted advance, but he's going to regret that. Has to flash away. Arm doesn't have the ulti, but he does have the poke damage here with 2 items completed, and the Herald even getting a second charge. From bad to worse, yet again that statement can be reused for that latest play.
Oh, FPX. You know, there are silver linings. Silver linings,
Yeah,
like,
what
you
is
know,
it?
not having to hear anyone say, like, the Phoenix rises again. Not to call you out, but, you know.
No,
like,
I did
hear-
like the Phoenix, right? I do like Phoenixes. So that is fair.
Phoenixes are pretty cool, but, you know, when FPX are winning, it just becomes very easy to talk about Phoenixes quite a bit. When IG are winning, I don't know. I don't even know what their logo really is. I never have. So there's nothing to talk.
It's like, it's an information booth. You know, you go to Westfield, any Aussies out there, you go to Westfield, and it's the exact same symbol as, you know what? FPX might need some information. How does Shallow Who survive this? Well, he might have to ulti out. However, is he already dead? One more uppercut again. Pro Skater 6, YSCam gets bullied down to get the kill, but he still gets it. As LWX comes on in, Boomerang Blade doesn't hit, Dez on the hunt. The reverse here as Nature's Grass helps out Hacker, doing a lot of damage with the saplings. And LWX flashing on in to Gideon. Helped out by Arn, no question mark. Ulti back, reverse, cleanse there, the bouncing bomb, Wink comes on in, saves his 80 carry. These guys are true bros, and even though it looked close to FPX, even though it looked like an opening, IG flipped it again.
IG are just going to be able to keep this going. Look at the minimap, though. Care might be angling for an assassination attempt on Dove.
Oh, yeah?
Nope.
Lyric,
Not coming
I was
today.
more worried about Wink assassinating Lola behind that inner turret at the top side.
No, I want to see this. Now the roles have reversed. Dove actually going to look for Care. But we're going to stabilize. We're going to get some recalls. Dragon's up, so you know IG are just going to go pick that one up for freeze. Hey, we actually get a replay of Shala, who he's pushing out the wave, right? YSCam coming from River. He has no chance of making it out. And the other members of FPX, sometimes you just gotta let a brother in arms just go down and face the consequences of his actions, which are thinking that he gets to exist on Summoner's Rift. Sure, I mean, IG find one, but they're just buying more time for the cavalry to come in. It doesn't matter if Link's support, he still puts a big damage right now. You're giving on space to get into the fight. And yeah, this just isn't your Rift, FPX.
Uh-oh. Yeah, with Chain Corruption especially, look at this. Everybody in the ground pound. Invictus Gaming are going to nail down this 2-0. There's no doubt about it. There never was, really. At this point, we got 5 minutes in and knew this one felt like an FPX doomsday. We've got a 10k gold lead brewing as well, 9k to be specific, but at 19 minutes into the game, FPX is struggling to get a pick as even the damage on Arn is big, but look, he wants to come back in! He's walking up with no HP. No fear of Shallow, who goes over a journey. That's a big one as YSCam re-engages, tries to survive. He is alive! The pros come out. Invictus Gaming, 5-1 is their new reality.
IG just keep taking the LPL by storm match after match. Even in their one loss to TT, still went to 3 games, still was an incredibly close series. Like, IG just have been a team that have been so hard to shake for anyone in the LPL so far. Beautiful scorelines across the board. As we're going to see YSCam making it look like he's going to bail out, baits Karen, gets the stun, and the floodgates open with all members of IG just running down. As, I mean, Shallow, who finds a good ult. I mean, it's great. He brings YSKM in, but still not enough damage. Sadly, there, the fog of war enough to prevent the kill, and the damage from YSKM enough to finish it off. Now, Baron is finally up because we've gotten past the 20-minute mark. So now, for IG, they might be able to transition this into a neutral objective that can more solidly let them just, end out the game and not just sit on 10k gold for, another 5-10 minutes.
Well, 11,000 Lyric at this point as well. IG in 21 minutes, that Baron that spawned a minute ago. As you were saying, looks like a very viable option. But they're looking for the pick instead. Arn going to take a bit of damage as we see that Hacker is still somewhat relevant. But looking for the inner turret towards top side. Bot side as well as YSCam continues to push in with Care hovering around. But FPX just can't catch a break. They're going to move, they're going to spread thin, and IG just won't let them get that pick that they so desperately want.
Look, I just want IG to flip it. Just go to Baron.
Will
get
it be
the
a
flips
flip
going. Exactly. Is it really a flip? I feel like IG just start a fight if they want. They just win. They kill everybody. So go for the Baron, bring FPX in. If the Baron starts getting too low and FPX are close, get off that Baron. Just kill them all. They're going to look now as they force Maokai ult out.
And the TP as well. Cameraman zooms in like, oh, that person's about to die. And it could be Kara's hackers in into the pit. No steal, though. A close call to say the least. It's Shallow who made his way in as well on the dump. But he goes flying. Ults out LWX. This guy playing Tokyo Drift, it seems, as now YSM flies through. The birthday boy is still popping off. This is a very special day for him because not only does he kick some ass on his way out, but he also moves Invictus Gaming up to 5-1. It has been a hell of a long time since I have seen IG in a position of power. But let me tell you one thing. This team that has won World Championship before in 2018 has been down in the dumps for a bit. But with this new roster, Lyric, I think they can do it. But can they end the game here? What do you think?
No. I'm going to go with no, but maybe FPX just run into them. They
I bet they do it.
engages.
Chains of Corruption do come through. Hacker gets
FPX
beaten
might do
down.
it.
They've got Baron. I mean, IG would do it. You'd look at them as Arn tries to poke down, but as everything misses, as the mana bar flies through, Arn responds with a flash now onto Care. Gideon's thinking about it. That ultimate almost up and available. Nature's Grasp there as well, flies through. A wham bam, but no thank you, ma'am, as Hacker and Care have to get out. Look at their health bars. Lolo flashes away as well. IG were like, no, we're going to peace out. But with the Baron still coming through with a poke of their own, this team just never says no. They always look for the next opportunity as FPX were looking for their second series win. But IG now at death's door for them. Running through Shallow who trying to make the engage, playing on low health bars. IG finally thinking maybe this time we get out.
FPX still going to keep chasing them down. They're like no leeway in this game. They're hoping to find something, but once again, forced out by the poke coming out from IG. Dragon coming up in 2 seconds. But we just got to keep it real. This Dragon, for either side, feels like it means nothing. IG just going to go for the base, go for the push. They're going to be able to get it. As FPX Hacker tries to go in, Smite does come out, but not able to guarantee Baron coming through. I love that IG, they did just flip it in the end. They didn't even try to disengage, just go for the fight. They wanted the Baron, but when you're this far ahead, even if they just brought them in and FPX were able to steal it, just 5 more times, Gideon.
Yeah, under Lolo this time around. Look, Dub follows through as well. Arn flies through. Even though this game we haven't talked about it much, he's still been the player of the series to watch. As IG, I said it before and I'll say it again, as they look for the final kills here in this game. This team dismantled FPX. It wasn't even close in this second game. In game one, it was brutal as well. Invictus Gaming, I think I can say it now, Lyric. They're back.
2020 was the last time IG was a dominant team. People might revise history a little bit with their playoff runs, because those weren't good. But first in spring regular season 2020, third in summer regular season. This IG looking to reach those same heights and hopefully go further. Because that IG team, which people not look highly on, did fall in playoffs both times. Did not end up going to Worlds despite their success in the regular season. This IG team on their way to at least meeting that bar. And hell, even if they can't surpass that bar, and you know, they don't have like deep runs come this split. This is their first split as a team. A lot of young guys on this squad as well. A mishmash of players. Like, things so far are just looking so good, so impressive for IG. If this is the base, if this is where they're going to start from, I think the only thing that's scary for them going forward is what you were hitting on coming to the day. Like maybe a meta or a patch shakeup or things change, like what strengths these players can show. Because we now know whether it's top, whether it's bot, both of these lanes are able to take over. Gideon, the amount of pressure he's putting on in the early game is huge. And Dub is just kind of all reliable, finding and picking his moments in those mid games. A lot of really great Emperor's Divides in this one. So I'm still just keep saying it. Other than like, I feel like JDG don't count. IG are the most exciting team in the LPL to watch. JDG, like, of course, are look at the names on 100%. That team. Like, it's not a fair comparison. IG, out of literally everyone else, is just the most exciting, not only team to watch, but I'd even say story to follow.
100%, because as you said, new players come together, a lot of young blood, and when I'm coming in saying IG are back, like, sure, are they as good as JDG top esports at this point? Probably not, right? Probably not like in that top 3, top 4 bubble. But the fact that IG is showing so much promise, as you said, with a brand new roster coming through, and with the wins they've had against EDG, RNG, and now even FPX, even though FPX don't look great, is just a sign that this team is looking like a playoff team. Even towards the middle of the split, I think it's easy for me to say, unless something goes devastatingly wrong. You talked about Patch, but Lyric, even Wink on things like Nami, on standard supports, Wink has been playing insane. Arn has been insane on standard 80 carries as well.
I wonder if we go back to like a more late game style AD plus Nautilus Leona, how they hold up there, which I don't just want to keep bringing up like, oh, what happens to IG if this is right? Because I do want to celebrate their success. Like they've been so clutch. They've been so good in early game. Like their laning has been great. They're a team that solidly like has plans, plays out through a mid game. Their champion pools like maybe questionable in some areas, but really good in others. Like we highlighted for Wink. So yeah. Right now, I mean, honestly, outside of JDG, I feel like the other spots in like the league in terms of who is where are kind of up for grabs. It wouldn't even surprise me to see IG take it to teams, whether it's like TES, BLG, and actually that is your next tier, right? Your next tier after JDG on paper would be like Weibo, BLG, and TES. So it's like, sure, they lost to Weibo, but still, they lost to TT. So yeah, they still haven't played any of those 3 teams. I can imagine them putting up a fight or even beating out any of them.
And look, the fact that it feels like it could be competitive, I think is a statement enough here for IG. And again, you know, for a lot of people tuning in, they might be wondering like, oh, why didn't you guys talk about FPX as much? Well, especially in the second game, FPX didn't really contribute. There wasn't too much outside of maybe Hacker with a couple of reverse plays up top side, because Gideon was on top of YSK for the majority of the game, or should I say Xiaolahu. And that topside ganking was relentless. It really did feel, Lyric, like it felt like a flashback for me, because you said Dove is old reliable. I've always seen Rookie as old reliable. He's very skilled. He has a high threshold. Of course, I think Rookie's much better than Dove. But that was kind of the role. The old top lane in IG, the Shy. Dude, that was like, let's play towards the Shy. And we've just been told we're even talking with Micro the Shy, or Mini the Shy, in YSKM, standing by for an interview right now with Christina.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by YSKM, the top laner for Inventus Gaming. Congratulations on your victory. How do you feel about getting this victory 2-0 on your birthday? Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, thank you。然后是谢谢大家，然后今天赢下了比赛嘛，当做队友给我的生日礼物。然后其实我们经理跟教练也给我生日礼物了，所以谢谢大家，然后谢谢大家各位粉丝看我们比赛，然后真的感谢。
I'm pretty happy, and I really want to thank you about this birthday blessings for me. And I have received so many gifts from our coaching staff, our management, and from our fans. And it's really a great game show. Second question, I also want to touch on your draft in game number 1. Why did you pick Jungle Poppy, who is not very popular in current meta in LPL stage? 那么今天第一局的时候呢，这边是队伍选出了一个波比打野，好像在 LPL 赛场上，在这个版本并不是特别常见，所以可不可以跟我们分享一下这一个选项背后的原因是什么？
因为波比挺克制对面阵容，而且波比是我们打野 Gideon， 就是打野选手 Gideon， 他波比跟雷克萨还有猴子是绝活，所以他就很自信的选下来了。
还有阿克上是吗？
那个雷克萨，对。
That Poppy pick is just because that our jungler Gideon is so proficient on this champion, and the other Wukong and action a lot of our things. And I do think that Poppy jungle is really a good counter pick into our opponent's draft. I also want to touch on the last Elder Dragon team fight in game number 1, because I saw your opponent made so many poking damage by Jesse and the other champions. How do you guys handle with that pressure and secure that Elder Dragon, which is really important for your victory?
OK 知道。那波就是我们 AD 做门的时候嘛，然后他看到格温，我们当时就立马说万事龙，因为格温不在嘛。然后后来原来我们 AD 把那个格温的E拉扯了，然后他下不来，然后我们直接万事龙，然后把龙偷了之后在这边打架，对，就这样。然后其实都沟通很乱的。
Actually, our communication was a little bit messy about that Elder Dragon and our AD carry, and he didn't find that Gwen is outside here, and he just to put on that Hex Tax Gate, and he did a really great job. So that way, after that part mechanics, we just to take a toe-to-toe fight about our team fights. Next question. I'm curious about your performance in the spring. And do you know that you have a lot of fans in terms of the LPL or the other region? And I also said that Zeus sent the first videos for you. How do you feel about this part? And add words to the fans out there?
首先是我朋友，然后其实很多 LC 上路都是现在是我朋友，因为都有跟我陪练嘛。然后现在其实我也知道很多国外还有不同中国类的人都是很多粉丝，然后就是谢谢大家的支持，然后会继续保持加油努力，还有继续狂下去，然后希望可以在国际赛场上看到我吧，然后跟周四还有很多 LCK 上都交手一下。
Actually, Zeus is one of my best friends. I also played so many scrims with a lot of top laners from LCK. And I know that I have a lot of fans in terms of not only for LPL, but also for the other region. Thank you so much for your support. I will working hard and hope we can meet in international tournament stage. Thank you so much for joining me. Back to you guys.
Very cute. Happy birthday to YSKM, and thank you to Christina.
I love this guy.
Yeah, he's so nice. He's so humble. And, you know, Zeus already wishing him a happy birthday. It's really nice. And I hope they do meet internationally because it would be awesome to see them on the stage together.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, right, I don't overhype IG. Like you said, likely they shouldn't, like there are a few teams that should finish above them, but they're a team who I could see competing with just about anyone right now, outside of JDG kind of being our infallible kind of mega boss. But still, even for MSI, we have 2 slots. Like there are definitely chances there.
Crazy things have happened.
Picks up the MVP of that game. Great performance on the Camille. And that's why, even though we're starting to see now he's diversifying, playing things like the Cassante, and not having to be the focal point of the team, when he gets his hands on these picks, he still is someone who will just take over, who can take those resources that you said he would get back in the PCS and just absolutely dominate.
And again, this guy just already, you thought he was a force to be reckoned with over in Frank Esports, but he has leveled up every single series that we've seen him. And against Xiaolahu, the attention came from Gideon. Overall, I think 6 or 7 times, Lyric, where YSCam was given the startup in this game through some pretty close plays.
And, you know, even on top of like his work ethic, just insane. I'm sure everyone saw on social media, but like after that series against TT, just grinding so much solo queue.
To the hospital.
Even to an unhealthy amount. But like this guy cares. This guy wants to be the best in the world. And he's trying to put in as much work, as many hours to make that happen. And IG as a team, right now, they're supplementing that. They're looking incredibly good. And that's the question, right? Can they keep improving? Because the base level of what we've seen from this IG team, insane. So good, so fun to watch, so exciting. But if they can keep stepping up, once we do get to see them play against those heavy hitters of the LPL and see what their performance is like against them, like even if it isn't winning or 2-0ing, if they're putting up like solid performances back and forth, it starts getting you excited for the best of 5s and what they're able to cook up there. So IG are going to continue to be the team we keep an eye on. And just even looking ahead, their next 3 games, their next match is Top Esports, their match after that is JDG, and their following match is Weibo. So we're going to get a lot of information about how IG stacks up against at least the top dogs in their next few matches.
And look, either way, to further your point, for IG now 5-1, folks, 9 has always been the magic number, and it feels like it always will be. IG only have to win 40% of the rest of their series at this point. So they're in a great position to already cement themselves for playoffs. Again, a 2-0 win from IG is massive, but we have to look onward and upward because Lyric and I are going to take you through our match of the week coming up next. JDG versus Weibo Gaming. This is one that you literally cannot miss.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from under as forever. When it's love, but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my hair from underground. I'm calling out, but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love, but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever.
There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
different energies I bring. Only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming vs JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup of the century, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
6-9! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Juo gets annihilated, Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadowbound falls, Ruler is a monster.
It's a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce throw going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how Vin's just waiting for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Vin just disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Vin just yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the Qs. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tanking stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final chapter actually going the wrong way from on there. As Carson dodging from the laser. Bin in the meantime being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the penta.
369 versus the Shy, Xiaohu versus Knight, and Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night. And here it is now, JDG versus Weibo Gaming, our match of the week, where JDG have yet to take a loss here in the LPL. 4-0 is where they stand. Weibo's only played 3 series, but 2-1 to open us into this one. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric here. And this is certified to be a banger, sir, because we have, I guess, you know, younger versions of players going up against each other in 369 versus the Shy, and a lot of old rivalries that I guess have been brought in the past 3-4 years of the LPL.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this one. Like you said, 369 the Shy, Xiaohu versus Knight in the mid lane. We've already had, I believe it was Knight, come out in an interview and say, like, he really wants to beat Karsa specifically. He's like, Karsa, his ego's getting massive. He's picking up every MVP. He wants to crush him. And yeah, I think it's just bound to be a fun matchup, especially with even, you know, your voice highlighting at the end of that, you know, the hype teaser of, like, Light versus Ruler. Like, Ruler and Missing have been, like, the most insane, scary, dominant 2v2. Light and Crisp, like, Light has been so good this split too, but it's like Light's more of that, like, silent in the shadows, puts up those big numbers, to where Ruler and Missing are, like, the flashy, big plays in your face. Like, it's going to be such a clashing of styles here. And I think it could go a few ways, right? I think for JDG, like, they've had a lot of stomps. They've been incredibly dominant. Like, honestly, they can just crush Weibo. Like, that is not out of the realm of possibility. Weibo, I think, have been a team that, if they can get to, like, the mid-game and, like, an even place, have had, like, super solid mid-games. But if you can shut down Karsa, this Weibo team is really gonna falter. So looking at things like Kanavi versus Karsa matchup, how that one pans out, just across the board, you can highlight anything with these two teams.
Sure. I mean, there's no limit, as you said. And I think just looking at the stats on our screen, you know, you talk about JDG crushing out Weibo. Well, apparently Weibo, against the teams they've already versed, have been crushing them if they have a lead of 15. Like, that win rate at 15 is kind of crazy. They haven't played too many games yet, folks, so it's not like we're towards the end of the split. We're holding 100% with a win percentage at 15 is nuts, but still something worth considering that once Weibo get off the ground in the early game, Lyric, they just keep running with it, and that's how they crush out their games.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, to me, if Weibo can get through like an early game, like, I think this will be a banger. It's, to me, in those, like, first 15 minutes of especially, like, shutting down Karsa or looking at some of these lanes where it could be topsy-turvy for Weibo. The other stat that was pretty cool was the fact of, like, Dragon and Herald. For Weibo, it was, like, significant. That was, like, 25% Dragon and, like, 60-something% Herald. For JDG, it was, like, 77% control over both. Really just shows that they really are winning out on both sides of the map, able to transition their lead spot lane up to top side. And yeah, I think when you look at this, it's like, hey, for JDG, 369 is one of the best, but he typically has still been kind of like left on his island, a little bit more isolated than we've seen from JDG last year when Kanavi was giving him the majority of the resources, which makes sense when you have Ruler down in that bottom lane. But maybe that's an area where Weibo can go and try to find, like, an opening of sending Karsa up, linking up with the Shy, and really honing in on what the Shy is able to do. That is an avenue to where, for JDG, I feel like Knight has just been so dominant in mid lane, and their bot lane has it. Those are kind of the areas you're looking at for JDG to really just drive home and cruise with a win over Weibo.
I mean, the solo lanes have been nuts, right? Like, further cementing how top esports were in that same phase. Knight, 369, having a strong jungler like Kanavi as well has really supplemented this roster. And look, we know that Ruler's been the big talking point. Ruler has been insane so far, joining in on this roster as well over the top of Hope. As we go through the roster, 369 Kanavi, already talked about their Knight in the mid lane. For JDG, the new man joining the LPL for the first time is Ruler, and missing his support. They have been on a tear, as Lyric said, running over teams. Like, in the past, what is it, 2-3 best of threes that JDG have played, they have been sub 30-minute games, I think 80-90% of the time, right? I'd probably say 95%, so throw a higher stat out.
Yeah, I was actually on the last day where JDG and Weibo, I think they played on the same day at one point, unless, yeah, it was Monday, where both teams actually had like 20-minute games. Weibo just strangling out FPX and JDG, having fun against anyone's legend is
That was
yeah.
that was a light bulb. Lyric, Ruler just bought a light bulb. Oh! What do we, hang on a minute. I'm not allowed to see it on broadcast.
Chris.
Okay, all right. I get it. We got a light bulb from Ruler and we got a crisp from Missing. I love it. That's some trash talk as we welcome Weibo Gaming to the stage on the other side here, Lyric. And I hope they got something in response because this team's hyped up. Again, they've come from so many different parts of the LPL with the Shy up in the top lane, Casa in jungle, Xiaohu mid, it's Light, and of course Crisp as your bottom lane and Lyric. These guys are just legends in their own right with a couple of titles behind them too.
Yeah, like, even though Weibo aren't the number 2 team, like that's solidly, like LNG and JDG are kind of fighting for that number 1 spot, right? Both undefeated. In terms of just name value, like these are the top 2 teams, right? Like star power, accolade. That's the
Rolling, it's all threes.
I love it. I love it. For anyone who doesn't, remember that video of Karsa kind of flaming 369's Gnar and Gragas.
Yeah.
Having the threes, having the Gragas barrel and the Gnar. What an absolute legend. Especially again, because in my mind, Karsa is the one where he'll either have a spectacular game like he did against FPX, and he's just everywhere dominating, or he's the one that's going to get focused. So the fact that he comes out with those is huge. The other 3 members, they're just chilling. They're taking this like a normal day.
Where did they find that? Where did they make that? It's Easy Hoon, by the way, by their side. I just love it. Great trash talking so far. And honestly, as you said, Lyric, it's a rivalry between, 369, Casa, Knight saying the same thing as well, going up against his old jungler. And this will be an interesting one because we did talk about the powers of both these junglers. I'm sorry, hang on. Forget what is happening on the Johnny. I need to learn more Mandarin, man. I need to translate this. I need to be the beacon because there is some great content going on at the moment.
Even if we did a better Mandarin, we aren't listening to the Chinese broadcast, so we still wouldn't really have an idea of what was going on, would we?
I can get it in my head.
That's true. It was yeah, I don't know. Like those are some spicy walkouts coming from the teams. A lot of, like we said, shared history. Kind of crazy when you think about just Karsa having now being on this Weibo team, but has played with a lot of the top esports players. With all the star-studded top esports players, played with people like Jackula from his time on IG. Obviously, 2019 was on RNG, so having played with Xiaohu before, played with people like Uzi, just the amount of rivalries, even just Karsa as a singular player has from the amount of top players he has played with in the past.
True. It's all come together, hasn't it? And again, some of that insight as well into the matchup, I'm sure, will be very, very relevant. With Karsa having experience through so many players here on the other side of the rift, hope it provides valuable insight because coming into this matchup, JDG are currently undefeated. 4-0, remember, we welcomed you into this, and they have been taking names. Weibo feel like they're our hardest opponent yet. Remember that we don't have JDG versus Top Esports till, I think, week 6 or so. So that's
LNG's
the other
another
matchup.
one.
LNG's another big one at the moment.
Yeah, LNG might not have that same name value, but LNG have really just looked so solid so far in the split of the LPL. So definitely waiting for more of those matchups to come through. But the fact that we get this one, we get JDG up against IG next, we're really going to get our top of the table panning out over these next 2-3 weeks.
I think it's going to be an exciting couple of weeks with the quality teams stepping it up. Jayo +1+1+1. I mean, the fans are coming out in force as well. Remember that with this matchup too, this is going to be Ruler's first big test, especially since we are talking up people like Light and Crisp. This bottom lane that, as you put in your own words, have been doing quite well. Light's ability to kind of fall in the shadows a little bit because there are other great AD carries in the league that I think are a little bit flashier, Lyric. Especially on the other side where we're looking at Ruler at the moment. He's been flashy as all hell. It'd be exciting to get in pick and ban. Is there anything you want to set up for us running into this? Because I think it's important to kind of note some of these pocket picks that could be prevalent in this series.
Knight has played 9 different champions in 10 games. So,
holy crap.
Like, there really hasn't been too many crutches for, I think, either side to lean on. Like, Ruler has really liked things like the Zeri and the Yuumi still, so maybe we see, like, high value on that. When you look at the side of Weibo, I'm really looking at Cassante for the Shy, which JDG are going to ban away. 4 games, 100% win rate, has losses kind of across the board on everything else. And JDG are the first team to not heavily ban out jungle. It feels like teams have really come in and tried to just make Karsa as uncomfortable as possible and heavily focus him to out in-game. JDG going to go with a different approach. They're going to take light off of some of these strong picks, maybe hoping to run, like we said, with things like this area, but with Yuumi off the table. I wonder if that will still go according to plan. And with these bans, I'm curious to see what gets first pick. We still have things like the Varus left open right now. Elise actually being the hover for JDG. It's something that we have seen inching up in priority as time has gone on, but I like it. It's still not going to beat out what has been one of the kings of bot lane in Varus.
Yeah, and as you said as well, I mean, I think Light and Crisp have been players that have been favoring that too, so the takeaway good, but let's see what it opens up, Lyric. It looks like, speaking of takeaways, Weibo Gaming want to get that ashed for themselves and then also steal away the Elise, which Kanavi was looking at before.
Yeah, so Sejuani still being something that is left up. If they wanted to go for something that matches easily with the Varus, right, you always do have the Heimer. Even if they already do have that Ashe pick, just trying to trade out these champions and guarantee that you have push coming through.
Or Nidalee Renekton's open. Just saying.
I would love it. I would love it. It's Kanavi. You'd always love to see some of these more carry-oriented champions coming through, but isn't going to go for it in the end. And
Did
right
you see
now,
Lyric?
you would...
Did you see the hover of Kanavi pulling out the Shaco? Remember that last year he actually did bring out the Shaco as well. Having a bit of a smile, so everything's looking pretty good. But I know you're going to loot us to the bottom lane. I know you're going to look a little bit about what's left up because Yuumi was already banned away, right? And this was seen as a bit of an option in the previous series. Now going to be supplemented with the Varus now that the Ashe was taken away.
Yeah, now it makes me curious about what Weibo are going to respond with. I mean, Zeri, what they're hovering right now, not something we've really seen paired all too much with the Ashe, and kind of opting into that push war that bot lane really has been all about. But now moving into phase 2, it's going to be all about solo lane champions for Weibo, things that can pair well with the Sejuani. So things like the Renekton's still there. 369 has really loved that, you know, no matter your opinion on the champion, 100% win rate, 24 KDA, really has liked to go to it, but no. Actually going to take away the Gnar, which this surprised me because the Shy's really been one of the only people to gravitate towards the Gnar in the LPL.
Yeah.
You know,
he's most played of all time, I think, or at least close to.
Yeah, before like the Chinese New Year break, I was surprised how little we were seeing it compared to in the LCK. And even coming on through, it's really just been him, and I believe the other one has been, have been picking it up a few times.
And so there's a lot of questions there as to what could go on the top lane because we've also got a Fiora banned away. And so a lot of questions there, Lyric, because it's one of the melee top laners that we could have seen paired up. Things like the Sylas for Knight are still open, and I want to throw in there because he's always been an amazing Sylas player, especially with Kanavi and the Sejuani. Now that the Renekton's gone, what is the question for top lane here? Because we have just slimmed the pool massively with some of the priorities for both these boys. As, the Shy styled.
Yeah, a lot of those like AD carry oriented champions, the Jace, the Fioras take it off the table. Renekton, what you I guess typically see paired with the Elise, gone away. Gonna go with the front line. If anyone remembers the Shy over the last few years, when there is a tank he defaults to, it has been this Scion. To mixed performances, some great games on it and some less than stellar ones. 369 on the opposite side has already played the Aatrox to split. Some of the you can take into these tank matchups do quite well. And Sylas still up. The Akali, another thing that you highlighted. I mean, a ton of mobility up against a lot of lockdown. The Shroud, I think, would also provide a lot in terms of buying time and buying space in these fights. And James, you're going to go with it. Very brawly, very skirmish, heavy style to go right along with the Sejuani.
Yeah, interesting style, especially when we look at 369 and 9, who are both going to be in positions of power. I want to see, though, what Weibo Gaming pull out for Xiao, who we know this man as someone who likes to move around the map and be very mobile, very agile. Rise can do that here, Lyric. and maybe move to some of the side lanes. But no, he's going to go for an explosive matchup. This is not what I think of Xiaohu for, but I'm glad to see that he's going to try and take the initiative against Knight.
Wait,
Or
this could be
it,
this.
No,
it could
it is
be, right?
the Shy.
Well, I
Hang
was gonna
on.
say, when you think of Weibo's players, like Xiaohu's willing to take more of a back seat. Xiaohu has been a top laner, so
We still have time. We still have time. Even though they swapped it, we'll just wait. We'll sit on it, Lyric.
At the end of the day, I do like, regardless of where it goes, that they went with the Tristana over Rise, because it feels like essentially having this Elise, like having something you can more easily play with and play around in the early stages, set it up for success. Does look like it will just be Xiaohu on this Tristana matchup. So try and get this ahead, make your way down, and I'd expect to play more heavily with your bot lane. You do have gank set up there top though. Aatrox's not an incredibly like hard champion to take down either, so CC set up with the Scion, bring Elise and Tristana over. You can really start getting 369 set behind. If Weibo's read is that he will be the weak link, and maybe Karza's read of like, hey, when I work with this guy, he could get tilted, let's set him behind. But 2 explosive drafts coming in for match of the week.
You'll see across the player cams a massive die just gets thrown at 369 for first blood. We'll see though as Weibo Gaming versus JDG. It's our match of the week here. Returned with yet another Weibo Gaming series. I know you guys sitting at home being like, man, this is the 3rd week in a row that Weibo Gaming have been in our MOTW. And of course, it's because they've been facing off against some of these powerful opponents. It's because this team has been hyped up, but JDG are another egg to crack. 4-0 so far. This one looks a little bit rougher. We'll see if they're up to the challenge or if JDG are going to go defeatless here in the LPL 2023 Spring Split. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, and welcome to an absolute banger, if I dare say so myself. The fans are out in force as usual, and I tell you what, they are going to next levels of effort here today. I've noticed with some of the signs, some of the drawings, some of the memes. I think are on point.
I think it should be out here at full force, right? Just names on paper, and again, what we ended up with, Xiaohu on the Tristana, not something we were really expecting to see. Another pick that not necessarily like coming full meta, but we've been seeing Tristana more, especially globally throughout the world, coming out into the mid lane. It feels like you have a lot of solid matchups, and Tristana's always been something that has been really good in that mid lane. Especially now that we do have more AP junglers in the meta, the Elise and the Maokai. So
yeah,
Xiaohu guaranteeing and generating pressure in this mid lane matchup like he should, and keeping that up, I think is going to be something that Weibo are wanting to play around. And then what Karsa can get done. You have Elise, very strong early ganker, great still great at going for dives, even after the changes of last year when like we got things like the ramping turret damage coming on through even stronger. So for Weibo, it's going to be a lot about this early setup, because once you start getting into mid game and these champions like the Akali, like the Aatrox start coming online more with the Sejuani, that's where you're looking at JDG's composition to really explode onto the scene.
Okay, ramping up then especially. I'm going to keep that in mind. For Weibo Gaming, Lyric, run me through a couple of these early games options. You already talked about lane priority here in mid. I assume that Cast is going to have a big part to play on this Elise and trying to expose Knight, maybe 3-6 or even 3-6-9 as well.
100%. We said pretty easy gank set up top lane, even if you don't necessarily like care about funneling gold into the Scion. If you can find those picks on 369 for free, like you'll always take them, which is why we saw Karsa hovering up there very early on. But it's mostly going to be about playing with your Tristana, and I think enabling your bot lane to have the safe push that they're going for. Is Light and Chris already off to a fantastic start.
And further to that, Karsa popping down towards right now on the blue buff as the Shy is going to get bullied by his younger apprentice at some point. Decimating Smash will come through. Shy looking for a bit of a grab.
Why is 369 his apprentice?
Do you remember when 369 in 2019, 2020, when he was starting out, it was 2019, his debut year.
Yep.
Remember that 369 messaged the Shy in the Chinese client and was, he got so giddy that the Shy added him back, that accepted his friend request, and he was like, "You're my big brother," Apprentice, I guess, a deviation of the word.
Yeah. But I get what you mean, right? Just all the Shy fans coming through in the LPL.
we've hit at it over the splits is I'm going to pause because Karsa is going to finally start looking for something, making his way down towards bot.
And they're stepping up big as well. Castle just needs a flash here. Who's going to burn it first? In Cocoon. Max range, and now the missing comes in late, lucky to survive.
Oh.
It's a rappel up into the air. Missing almost burns down. No summon available for him. As Kanavi comes to the top side. Meanwhile, Lyric, the Shy, almost dying. Takes the turret shot. Hang on a minute, Kanavi. He stepped too far forward. Decimating smash. Flash, burn! Giga Shy.
The Shy did have to burn his flash as well to get out from that gank, but still turns it around, puts the pressure on Kanavi. That's what you want to see coming out from the Shy. And now, I mean, early game kind of going tit for tat, but Weibo having the ones to find the CS advantages. Weibo's bot lane especially doing a great job. Even if Ruler picks up all three of these, still will be down. We knew Xiaohu would have pressure in that mid lane matchup. Knight is doing a pretty good job to find some trades back to make sure that Xiaohu can't keep hammering this advantage forward. But Weibo's early game starting off with what you'd like to see. Well, like I said, though, you want to be pushing this even further. Karsa now going to try and find a gank on 369.
That's a dash forward from 369. Decimating smash into a Pelin as well. Flash burnt, but he's not going to get enough range. It's into human form. Cocoon lands. This is why he's getting MVPs. Down for the venomous spike. Karsa sinks his fangs in as Karsa also survives at the back end. Kanavi comes in late and finds nothing as then Rocks jump in mid. Action hits up on our match of the week. All the outplay beautiful means Knight can't get involved, and Weibo gaming with first blood and no response.
My heart jumped. I thought 369 was actually going to be able to get away from that. Still very close as Karsa almost went down to turret. Again, with how that damage does ramp up, everyone's going to get away in the end. The Shy going to need to reset after getting this push off. And yeah, just a ton of action so far, but Kanavi still sticking around. The Shy's still here.
He wants to shove out Lyric, and I think he might have overstayed his welcome. No summoners available, not much mana as well. The dunk down. The Shy's done this before in the LPL. He just wants a good wave state, but he will not be given it so easily. 369 with the revenge kill.
Ooh. At least the wave did end up getting the turret in the end, so
good point.
We'll be able to get back and have that wave be coming onto his side of the lane. Had it not had stuck there, it would have been a little bit awkward for Weibo, but we're going to go into the replay and see how this all goes down. We hit on it, even if it's not about necessarily hitting your side on the head, it's, you have the setup there. You know Aatrox's going to be playing very aggressively in this matchup. Knockup comes on through. Karsa follows in with the repel. Cocoon's there. Almost manages to get away, but has the bite to be able to follow through, and Karsa manages to escape on a sliver of HP.
That was the first blood over to Weibo Gaming. The response we saw previously with JDG getting a response means 369 gets the kill up in that top lane as well. A Dragon currently being done by Karsa on the bottom side, because while all these plays have been going on, Lyric, the wave state, or rather the lane state, I should say, for Weibo, has emitted about a 1k gold lead, with bot up almost 20 CS. Now, I know that's being pushed in, so it's about 15, but that's huge.
I'm not like all too familiar, especially in this meta, with how bot lane matches supposed to pan out. Like we said, coming in like Zeriash, the ultra common, having the Karma on the opposing side. And Missing even has Ignite, but the fact that Light and Crisp are dominating so much is so surprising. We need to remember that we did have Karsa lean down once and get the flash from Missing, so that enables a little bit more, but Light and Crisp already did have an advantage. 2 plates being taken by their side as well, so they're going to be sitting on quite a pretty penny over Ruler and Missing on the opposing side.
And I think Lyric, we can kind of guess how, you know, again, that started out without knowing the in-depth of the matchup, because Crisp in early trading was just so aggressive. Some really clean trading as well, so props to Crisp, who again,
still just so strong.
So good as Ruler trying to abuse the fact that Crisp currently not showing in lane. Heading up to the top side right now, making a bit of a roam towards Rift Herald, it seems, as it now spawns.
Yeah, so coming into this one, just looking at the state of where we're at, sums up on key carries. Both top laners not having flash. Shies will be up first. Kanavi also missing out on his. So if a fight breaks out, maybe 369 sets himself up as an easy target. But it looks like Weibo are just going to forgo this completely. Karsa making his way down, which will open up Kanavi to get this uncontested. So I like what we see on our minimap. Since you know you're giving over Herald, get some vision placed down in the enemy jungle, and now looking for a game on the Knight.
Will they be able to find anything? Knight should be able to just run off to his team and towards Herald. Carson not landing the cocoon as well as the shove comes through. Xiaohu's still looking to push in, but Chris is just staying here. While Missing has now made the movement as well. Lyric, as you were saying, trying to get something else is great. Xiaohu, however, still trying to get plating towards mid lane. First one going to be denied with nice movement from JDG to compensate.
Oh, JDG looking for a dive on top though.
As Flash has ulti available, ulti's going to be burned out. This many smash interrupted and just knocked into the corner. Kanavi gets out with a clean dive. 369 with another kill, Lyric. And even though Herald won't be placed down, the Shy doesn't have TP.
No. And, you know, Weibo now going to have to look for something bot they weren't able to do during Herald because Ruler timed his reset appropriately.
Disruption misses though.
Go for this.
Yeah, light is low as you said, but Carson can take this up. Under turret, repel up, and it's balanced away. Carson lives on as Missing can't get through the spider links, annoyingly enough. And a clean dive over to Weibo Gaming is now for Xiaohu, the all-in on top of Knight. Shuriken flip actually lands here. Knight going back in fact, wants the 1v1 as he can take this onto Xiaohu, who's only got the ultimate available. Combinations now down, ulti's out, but Knight still threatens with the flash and the perfect execution.
Wait, and Carson went down.
He did, he died somehow. It looks like Kanavi came to the bottom lane and Flash is there. Crisp gets away in the nick of time, but there is a good response from JDG.
Kanavi has no ult, so somehow must have found Karsa off the back end of the dive on bot lane. I don't know if he was maybe staying around to help them push out or recalling in a brush. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of it to see exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
But nice trade on the way through. Weibo actually hoping they can aggress for a second kick. Thinking of the damage there, but I mean, Kanavi does not leave it to chance. Ultimate straight into the flash to just get the kill off, and I love it. Just don't even risk it, right? Trying to walk through, follow up, use the summoners you have, get the kills on the board. And now for JDG, I mean, 369 sitting pretty 2-1-0 up the top side, and now finally starting to alleviate pressure in bot as well for JDG.
Carson's even come up to this top side. As you said, part of that alleviating pressure is drawing the jungle up here, but Kanavi's responding for a counter gank. I'm not sure about the mini-map there. Doesn't look like any vision, but they don't play the gank in the end anyway. Lyric, also note that with 369's early kills, Serrated Dirk, Vampiric Scepter, like we are getting an Eclipse Aatrox sooner rather than later. So he's just going to nuke the 380 carries on the side of Weibo Gaming. Hell, even say the Elise in there too.
Now, Shy getting punished again.
He flashes, no ulti available, drawn back in. The Mortal Kombat get over here could not be used in a better place. Third kill, Lyric. This is an issue.
Yeah, Flash is like up to the side now. Karsa goes for Knight, but with the Shuriken flip, it's not there. Is Kanavi going to find another one?
He's going in with the ulti. Yeah, this commitment's there. Great Glacial Prison as well. Onto Karsu, goes up into the air, but where will he fly down? He's got a Wild Pig on top of him, and now a Ninja Assassin is Xiaohu. Ulti's out by his space, but Knight goes back in. Shuriken flip! And that's the best mid laner, at least one of in the LPL right for you. Ruler is getting taken down in the 2v2, but all they need is an auto. The volley doesn't hit. Ruler lives on, and JDG are quickly becoming firm favorites in this early game.
Light and Crisp trying to make something happen and find advantages for the side of Weibo, but JDG are just too damn good. Kanavi's making so much happen. The Shy consistently getting punished. And here, I mean, you can tell Weibo are feeling the heat of like, hey, we're slowly falling behind. We need to find something. Try to go for a mid. But Akali's just such a hard champion to lock down. They go for it. Xiaohu on the straight pushy 80 carry champion. Like, you really can't walk forward. Flashes in to try to get the kill, but Knight has his flash in return. And then the Shuriken flip to just seal the deal. So
like old
good
times, Lyric.
coming out from JDG. Like, it's hard to get pressure off onto Knight. Kanavi's paying so much attention up to 369, who would be one of the easier targets to gain from JDG. And then Ruler missing. They might be losing out in the spot lane, but at least they're still not giving over kills and not letting it the snowball bot outweigh what's happening on the opposite side of the map.
True, because JDG is still holding strong, and especially now in these solo lanes. Lyric are saying just like old times, because it feels like top esports. Knight and 369, old reliables. Kanavi playing between the lanes and now utilizing that advantage to try and find someone like Chris who has to heal to get out of there. He was worried about getting caught out with Glacial Prison, and blue buff is just going to be the response as JDG look to continue growing this lead.
We do need to highlight, though, even though the kills might not be there for Weibo's bot lane, they have gotten 4 plates. We're sitting
True.
on Immortal Shield, though, 4 light. Kraken players been picked up by Xiaohu. We're starting to get to a point where some of these items are coming in, and even though, like JDG's comp we said is going to come into the game, you're going to be able to close the gap, find the assassination potential. Weibo still have great DPS as the game goes on, and right now they're looking for 369.
Utilize one of those members. Yeah, he does. You're right. He has to ulti in onto 369. He's trying to bait him forward a little bit more. You can see that Knavi's there as well, and Chanticleer's arrow coming through. The ulti fly 369 has already flashed away. Xiaohu shows himself, and it's a summoner burnt for the ulti, and even one from Crisp as well.
Yeah, not going to be able to find it in the end. I don't know if maybe the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is spotted on the way up, or I don't know if the Shine could have like held it longer if he was ulting, trying to like push him back a little bit into that. But hey, at least you still get a summoner in the end. We've seen how aggressively 369's been playing this lane, but it feels like he's going to be given a lot of wiggle room, especially as bot lane turret goes down. JDG, I would expect to put more resources into reinforcing this compound of the map. You can see Knight already going down to catch that wave, because he knows he'll be fine in that extended lane. And now JDG going to use the fact that they have 4 members up on this top side to just start these heralds right off the bat. They're going to get it.
So my question for you, Lyric, is how this mid game evolves, right? Because you were talking a lot about the priority of solo lanes for JDG, like how Knight gets through this early game, how 369 does the same. Well, they're in a great position. Both of them have mythics. In fact, all 4 members out of 5 of JDG have mythics. So their value is skyrocketing. How do you play side lanes now for JDG versus a team that, you know, we did talk about having a lot of DPS and probably can team fight with that big front line later on?
Yeah, you just kind of hit the nail on the head by saying team fight for Weibo, because for JDG, they're going to have just pressure in the 1v1s, right? Xiao cannot walk too far forward up against Knight. Assassination potential will be there, as this probably means nothing. And 369 will have the same pressure up against the Shy. So as long as he can keep pushing that in, playing around the side lane that Knight's playing on specifically, since he is on, I'd say, has the more matchup with more kill threat, right? He's matching the Tristana, so have Kanavi play around that, look for picks, push him off turret like he's doing now, get deep vision around that, and then you can start playing this like roaming back and forth of Kanavi and Knight, putting some pressure on a side lane, making their way to mid to look for some pick and assassination potential on the double 80 carry bot lane that Weibo will have in the mid lane, and just go for this back and forth, while 369 can be left to his own devices, will be able to have pressure in the 1v1, and as long as he's dodging out on Carth's ganks, then JDG will just be able to keep up this pressure until Weibo get to a point of where we're grouping up, and maybe the Shy can be a bit of a front line for then Xiaohu and the like to put off this huge amount of damage onto JDG's front line.
Ooh, arrow comes through again. Ruler held on to the cleanse last time. And Sion rampaging through. Who's going to be hit? Is it the wall? Yes, it is. The Shy was trying for missing, but he's already out of there. Weibo Gaming once again forcing out as no one's taken any real damage. And that's just an ulti used around the dragon timing. But that means top lane is just abandoned. And 369 has demolished Lyric. So as you said, play the side lane. Like, this is just working out perfectly for JDG.
Still not a tremendous gold lead. So, you know, there are still things there for Weibo. You hit on before in the game that, like, I mean, JDG, both these teams, but JDG more specifically because of more games, there have been a lot of, like, you know, 20, 25-minute wins online. So the fact that Weibo have been able to keep it close despite some early blunders is good to see. And sure, again, JDG have the engage, they have the assassination potential, but if Weibo can tight out those engage tools, if they have flashes up, they will be able to take the fight. We're going to be looking at the Shy specifically to get big enough to be able to tank a lot of this damage that especially Ruler is going to be able to put through, though.
Yeah, that on-hit bar is going to be huge. I think especially when we consider that the Shy might be a bit behind the curve as the ulti flies through. Chris with a great dodge, flashes into the center of Enchantress Arrow in return. 369 cleanse the way, but you said Weibo Gaming going too far behind. Lyric, you were right. 5 versus 4 as the first member taken out of 369. Their biggest fridge at the moment. Now in a 5 versus 4 Lyric with Dragon also available. The Shy over the wall gets the Deathmaning Smash. Navi runs on in, but I'm not sure if it's the best idea. However, Ruler proves me wrong. Great little arrow to fly through onto Light and Priz. And now they're threatened out with JDG still being able to run towards this Dragon. But are they going to start it?
No, Karsa does get Scuttle Crown though, so they will have the guaranteed vision on that Light answering down the bot lane. It seems like JDG hoping for an overstep from Weibo in mid that can set up for a pick. Knight does still have his ult
Shy has
online.
ulti.
No chains of corruption to set this up though.
I was wondering what other ults are going to be used. As you said, no chains of corruption. We also know have lightning crash. Chris with the enchanted crystal arrow. Dragon starting. This will be number 3 for Weibo Gaming. The Shy's frontlining this. Wants that beautiful ulti that sets up the game. Onto the jungler. Kanahami left behind. And just there, JDG spread it apart a little bit then as Weibo Gaming bring out their mid laner. As Xiaohu gets out, but he can't apply too much more damage. The Shy sitting back. His ulti's already been burned out. As Weibo Gaming, their health bars are blinking, and even in a 5 versus 4, they are wary. The Shy running forward is Dragon again, who's coming to get me, playing the Ziz role here in game 1.
Oh,
and they're just
they're
saying,
gonna push
screw
this
it.
so fast in mid though. They've triple AD carry, let alone like 2 of them actually being built.
They're getting
as
Dragon
carries
as well.
with items, getting gold. They're getting everything.
Lyric, this will be 3rd Dragon Soul point as 369 goes over the wall. I mean, the jungler died. He has to run all the way out. Weibo Gaming are playing it super patiently, though, as Carson doesn't want to commit.
Oh,
TP.
They're still
says,
going?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Xiaohu's coming in. All right, let's go. Round maybe 4 at this point. Enchanted Crystal Arrow there. They get the Dragon. Soul point is, the Shy teleported into this. Now, is this going to be a turnaround, or is it going to be viciously inting? The 369 with his ultimate still available there, but not choosing as Xiaohu gets caught out, has to flash away. Rocket jump there, Carter over the wall. What is going on? Light now has the lightning crash down ready and available, and no one dies. Well, I mean, people did, but it was about a millennia ago in that fight.
Remember, coming into this, if Weibo can kite out the engages, can kite out the picks, they will be able to win fights. That's exactly what they were doing, especially in that mid lane. Even after here, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, first pick comes out, and now they see Knight coming in. They know, hey, we need to back off the Shy front line, try and get out some of the CC, throw out the volleys, throw out things like the cocoon, and if we can keep that distance, we can keep trying to punish them with our DPS. I'm sad we didn't get the replay of the mid lane pick, because that was exactly what they did there as well.
Yeah.
And flashes are going to be so incredibly critical for Weibo to be able to do that. So look at that fight. They were able to get 2 out. Crisps will be back up soon, but Xiaohu's was flown relatively recently, so Xiaohu might be an easier target going into the next fight if Kanavi or Ruler can find that CC onto that Tristana and set up Knight, set up 369 to be able to get in there and find that initial pick.
But I like that, now we're kind of in a balancing act of the game set again, Lyric. We talked a lot about those side lanes, but coming back to the neutrals, Weibo Gaming have got them right where they want them, right? Like, we are now going to be fighting over an Infernal Soul, where JDG have to play the team fight, where we did talk a lot about Weibo Gaming being able to initiate themselves, being able to source that DPS and play through the fridge of the Shy.
It actually brings us to what we talked about in the last series, about how it just gives you more options. Again, Weibo, like, we'll kind of ignore Ashe since, support Ashe, build mandate, all this. They still have Tristana and Zeri. Even if, like, JDG get positioned on Dragon first, and you're then going for, like, the Baron bluff or the Baron play, you do it so fast. Like, JDG, now that Weibo are on Soul Point, are going to consistently be on their toes.
It's a good point, and I like it as well, considering that the ability to reposition out of those 2 damage sources is also great for a Baron turn, a Dragon turn too, on top of that. So, JDG,
the Baron play.
Yeah, I guess they flip it around, because look at where Carter is. Carter is on the other side of the map. Chris spotted this out, or maybe he didn't. He pressed W, but I'm not sure he really got that much information. Baron is just going down. Boys. 3, 2, 1. Lightning crash. Oh, they got it. JDG with the Baron sneak. Weibo Gaming, they're mad about that one. And Xiaohu is dealing with a 2 versus 4. The Shy was frontlining this. Everything's breaking apart. 369 left in the other 4 on the other side. He will be the only person to die here. As I say that, the Shy not able to cancel the back, nor is Chris. But
how does that
Lyric,
happen?
4 members with Baron. Easy.
JDG, the biggest hustlers at the poker table. Like, I don't know. I thought, like when you said that Chris had spotted it out, that Weibo saw and knew that it was coming.
Give us
We're
information.
gonna see here, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes out. They at least know a member's there. Throw it.
Well, that's what we see, right? But the W not.
I still like don't know. I'm still surprised that they wouldn't assume that it could be a possibility on the table. That's great heads-up call from JDG to make sure it goes through. Weibo end up getting a pick on the back end, but you'll take the bear there. I think the other important thing is looking at flashes. Because Ruler now, no flash, 369, no flash. So these could be pivotal in this next team fight in 45 seconds. Weibo, it'd be nice if they can start building up a gold lead, get some items on a recall, but it doesn't even seem like there's enough time. So if there's one silver lining that can be taken from Weibo, it's you've got Ruler summoner spells, and that can be an avenue where coming into this dragon fight 30 seconds, that they can just win out, be on Soul, and, you know, that will be feeling much better than this Baron that JDG have now found.
But silver lining you were talking about is Arrow gets 369 through mid, but what does that hope to achieve? I guess Chris couldn't find the target down in the bottom lane. Lyric, silver lining for JDG is that there's no Zeri with Infinity Edge. I think that's worth mentioning here as the fight comes up in 5 seconds, and as JDG currently have the river under their control.
They need to have their eye on Ruler. The hard thing is for Weibo that a lot of their team fight, like we said, it's going to be kiting out, especially getting Knight off your back, not letting him get in your back line. But
here he comes, though. Well, will there be a steal first? We need to find out. The answer no, as JDG get their first dragon of the game, and the Shy going to be targeted by the whole team. Down he goes as Knight's positioning is dangerous. 369, his old brother standing strong in the duo and looking for more. Over the wall they jump as Weibo Gaming is still being pursued. 369 runs first, Knight on the other angle. This is a choke, and against the Kali, against an Aatrox, it gets dangerous as Knight has to flash away because Enchantress arrow was flown out. Also Light with the lightning crashdown is still a threat. JDG are pursuing this though. Still hovering in the choke. His plan's going to be used to bail out, but Xiaohu kills him instantly. Kanavi thought he wouldn't die that quickly, but Xiaohu says nah. Weibo Gaming find in the smoke. Yet another Zeri thing's happening here as they're on the run. This play turns from them wanting to pursue it to now them wanting to run the hell away. TP in as Chris is going to die to 369. Our match of the week focusing on the blood again as Light gets kill number 3 and Ruler missing. Are running for the hills while Weibo Gaming say, come at me, bruh.
What a close game, and they're pushing down a mid. I mean, the Zeri and the Tristana are there. They're at least going to be able to get an inhibitor off this. They shouldn't be able to go for any sort of like crazy game end. But nice advantage coming out from Weibo. I can't wait to get that replay because staying as a tight-knit unit, the kiting was gorgeous on their side and not letting the engage come out from JDG.
Once again, I mean, just look at the replay. Lyric, Kanavi probably thought he's not going to die that easily.
No, goes in for it. They're able to dodge out. Steel comes on through. All the damage threaded up nice and easy. Knight not able to connect the Shuriken flip, which maybe could have been a difference maker. Turned into a pick as he tried to TP out the Shroud, but I mean, as the Zeri is able to keep throwing off all this damage, not able to do it. Great play. Great play from Light, who he said maybe might not be the flashiest AD carry in the league, but he's by God one of the best that we have.
Yep. One that doesn't get talked about enough, especially with, you know, Light only being to Worlds once, right? On the LNG roster of Lyric, was it 2020 or 2021? What year am I missing?
2021. 2020 was the LGD Worlds team.
That was Cosmo Kramer from Seinfeld. LNG, very different year. But of course, his 1 year, it was influential, but not really enough considering his tenure now in the LPL. Infinity Edge now picked up as Crisp. That arrow was close onto 369. Weibo Gaming still hungry for it. And Lyric, you can see why. They've got control on the bottom side of the map. They've set up the vision yet again. Dragon might not be close, but if there's another pick, if there is another play, Baron's up in 50 seconds. And Weibo Gaming, you were saying before, will take it like that.
And I don't know the last time we saw Light even have to burn a summoner once. He's just been skirting around these fights so well. Xiao, who's now back up as well. The Shy, though, is a different story. He's got picked off pretty consistently in these fights. Just the disconnect.
But he refuses to elaborate, dude. He doesn't care.
It is, like, I can see how it's happened at least the last time, right? Where, like, you're going in with the ulti, it's a bit harder for the other team to follow up because you're trying to get the dragon in time. But the timing, the coordination just needing to be there a little bit better. At least he is your tank, and as long as he can pick up some of these items already sitting on both the Jack Show and the Sunfire Cave, like, he's going to be doing his job just fine. It's all about Xiaohu and Light. At this point, the Shy is just a body to take damage. Karsa's going to be a lot about just throwing out these cocoons, and Crisp as well, throwing out the arrow.
Oh, on Ruler. Now he's got Cleanse, and it's a bell. Actually, the bell was drawn out just before Baron. Great arrow from Crisp yet again, and Baron Lyric, look at it go, man! It's like going to Bunnings on a Saturday. The sausage sizzle is running dry. Everyone scattered around the barbecue, and for JDG, they're thinking, when do we get a turn? Baron returns to his aggro, is still there for the time being. Cocoon onto Kanavi. Are they going to 50-50 as the Shy doesn't have the ultimate wave of Baron? Just gone. JDG wondering, man, who stole all the sauce as well? Carter didn't get hit by that ulti. It's a flail in the wind as the Shy running for his life. He gets stunned up, but he's so damn tanky. Are they going to let him die as the turn around, the lightning crash down? JDG, you've gone too far. All the kills is Sion as Light flashed over the wall. Flashes back on in. That's a bit too ambitious. Xiaohu is still an 80 carry though. They've got another one. They've got a backup.
Minions pushing base as well. Like Weibo have
That's the
everything going for them.
What is
Forcing
going
that
on?
out from 369. And now Dragon's coming up. Dragon's coming up way more on the map. They have Supers pushing in mid. JDG still wanting to contest a look at Knight, keeping down to bot lane. And it's Sanix, we have another fight on our hands.
Yeah, we do, baby. It's 18 kills, 30 minutes, but it feels like so much more as Kanavi is going to be spotted out with the lens, but he doesn't get it. That was a close call. Casa. And now a little bit faster for the Soul to come through. Infernal picked up Lyric. Let's talk about this one.
JG, they feel like they have a good position. They're all forcing to hit the Shy. I think with a bit of a weird flash. Draws it into where they can very easily focus him down as the Soul member, so he will end up going down. But still the damage that Light and Shadow are putting up this whole time is huge. This is where Light heard us saying he's not the flashiest, he doesn't have the highlight, but it's still great. He goes to run of his own, but there's just too much of the skirt around his dash. Already uses the dash, already uses the flash, and it sets up for Knight and 369 to just be able to take him down. Still though, look at that damage put off in that fight. Huge.
Wanted our attention, he's got it, and as we saw in that last little flash before we went to the replay, Infernal Soul was picked up by Weibo Gaming. It was a close call, but they've now got it, Lyric. We already talked about the burst that, has come through from people like Xiaohu. A little bit of added extra value, is what do you do as JDG now? We haven't had a chance to ask because we haven't seen side laning considering Weibo Gaming have been forcing these 5v5s consistently. How do you bring this game back to an even state or at least a position where you can find power in some of these side lanes? Yeah, how? Tell me how.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looking for another angle. 369 there on top of Casper. They get him, but Light still issue with Xiaohu firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe. Weibo Gaming kill 4. And that flank man, that 0-5 Sion, may have just secured game 1.
Remember the walkout from Ruler missing, the light bulb and missing, eating the Chris. It didn't matter. Light and Chris came to play, and Light, especially Light and Xiaohu, statement game 1 so far.
Lyric, we have been given an absolute blessing here as Xiaohu blasts him into the wall. Weibo Gaming, they're the team with the loss, but they are sure playing like the team with nothing else to lose. The Shy walking away before even looking at the game-ending stats. He is out of there because Weibo Gaming know they've done the dirty business in game 1.
And look, Weibo have had some more messier games. Weibo are sitting on a loss in the standings. But there is no question of the heights and the ceiling that this Weibo squad has. And it's just another series that reminds you of why we all love the LPL. If you're watching right now, I know you love the LPL, I love the LPL, everyone loves the LPL. And great game 1 coming out from both teams. Again, the kiting coming out for Weibo, Light skirting around those fights, Xiaohu doing the same. And even things like they were like small things, right? We saw Chris constantly throwing out the volleys. We saw Karsa constantly poking and prodding, trying to find the cocoons. This is some of the stuff that's like dissuading the members of JDG from like coming in, from being able to get on their targets, because it seems like Shuriken Flip never able to connect from Knight. Kanavi kept looking for the engages, but it's like every time he'd maybe hit an ulti, but even a lot of times that was being dodged out on. Going for the Q, bam, like Zeri just skirts back a little bit, and now Kanavi's left in no man's land, and great stuff coming out for Weibo.
And even though, you know, Ruler was on the Varus, the priority pick came through, it felt like a more quiet game out of him this time around. Not something we've said about Ruler too many times, but on the other end, the other part of that combination, the Ashe has value. Like, we have seen so many Ashes in the LPL, not even just today, but overall, that have just reused their value over and over again. Those arrows off the cooldown 30 seconds lyric, like, it draws out Mikhail's Bell, it draws out either QSS, or it draws out the cleanse in these situations, and it's just been so high value so far.
And that was one of the differences as well, is we consistently saw Weibo like drawing out summoners from JDG, but JDG weren't able to do the same. A lot of times Xiaohu and Light like weren't threatened enough to even have to flash away. Most of the times I saw Xiaohu flashing was like Xiaohu jumping in or going for an aggressive pick himself, but then having to flash. Like him putting himself in the situation where he knows he's gonna have to use it because he's looking to find the initial play. And it's so nice not only to see Light, but to see Xiaohu now on a team where he's playing carries, and it's not a style that's all about him enabling others. He can be one of the big focal points as well, but
you know what I'm looking at, Lyric?
Which one?
Yeah, I'm looking at damage taken. I know it's a Scion, but almost 40% of the team's damage. The Shy just took everything.
Well, okay, let's, you know, not to bring the Shy down a peg, but a lot of that's also the times of like him just being too far forward and getting picked off.
That's also true. That's no. You're not bringing him down a peg. You're being a realist and you're being truthful. You're right. It was 0-5 in the end.
I love the Shy Scions. Like it's just great that like his modes are typically either like carries / Gnar, and then like the far end of Scion. Nothing else.
Or Ornn. Remember, we'll never forget the day he brought a Doran's Blade.
Ornn. Yep.
God, a classic, but still a successful classic for game one. We're going to go to a break in our match of the week, folks. Let's hope JDG have a bit more for game number 2 so we can run the distance here.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng Yucal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yucal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yucal's come to town. They find Hong, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT! They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison. Matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos. But Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's going to carry harder? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Schwan has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoyan cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As Yucal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yucal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The Guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! CS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4.
That's 2v4.
Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce roll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle.
下一场面对京东战队，其实他们的人员配置都是很厉害的嘛。然后我们面对他们的话，可能就是大家都一样吧，就是好好打游戏。自己在队伍中扮演的角色就是稳定输出就行了。
I love player interviews where they're like, yeah, we got to perform well, and as an light is the 80 carry, and he needs to do damage stably, which is essentially the whole role.
That's what he did. Hey, he did
What
it.
an insight. What an insight, man. God. Okay, well, Chris was MVP,
wait.
by the way.
I was going to say, like, if we look at it, Knight said one of his goals coming into the day was to knock Karsa down because, you know, he said his ego's been getting out of control with all his MVPs. Technically, it's been done. You know, Karsa was an MVP. Chris gets it.
Yeah.
I am a bit surprised. Chris, like you said, though, his Enchanted Crystal Arrows, even they weren't necessarily always turning into picks, like he was getting like sums, he was getting item actives blown. The volleys consistently coming out was one of the reasons why it seemed so hard for JDG to like get in range and find the action that they were looking for in these fights. Chris, as we highlighted before, has been kind of in that top, I'd say trifecta that you've had in the LPL over the years, right? It's been Chris, Ming, and Mako as like who people have looked at it. And then you kind of have supports either coming in and out as like people like Mako have dipped in form some splits. Like Chris not really able to show his stuff with like what his team had last year or so on and so forth. But so great to see Chris on a team surrounded by, again, just other like players of his caliber and to be able to shine like this. Because Weibo as a whole, I mean, Xiaohu and Light were huge. We saw what Chris was doing. Karsa was doing his job in the Shy. Like, he was getting so focused. JDG putting so much attention on the side and the top side, gave the breathing room for Weibo's bot lane to be able to win so hard. And it was just one of those games where we really got to see a lot of great team fighting, a lot of great things out from Weibo in this game.
True. I mean, I think the team fighting cemented it in the end. You talked about very specific conditions for both these teams. Weibo Gaming always forcing the 5v5s when, I guess, Knight and 369 had no time to play side lanes really at all because Weibo Gaming continued to force them to group up. So game number 2 we're going into now. Again, JDG, I think we're firm favorites coming into this simply because Weibo are a team that are a little bit untested, Lyric. Like, we've seen them 2-1 so far. They haven't been, I guess, perfect like JDG in some of their games, where JDG, I think you said at the start of broadcast, JDG have just been like lane gapping people, have been lane diffing people, and they kind of did in this game. It just didn't expand anywhere.
Yeah, they've kind of looked like the raid boss. Again, them and LNG were the teams coming into this. I mean, I guess they still are, right? JDG haven't lost yet, but sitting undefeated in terms of series, definitely couldn't count Weibo out as slouches because, again, whether it's JDG, Weibo, BLG, LNG, I think these are kind of the big four, at least in terms of on-paper rosters. I think EDG kind of sitting a little bit below that, and obviously now we have, like, you know, the up-and-comers, like IG putting themselves in these equations, and definitely a lot of, I wouldn't say, like, potential upsets, just a lot of interchangeable teams that wouldn't be surprised, like, if a series went one way or the other. And even this game, coming into this, we said, hey, if it was going to go for JDG, I kind of expected to be a bit of a gap in terms of, like, you know, the dominant early game wins and them snowball. And if these are closer games, I think that's where we have seen good things from Weibo, especially, I think it was their loss against BLG, where in the mid game, they still looked really good. In times like this, you're like, cool, you can see that coming through for Weibo. I do believe we're getting a swap of sides. I think JDG is heading over to red, so maybe that can shake up draft a little bit. I think looking at drafts, I didn't have like a huge problem with JDG's picks overall, but you know, things we can talk about in hindsight because we had a lot of action. It was not a lot of time to talk about things in that game. Is like maybe Ruler could have gone towards like the poke Varus because like it looked very hard to be able to get autos off, and they were actually the ones getting kited out in that game. I know there was a lot of criticisms we've seen with like 369's build and going towards that Maw against the composition that they had. But here we go. Sides did end up swapping through. Weibo so far gonna keep the same bans. JDG actually the ones to change things up, not wanting to deal with Karsa's Elise once again.
So, the biggest question is, are we going to see that Varus left through for Weibo Gaming on the other side? Because it was Varus first for Ruler on JDG, and then we saw a bit of a response in terms of jungle. What was it, Lyric? Was it jungle mid? No, jungle support. The Ashe priority actually was seen on Weibo on red side.
I'm looking at if Weibo want to put like a really high priority going onto Ashe here, but now Zeri's banned. You're right that the Varus can just be the takeaway. Light actually hasn't played it so far this split, but things like the Ashe, Lucian Nami, that coveted duo is still open if they wanted to go for one of those laners here as well. Looks like they will. Crisp sitting at 100% win rate, 25.5 KDA on the Nami so far.
Okay, so a response you would imagine would JDG just pick up the Varus Ashe themselves as a handshake or what?
They could. It looks like right now that's what they're hovering. We've seen, even if something like the Lucian did end up getting taken away, I believe the other thing that Lights played with the Nami was actually the Caitlyn, so you also have that has to be on your mind. But wanting to go with the Ashe themselves, Crisp having a phenomenal game one. We're going to see what Missing is able to do on it this time around. 2 games so far, and just such an incredible pick. Even going beyond, just the push in lane, right? The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, like we saw in last game, the Hawk Shot, and how much information that gives you. But Weibo with a really fast second rotation, they get the Lucian Nami combo, can have a lot of strength and all-in potential there. We saw how much impact this had earlier on in the day with IG's on, just putting on just a show on it, and Karsa getting what I would say is one of the champions I more associate with modern-day Karsa, and just going straight towards that Sejuani.
Oh yeah, like past 3 years. This, Zach, I'd throw the least in, I guess, in there as well, considering what we've seen.
Gragas is still a pick, like even if it's really never meta in the jungle, Karsa will still bring it out at least once, almost every split. He even has already this split, so.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of champions I think I could associate with Karsa, but nevertheless, look, on the other side, Monkey comes out for Knavi, so we get the Wukong finally here tonight. But my biggest question is what we get in the top lane again, because last time around, Lyric, it was like 4 top lane bans, maybe even 5, where the Shy just defaulted to Zion while 369 pulled out the Aatrox matchup instead.
Yeah, banning out the Gnar once again. For Weibo, I wonder if you keep similar bans as game 1 and you take away... Actually, it was Weibo who banned the Gnar in game 1, so the ban's actually going to reverse. They're going to be the ones taking away the Jace, wanting to get the Shy off of that dominant force, and we might end up in a position where we once again kind of end up in the tier 2, tier 3 pool of top laners. Both compositions this time around set up for, I think, pretty strong team fight setups coming on through. And JDG not wanting to deal with the amount of frontlining the Shy can be able to put up with that Zion.
It's banned away. I just love it. I love that the respect's still given over by JDG. On the other side, as we said, things from 369. Syndra going to be taken away from Knight instead, so looking towards the mid lane matchup. Now the biggest question is whether they get 369 or they leave it for a counter. Either way, it's going to be going towards the solo lane as Lyric. This could still technically be a flex as we've seen before and would take away from the Sejuani potency of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it would be a flex. It's something I'd want to highlight as well, especially when something like Gragas is always open for 369 as an AP option if they wanted that, but instead going to just go straight towards the Sylas for Knight and, have things like the Nami and Sejuani ultimates that they're able to pull from. And now this is where I'm more curious, especially with the Shy, where I feel like he typically is on a much... I feel like he has a more defined pool, and then he kind of brings out his more unique counters like the Nidalee from beyond that. They're going to be the ones to take away the Renekton, which is actually one... The Shy's always been, especially in recent years, one of the people who've not really fallen on hey, I'm going to pick Renekton every game train. So it is quite nice to see from him. And now with the Rise being hovered, I'd expect this to come on through. You have some really good side lane options to be able to play around with that Realm Orb. And now setting up 369
Lyric
to be able to look for a counter in top side.
I mean, I know we're probably past the Gragas. I love how you just before you were like, oh, maybe he picks up the Gragas against Karsa. Surely he wouldn't.
Yeah,
surely he wouldn't.
You're looking at an AP top laner here, probably for 369. You have Gragas, you have Kennen kind of being the 2 signature 369 champions. Goes for the Gragas. If you missed the walkout, Karsa walked in. He had a dice with all 3s on it. He had the Gragas barrel as well. So I would love I would love if you've seen Bob's Burgers for Karsa to be Tina looking at him like he's Jimmy Jr. Just like a snack up in the top side and giving the Shy lots of attention, setting 369 behind.
The fact that you would do this when Karsa literally trash talk you and brought up again the memes behind the scene of his bomber getting absolutely thrown to dirt. It's hilarious that game 2, 369 is going to pull it out. So props to him. I feel like it's a bold move, but Lyric, I want to know a little bit more about what this does because we have so much CC on the side of JDG. Like everyone has an ability to lock someone down or at least knock them up.
JDG are the ones I'm more curious to see how this pans through. Obviously, having the Ashes time around that bot side and trying to generate the push for themselves. Top lane should be a little bit of a wash. You know Shahu will get pressure early on, so a lot's going to be in Kanavi's hands and what he's able to do. Once Missing hits that level 6 mark, I think it's going to be about comboing them up in Enchanted Crystal Arrow, set Kanavi up for a gank somewhere on the map, to where we know for Weibo, it's about the rise, using that realm warp. You have the Sejuani synergy with the Renekton to take down 369, but I'm still looking at Light to be the big carry threat on this team for Weibo Gaming.
Okay, well, we've already seen the Lucian take over tonight, but ladies and gentlemen, as we run into Summoner's Rift, yet again, Weibo opened up this series with a huge Game 1 statement with great team fighting. Looking towards people like Karsa here yet again, especially with the Shy in that solo melee matchup. Lyric, you already talked about it. Level 6 will be looking out for Xiaohu, considering that it'll be about impacting those side lanes and making sure that he can really get the ball rolling as well. Let's see if Ruler has a better game. As the crowd is out in force yet again. I mentioned that because Ruler game 1, I think he was probably one of the most absent people. I guess the bottom lane in general for JDG was, as they weren't played towards it all.
Yeah, they lost out in lane, and then it felt so hard for Ruler to be able to auto-attack in those team fights. He wasn't able to find an impact in that game, right? Where this time around, I mean, we look, the Devil Halo Blades coming out. They should be able to generate some priority for themselves, and then give Kanavi an avenue to play around. This game should definitely set up for some explosive team fights as well, because both have just such huge, like, I mean, Sejuani on one side, all the team fight ultimates on the side of JDG. Knight can be able to steal things away. Both 369 and Kanavi able to go in, but up until then, I think it's going to be about Weibo disrupting that, kind of pulling JDG apart and finding picks for themselves.
Look, speaking of opening things up early, this ward that comes through, just going to see that Ruler and Missing are trying to abuse this early lane state, as even against the turret. Okay, well, we get a bit of an insight why Varus and Ashe, even from level 1, are a pain to deal with. Look at it go. Oh, 80 carries. Can't live without them.
Weibo feeling a little bit all right to go for those trades, though, considering that they at least have the sustain from Nami coming through, right? I mean, they had wards in both Tri-Brush and the Lane Brush to be able to get a lot of this damage onto Missing and Ruler. So even if it does look like they lost out, still going to be feeling fine. But look at this, not even able to walk up to the wave, Missing, just completely zoning them out. That's such an annoying champion.
Oh, dude. And has been for a while. You know, the fact that we're seeing it yet again, Ashe has just been a pain for the past 6 months. Halo Blades, people kind of forget, 110% on your autos once you've already applied an auto with Frosters. Forget my information, because mid, yeah, Xiaohu in a bit of trouble, but Phase Rush gets him out of there without having to use the Summoner.
Great by him leaning down towards that bottom side, knowing that's where his jungler is. And does manage to get away there just with the Phase Rush. So right now, a bit of a split on the map in terms of we see the Shy pressure in top side, JDG full control on bot, and Kanavi wanting to be a little bit cheeky, wrapping around even dodges the ward.
Round number 2, Lyric, as you said, going to be big as Flash now burnt. Kanavi spotted out as Karsa's coming to the bottom lane. He's going to get revenge here for the massive push from Ruler and Missing. First Flash burned out as Missing might have to get his as well. But it's matched. Karsa hits the volley. Permafrost there is light as the Flash into the corner, but First Blood still goes over. 3 versus 1, but he's getting help. Kanavi's coming down as Light has to get the hell out of there. Flail yet again. Kanavi flashes on in. Light, Chris, Flash as well. Karsa burns his but can't get out. It's a response, a 1-for-1, and Kanavi will now reign in the jungle.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh,
we haven't done
hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
369 is so proficient on this champion. It's why it's one of his comfort pocket picks that he always loves to bring out. Finds the win up against the Shy up in top lane. And we're just trading action all over the map. We're going to get to see the replay here. Light going in for the initial trade. Not exactly able to follow as fast as they want, but they get the first flash. But looks bottom left-hand side. 2v2 in mid.
Oh, yeah. It's gone to Duck doesn't connect as we're about to go to live,
Xiaohu
ladies
goes
and gentlemen. Knight has just gotten Xiaohu. Replay, man. Give it up. We get it. We love replays too. But right now, things are happening towards mid. As who died? It was just Xiaohu in the end, Lyric. But that is just a great start for JDG across the map. Like 1.5k gold lead. Knight now with a kill. Gragas
We're
with a kill
4
too.
minutes in. We have all flashes down except up in the top lane. We have like, you know, heal down in bot side coming from both sides. A barrier down, just so much going down, so much early action coming through. This is where JDG have looked the strongest this split, which is in like the first like 10-15 minutes of the game. And if they can generate that size of a lead, they have just snowballed out of control. One of our win cons for Weibo coming into today was making sure that that doesn't happen, because in mid-game Weibo have looked incredibly proficient. We see Karsa now wrapping around for a potentially cheeky gank onto the bot side, but Kanavi's also making his way down here.
As look, top side continues to be JDG favored, it seems like, even though with the CS lead here, we're looking up top side just to watch 369 play with the Shy a little bit. And we'll see how that develops, as bottom side doesn't envelop anything for the time being. Control Ward gonna spot Kanavi coming down towards Tribrush, but Karsa's ready to react here. Looks like Weibo Gaming there want to give a bit of priority down there, considering how far behind they've fallen. You talked about Light missing a wave before, but I didn't think it was that bad. Like, look at the difference.
Well, remember, they were even getting zoned off the wave at like level 1. It's been a lot of these like small things leading up to this sizable advantage. Now also Knight hits 6 before Xiaohu, so he has the pressure for mid lane to be able to potentially move. And JDG just doing a nice job of making their centerpiece of their map play right now all about mid and bot. You know Gragas, such a self-sufficient, independent drunk man. He's got top on lock all by himself.
Like every drunk man, you know, I could walk from the city of Sydney to home. It's like, it'd probably be a 4-hour walk, but I'd make it. That's what happens when you drink whatever the pink stuff is. There's Weibo, hang on, Realm Warps come through. You talk about the level 6 and Lyric into fruition. It finds itself, especially with those flash timings. Nowhere near off the cooldown. Xiaohu with kill number 1, missing buying time, but giving kill number 2 over as well. Weibo Gaming are back in this game, Lyric, and it's thanks to good old Blue Man in the mid lane. Okay.
Shy!
Oh, clean. Flashes back out though, hang on. Turret shot, only one of them. As 369 is trying to wait it out. He's got flash available. You better believe he wants to do it. There he goes. Into melee range, the Shy. Still alive, 369. Now waiting for him to come out. Do a barrel roll, man. But hang on, the healing's there as well. You're right. Is it enough? It is. 369 part 2, man. This Gragas is rolling 9s.
You know, the Shy playing so incredibly confidently, so close to 369's turret. How many times do we need to see an enemy top laner get Gragas cast into that turret? We're going to get a replay of what happened in bot. We knew once level 6 mark came, they can look for this play. Flashes were blown in the earlier exchange, setting it up. That's why Weibo are allowed to kind of divvy their attention like this, knowing they have first move, knowing the flashes are here to just guarantee both kills, to not overstack to one area. But here the Shy slices and dices both of them in the direction of 369's turret. Does end up getting away, but the abilities are there. Gragas is pretty low mana cost as well, so I like 369 waits this out, gets the W and a bit of healing from the passive, and the Shy still biding his time, waiting for his Q to come up. Tries to get off the empowered stun, doesn't come through. Maybe it would have even been better to go for like the empowered Q there, but I think 369 probably still would have won out. Found the kill.
Used it on the minion wave. The Shy was like, I want healing and I want it fast, but Lyric, the emote game on point here for 369. Stuns go in the air as that's the second solo kill here against the Shy, and even though this Renekton is a CS lead, 369 in a very good spot. But Lyric, how long will we say that if Cast is able to get in?
You know, we're gonna see, but both junglers here now. They have the Kanavi.
Ulti not going to come through. There it comes late, but the Shy, yeah, you know what? That Casa, the Shy's probably like, dude, not the play.
No. I also want to highlight that, you know, we said drafted, like, when I think of the Shy, I don't really think of Renekton. He's played it 16 times in his career, so not like a terribly high amount, but also not in the single digits. They might need to pause on that as Karsa shouldn't be able to do anything here. But yeah, point is, not really, you know, the Renekton player, right? You were right, Nars is the most played, Jace is up there, Kennan's up there, Sion's surprisingly up there. A lot of these champions a lot more synonymous with our boy in the top side.
Not going to silhouette the Realm Warp, worth mentioning because we've got Dragon about 145. Okay, Realm Warp won't be up then, but Herald is sitting there for a response play, and Lyric, everyone's moving up there. Ultimate's available. Missing has an ult advantage actually over Crisp, so we're going to have a big fight over the remains of this Herald.
Knight very low on mana though. Shouldn't have too much to really get off the full combo. Wavo.
It's a bait. Realm Warp, eye exposed. Smite goes down, but the enchanted power comes through. Waver Gaming need to pick up the Herald as they do, as that tidal wave actually came up in the end for Crisp, as waiting for Kanavi to ult, but it's not available. So Shy goes into a choke yet again. Meets with Gragas, but saved. Xiaohu, my brother, he's going to be latched onto by Knight, who flashes away. It's getting a little bit messy. Wavo trying to go back in, and that's what I love about these two teams, Lyric. They are scrappers through and through.
Yeah, Wavo even managed to get out with Herald and lose nothing. You look at the waves, not really in a position to where JDG should be able to punish and really get too much down. Shy even having TP, get back up the top. Maybe I spoke too soon though.
He's okay, all right. I was thinking for a second, Lyric. He stepped up a bit close to an Ashe, but no ultimate available, of course.
Do you think another solo kill happens in top lane?
I think it does, dude. What do we know?
I think so too. I feel it. I feel the solo kill vibes coming.
Do you know? I looked up his death ratio, his kill death ratio in his career the other day again, because I thought maybe the Shy's gotten back over kills again. I think he's still 100 or 150 deaths over his kills at the moment. So 0-3 and 0-5 in the last game, not helping out with that.
No,
it's a sad ratio to have.
369 now, just generating so much pressure. But I kind of want to turn our attention back down to bot because Dragon's coming up. You can already see JDG's members working their way into River. Missing was just there right before we panned to bot. Knight had also made his way down. So a tremendous amount of vision control coming from JDG's side. Not even only in bot, all across the map, JDG have lit up with wards. They will know every move that Wavo are looking to make.
God, the cameraman's obsessed. The cameraman doesn't care. He literally doesn't care about anything else. He just stands the Shy, who's a level and a half behind.
I mean, nothing's 369, you know? We don't know which way it goes.
That's true. I mean, I would at this point. 369 is bodying him. As you said, low mana cost. It doesn't matter. How much is he getting from Grasp at this point? Holy moly. Yeah. Lordship. Now what? Cameraman? He's on vacation.
Wait, look, both teams are posturing around Dragon, Mr. Observer. Like, let's chill a little bit, my dude. Is JDG looks like they should get this, but Wavo might end up posturing in the end. They have calling, they have the tidal wave there. Xiao's pushed in mid, so looks like they will opt out at the end of the day. I wonder if Xiao will be able to get a turret plate off this in response. No, can't even get that. And even this lean up towards top side shouldn't really result in anything since 369 went for that base. Oh wait, Xiaohu.
He's going in deep. Now he did this towards mid, but as the arrow flies through, is this a ruse? Oh! Props to Crisp, sorry, for missing, for throwing it out, as Xiaohu's already away. Glacial Prison flashed into, apparently Knight can see the future. Xiaohu's summoner now down in Lyric. Wavo Gaming getting caught out a little bit here in this game. This does feel like a very Wavo Gaming type of game.
I feel like that should have been a kill though. Had Kanavi not been scared off by Karsa, like the comms been a little bit better. I don't know if they were afraid of maybe like someone's bot lane moving over, but Kanavi walking forward, you didn't catch out Xiaohu like going for the flash. You have your ability to jump in. So I think Xiaohu getting away, should feel a little bit happy there, kind of given over by JDG. Still JDG get the sums, so will be something that you can look to exploit in the future.
As they're going to make a play into the bottom lane. Look where Knight missing are. This is going to be dangerous. Cast are putting out their Herald. Timing not on their side. And tidal wave. Cast is like the only way out is through. But his whole team going to die with him as well. It seems as double flash going to be burnt down. Herald goes to the charge. Lyric, I believe, as a jungler, you still get the gold even if you're dead. So gold will still go over. But Casa does die in an unfortunate position for it.
The Observer brings us back to the brawl.
What's happening top lane? Oh,
feels
bot's
more
fun.
like top lane pro view stream than anything else. Is way
True.
Looks like hoping that JDG would make a misstep in bot lane and be able to find a bit of a pick, but it's not going to come through. Weibo, we're setting up to drop Herald bot and go for a push, but JDG were already wrapping around. Look at Shadow, he was on a reset time, so it sets up for numbers again and sets up for the wraparound from JDG to just pincer Karsa in. He had nowhere to go, and it ends up going down.
Hey, this is the important stuff. Yeah, forget any part of the replay. That's enough. We don't need to see anything else. Let's just watch top. Let's just chill out here and watch top, dude. The Shy with his Iron Spike Whip. And 369, who's just gone shopping, but hasn't really bought a meal. You know, he bought the Arborea rice, but no mushrooms for the risotto.
He's like one of those people, you know, you go to McDonald's and you don't buy like, you know, a number 4. You buy like,
Number
you know,
4.
2 double cheeseburgers and maybe like fries separately and a McChicken.
What is the number 4? What do you mean number 4?
I don't know what the number 4 is.
Number 4.
I
like
guess the number 4 would be different depending on the country of the McDonald's you're visiting. You know what I mean?
You say what you want, not a number 4. It's not like the DMV or something. Like, you literally go in and you say, I want a Big Mac.
What would you order at a DMV that would be a number 4?
It just sounds like something American. I don't know. Number 4, like a hairstyle or something. I go into...
I don't know if that's a hairstyle either. Number 4?
Number 4, I'll go in. That's a challenge for anyone out there. Go in and say, I want a number 4 and see what they do.
I think we're both wrong on everything we said.
Well, when I go into Macca's, I will say I'll have a quarter pounder, or I don't know why in Australia we call it quarter pounder, not
when
like
I
half
get
a
the
kilo.
haircut I need, I'll say I want a number 4 and see what they say.
Okay, well please do that. Next time you go into McDonald's, ask for a Royale with cheese. And see what they give you, man. I went to Amsterdam, and I didn't go to McDonald's. I still regret it to this day, but I'm pretty sure it's not just a Pulp Fiction thing. It's actually they call it a Royale with cheese. Or Quentin Tarantino has pranked me, dude. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to Amsterdam.
You know, this is match of the week, and that's how it kind of was my fault that we went off track. Dragon though, Dragon.
Hey,
50
Dragon.
seconds.
Where's top lane? Top lane not important. Dragon, you're right. That's it. That is going to be third Dragon for JDG.
Has finally chilled and accepted nothing's going to come up. Weibo are the ones. Resets coming off first, so they get first push on the mid wave. Looks like JDG are going to try and create a point of pressure through bot side with Knight TPing there to push this out now. But he might regret that.
Well, Knight has the Realm Warp zone though, but the problem is he can't channel it. It's been locked in place. Great Aqua Prison as well as Knight. The kill's trying to be given over. Chris got it out of all 4 of them. But it is going to be the pick before that Dragon spawns up, Lyric. However, what is JDG's response?
Looks like JDG using that Herald in mid. Shao's going to TP in, but they are not going to be able to stop this. I wonder if they're going to look for Dragon first and try to threaten a collapse, but with Light staying down to catch wave and bot, they really don't have any options to do anything.
This Herald's going to get another charge here for the meanwhile. Casa thinking about going in, but doesn't have that Glacial Prison. Dragon still sits there. Dragon continues to sit there, and here we go again. All right, well, what's happening up here? It's like putting on, you know, the ABC in the middle of the day. I'm trying to make it less Australian. It's like watching Bold and the Beautiful. What rubbish that is. Let's look at Dragon, and it's going to go to JDG for number 3.
I mean, JDG, they've been, I think, significantly the team on the front foot in the early game, right? We don't have a huge gold lead so far, not even a big kill lead, only 2 more for JDG. But look at that, sole point already at not even 19 minutes into the game. They really have just been the ones running the map. A lot of that coming down to their control over this bottom side. And it's like, cool, 369, 2-0 up. Doesn't even feel like that's been the defining point of the game, right? It's the fact that Ruler quiet in game 1, now 30 CS lead in game 2.
Yeah.
Is going to poke variant of Varus this time around as well.
Hang on. Well, this could be a solid kill for the Evolve, but the Shy has a bit more health to work with now, especially with the Gore Drinker. Half health is going to heal up and get the Fury up as well. Missing's already used the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Kanavi's coming in. The question is Carter and Crisp going to make a bigger difference as JDG is still setting up? Crisp, I believe, might be spotted, or either way, JDG are going to back off. So they continue to try to make this play on the top side. And I want to come back to what you said, Lyric. Ruler is a bit more vocal this time around. That CS lead is important. Important to note how it started in the lane with Missing just doing so well on this Ashe. And I feel like we can say that for JDG through both games, right? Their lanes have been pretty solid apart from bottom lane in game 1 where WBG just abused it to high health.
Yeah, they look good. Even this game around, Light Chris maybe not able to find the same takeover so far, but looking pretty sturdy. Right now it's about reinforcing the Shine, making sure that he doesn't get too much over, but it feels like this is a losing battle. JDG aren't going to be able to guarantee give another turret. Weibo still haven't picked up the first one.
Yeah.
I'd kind of like to get to a point where hopefully we see the Shine Xiaohu play a little bit together, especially when Xiaohu's TP comes up, but it might be JDG actually the ones to look for this play on sides first.
Arrow. Oh, okay, Xiaohu plays it in. Gets that objective bounty, so finally the first turret comes through. Lyric, you were saying, you know, you want to see Xiaohu link up a bit, use that realm wall. That's what we're talking about in pick and ban. Is that simply just the easiest condition right now for Weibo Gaming, or is there something else that kind of elevates them into a stronger mid game approaching this fourth dragon?
No, I think it's definitely looking for that pick somewhere. Even if it's not like, you know, hovering over and making a realm ward play with your team. Like him and the Shy going for one of those double soul lane plays on sides. You lean over, you look for the pick. If the enemy starts the objective on the opposite side, well, the Shy will have TP to join in, even if Xiaohu doesn't. So at worst, it'll be a 4v4. And at best, you make that play when Xiaohu's TP is up, which is very soon, and then you can look to not only find that pick, but then maybe get something aggressive on the opposite side of the map as well. So really looking at Xiaohu to be the one to make something happen for Weibo, or JDG seem fine to just keep playing out at this pace, wait for the next dragon to come up, and keep relying on the pick potential of Missing's Enchanted Crystal Arrows.
As Night's going to be walking into Fog of War. As you were saying, Missing's arrows, also Knight with his stolen Glacial Prison seemed like a big factor as 369 is charging down his old jungler. Maybe it's personal here between the top lane of JDG is yet another turret's going to go down. More gold. It's a clean game so far. We got really scrappy in the first 15 minutes, but now JDG, as you were saying, don't have to worry about anything.
Do you remember the first 4 minutes when we had 8 flashes blown? And
oh
ever
yeah,
since then,
I remember that.
Very much cooled down. To be fair, right? Like there might not be kills going over, but JDG just rotating pretty much the whole squad around the map, constantly taking up objectives. So they're doing exactly what they need to do. Now trying to circle around on Parsa, who might have nowhere to go.
Well, Realm Warp is going to come through. I'm wondering about what that is. Looks like that was Xiaohu who got out of there in the nick of time as Kart's going to be saved up by the rest of his team. Arrow does hit onto Xiaohu, but he's got Merc Res here. The turnaround, the flash away from Missing his Karsa in the wrong angles. The Shy's frontlining for the time being. JDG are playing off of a wing here, but it'll be good enough, especially since the Shy is left alone. Good health bars to work with as well. Good Aqua Prison, but hey, look at the turn on this side. Karsa flashes over. Light helps get down Ruler. Beautiful pick from absolutely nothing, but an explosive Kart 9. You've done it again. Joe running forward, so this fight ain't over. It's Missing now caught out. How they won that in the end, I just don't know. The bottom lane from JDG is dead.
Ruler, a man that we have highlighted and praised, is, I mean, right, coming out from last year, him and Viper were the 2 best AD carries in the world. And the show he's been putting on so far in the LPL has been a sight to see, but I mean, we'll get the replay and we'll see it, but Ruler flashing over that wall straight into the waiting and the loving arms of Weibo was quite the misstep coming out. It's going to open up the trade. It's going straight to Weibo, so no soul for JDG at the 23-minute mark.
An objective bounty picked up yet again. Remember that even though Weibo Gaming aren't that far behind, that objective bounty is going to put them in such a good place here in this game as Baron's being threatened by JDG. Everyone's back alive. Missing as that enchanted crystal arrow. It's going to be flown out, but I'm not sure. Missing, ironically enough, with his name. Not sure where that one was going. It's locked up again. Aqua Prison thrown out, but also the ultimate from the Sejuani. Caster not going to have that for a little while as Knight simply using his Sonyas will fade out all of those pieces of utility.
I want to highlight that Ruler flashing in not only like gave the kill on the objective, but now Ruler also doesn't have flash, which just makes him a very easy target in some of these fights. I will say, JDG have typically been on the front foot, so Ruler might not have to worry about that too much.
Ooh, 369 though. Setting up, no follow-up with the abscond duck from 9. That was the explosive cast that came out. Yeah, so that goes down, and JDG still trying to continue with his pick, but Lyric, people are separating a bit. Ruler's not here. Missing thinking about going back. The arrow almost off cooldown, but there's a lot to keep track of here because Weibo Gaming are getting very ambitious at this point in the game.
Weibo now.
Arrow. Tidal wave, and guess what? Guess what? They reset. Weibo Gaming reset, and they found Xiaohu and Chris on the back end. JDG with the pixel perfect timing, it feels like.
The patience paid off. Weibo, why are you there when the rest of your team is already gone? Now this should be a Baron for the side of JDG. The Shy Carson, they're going to try to do something about it.
Light is coming in, but Lyric, it's a 5 versus 3. I'm not sure what to expect here as Glacial Prison locks down. Knight going to be jumping in as well. The Shy buying some time. He'll get out with a slither of HP as the rest of JDG zone off while Kanavi, Ruler, keep hitting away at that Baron, trying to take us to a game number 3. In Caster goes out after the Baron is down. The 3 members tried, but it's perfect from JDG in the end, fixing up this game, and this Baron might be sealing the deal, Lyric, pretty soon.
I think it will, which is why Carson felt so pressured to just try and run right past the members of JDG and go for it. We're going to see here, though, Crisp and Xiaohu trying to finish clearing off vision that they didn't expect the other members of JDG to be waiting the wings. I believe they did just see Knight pushing in that way top, though, so I don't know why they didn't feel more cautious and more pressured, but JDG make them pay for that, turning it right into a Baron. Now they're going to be able to start going for some of the siege. Ruler this time around is on that poke forest like we highlighted earlier, sitting at 3 items, laying down those arrows, missing, can set up the picks as well with the enchanted crystal arrow.
Yeah.
So this is where we really need to see what JDG are able to do.
Now, match of the week, JDG look like they're going to be taking the distance, which is always a pleasure, but the way this game is kind of enveloped has been so strange, considering that patient play from JDG, as you said, found a perfect window. And now, running down mid, Baron's going to be hitting up all this standing gold in the bottom lane too. Knight should be getting in a push really soon, and Lyric, I mean, this Baron power play is going to run to 4K at least, as base should be next here. But how do you break it? There is still a lot of wave clear on the side of Weibo Gaming, but maybe not enough at this point.
No, and it seems like Weibo realized they just need to try and set up some kind of pick, which is what Cars was hoping for if other members would come back to mid lane, but they didn't. And now, I mean, the siege coming down bot side.
Tidal wave is good. There's a reverse one from Knight as well. Golden yet again. Drumore brings in Xiaohu. Flash away from Knight. Kanavi, that's just a clone. As there's good AoE. Once again, Xiaohu feels like he's the driving force of Weibo here in this game. The defense still strong as Baron's going to give it an enhanced recall. But look, meanwhile, mid. This guy, this drunken, rampant man, is running down this turret and now setting the engage. Explosive cast separates the team. Teleport brought in Knight yet again. The culling stolen away the Shy. And Light are forced back, but the flash a little bit too late. The arrow comes in as well. And JDG to take us to the distance. This game feels just about right to even things up in our match of the week.
JDG, other than what really was, in my mind, one misstep coming out in that team fight where Weibo got a few picks when, you know, Ruler flashed in and a few other people went down. It really has just been a solid game overall. The Shy getting punished in the early game. The Shy and Karsa, kind of their pairing there, their synergy, how they're working together. We saw that have some missteps as well. And that's one of the things I think for Weibo overall has looked like it hasn't solidified yet with these two players joining forces. Karsa has looked much better, either like playing with or around Xiaohu, which makes sense. 2019 and 2018 RNG, they work together, and even with bot lane, some areas Weibo definitely need to shore up, and JDG staying true. If they get those early game leads, this team is terrifying and can snowball.
Just clean as you like, honestly. Maybe clean, not the right word to use, folks, but definitely some great macro play. Dominant is good. I like Dominant as this is going on for at least a year. Light trying to send back some damage, but no one wants to die, and honestly, neither do I, Lyric. Live forever if I could.
That's good.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
Real.
I hope that for everybody is.
Yeah, dude.
You know, I like to say that clean. Like again, there have been some mistakes, but always in the driver's seat. This game is just where JDG is in, always in control. So definitely pushing this forward. As Weibo still fishing for those opportunities, but it feels like with the super flooding in mid, with the lack of care coming out from 369, just you know, body slamming forward at any moment, that they can just go for it. Great play with that Realm Walk to even guarantee that this next inhibitor turret going down.
Minions in, and Explosive Cast might be trying to end this one as well. Arrow comes in, a lot of tanky members, but Cast are getting shredded down. JDG just finding that simple couple of picks that'll lead him to the door of the Nexus. But so far, Weibo Gaming are still channeling around some of that poke. Lyric, this game is still going. I mean, Weibo Gaming putting up one hell of a fight, but JDG, I guess, struggling at this end to get the final nail in the coffin?
No, I mean, you think about it, right? Mid inhibitor's down, they just guaranteed bot inhibitor. If they felt, I'm surprised they don't feel more comfortable to even opt into pushing top inhib right now. Weibo! What was that?
What? I mean, they just appeared out of nowhere. But already it's turning on its head a bit, as Carson said. The Shy's next, and you know what? An attempt from Weibo Gaming. That was their Hail Mary.
That was the best Hail Mary I've seen. Oh my God.
What a way to go out.
Yeah. That was mojo. That was pure mojo right there. Is the light now gonna be the last to go down. I don't know if they had vision to work with in that play. That play went horribly wrong. It just means the game is over. But that is the kind of energy you love to see.
Dude, again, probably sitting in base for man, what? Let's actually go out with pride, and you definitely think they did. JDG though will take us to a game number 3. This has been their game for quite a while now. Who knows what the next one's going to bring? As this time around, Ruler gets a bit more respect, despite that flashy play before. As Knight's changed, I don't know why Silas still does that.
Look,
I do know why it's going to a game 3.
An alternative universe. Well, again, I don't know if they actually had vision there, spotted how many of them were there, but you're just yo, we know they're backing off. Let's Realm Warp just onto them and hope for the best. So let's hope we Realm Warp straight onto Ruler and we'll see. In that world, they do it. Both of them go down. Bam! You pivot that into, oh wait, I don't think Mariner Dragon were up, so I actually don't even know what they would have pivoted that into, but at least they would have found some kills. I mean, again, JDG were in the driver's seat that whole game. A lot of that coming down to 369. I mean, he punished the Shine top lane. That was just dirty with what he was doing in that matchup. Bot lane, sure, Light and Chris were able to find some kills, but coming out of laning phase, Ruler was up 30 CS. And then a lot of, Kanavi, Knight moving around the map, finding these kills, and really bringing it together. And even when they weren't finding kills, with that large 5 to 10 minute stretch of the game, where it was JDG, okay, maybe Knight, push out side lane, all of them start grouping up towards mid, hover around, Weibo back off, we take that, group up towards top, Weibo back off, we take that, and just very, by the book of, hey, objective, Weibo aren't giving the opportunities, but Weibo also aren't setting up for the picks. Some hiccups here and there for JDG, but a much more, I'd say, confident game coming out for them.
Yeah, and again, running by the book, I think is the easiest way to put it there, while Weibo Gaming kept things scrappy. For JDG, props to people like Knight, who didn't really have to do much apart from play his role and play alongside Kanavi, because Kanavi was so busy that game.
Props to this man for not having to do much.
Well, I mean, in the end, Knight had a pretty clean game. I thought he was pretty solid, but... I'm sorry, overall, I should be giving it to 369. 369 should be getting it, right?
To be fair, right, it was a very team-oriented win, throughout that mid-game coming out from JDG, so, I don't think you're wrong. But, yeah, what 369 was able to do in that one-on-one matchup, he looked so much more comfortable in the matchup, which makes sense, considering that this is his pocket pick. He also does play a fair amount of both of these champions, so when we hit for the Shy, not really known as like a huge Renekton player, and certainly not like big on the grog. It's not something he pulls out in any meta like 369 does. So I think 369 just looked much more comfortable in this matchup than the Shy did for Weibo, and it was able to pay off. Like they were able to make it work. He was able to be a big tank, still doing a solid amount of the team's damage. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's what ends up getting him the MVP. Because look at that, 34% damage taken, 24% damage share, which is the same as his AD carry. And yeah, just across the board, it was great to see coming out for 369 and making Karsa eat his, I guess they weren't words, they were actions of his stage walkout.
Eats it anyway, right? Like, also, I just want to point out on the Shy point, he is 0-11 in this series yet. I don't think he's yet to pick up a kill. So game 3 is his big chance, as things will be heating up shortly for our final game of our match of the week between JDG and Weibo Gaming. It'll be right after this.
The LPL are kings again.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming versus JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup of the century, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
369! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Chuo gets annihilated. Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadowbound falls. Ruler is a monster.
They win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce. Roll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how he just waiting for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Bin just disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Bin just yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the Qs. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tank stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final chapter actually going the wrong way from on there. As Karsa dodging from the laser. Bin in the meantime is being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the Penta.
369 versus the Shy. Xiaohu versus Knight. And Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night.
Didn't even know what happiness till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights
stars in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. Your life, oh, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop, I'm reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no.
因为今年的话，我们换了新的选手，然后我个人的风格也会变得更自己玩一点，就稳定一点吧。或者说对线的话压力比较大，他是属于那种对线比较激进的，然后我会叫卡兰位，包括我的辅助还有中单一起来的。
Okay, 369, you don't need help, brother.
He
You were
didn't need the
fine.
help. He
You
didn't need the
literally solo killed the Shine twice. So that was just baloney lyric.
Yeah. And you know what? It doesn't matter if it's baloney because that man gets the MVP. I think no surprise to anyone with what he was able to do. And this series overall has kind of looked like, you know, for JDG, 369 Kanavi, I think, having like solid series so far. Like, you know, you questionable build in game 1 for 369, but still overall play has been there. Ruler Knight a little bit more quiet, to where on the opposite side, it's been mid and bot lane for Weibo, to the Shy and Karsa, when the Shy not having a great series, Karsa not really showing up. And you can see in this game specifically, 369 abusing that. Again, I love that it is with his Gragas up against a champion that, like, again, I'm sure Carson even knows it's a meme at this point, but like does the walkout, has the Gragas barrel, and it is just absolutely amazing to see 369 do this.
We're getting a little health bar showcase as well. Just on the bottom left of your screen. Love that our observers have done this. I guess showing how close it was in the end. But we don't get 369 because it doesn't matter. Yeah, smashing down, double solo kill. 369 had a lot to prove here because Casa, as we know the drama behind the scenes, apparently 369 can't really play Nara or Grog as well.
I think even saying behind the scenes is, it was in front of the scenes considering that like the LPL put it out in a documentary. So
True.
yeah, letting everyone know what was going on. And for 369, if he can put up, if him and Kanavi can perform again like this, I mean JDG are going to be feeling good. Now again for JDG, it's about seeing. Not that Knight's been like playing bad, but Knight stepping up, having more of an impact. Ruler, that game, again, it was a bit of a whoopsie. The flash over, almost giving the game back to Weibo. And for Weibo, I mean, the Shy, we need the Shy to stabilize. We need the Shy to stabilize, and you want to see Karsa finding the impact like he did in their last series against FPX, kind of looking at different parts of the map for each side to be able to, set up their win cons going into Game 3.
Even in Game 1, I think we talk about stability. We talk about how Casa was able to play the Elise, I believe. And I think Casa has shown so much more. And I just realized in Weibo Gaming's first game, Casa didn't get MVP, did he? Which I think is the first time Casa has not gotten MVP. Every other win, Casa gets MVP. That was the first time ever in this split that he hasn't gotten it.
Even in Game 1, like, again, he was fine, but it was a quiet game from him, right?
Yeah.
To where, for all these players, all big-name players, all players can make an impact. It's about seeing which of them for each side that have been quiet, stepping up. We're going to see sides go back to Game 1. Fans are going to kind of stay consistent with the changes that we've seen. JDG really wanting to keep that Elise ban. And this time around, they're taking away the Ashe, clearly signaling we don't think Ashe is first pick worthy, but it is still too strong to give over.
Honestly, today it's just been so overpowered. So glad to see it taken away as JDG. Lyric, we talked about things like Varus, but Yuumi, Zeri, those are both open and available. Is it just a Lucian Nami response? Yes, we know what the meta is. We know how it goes.
If there's anything that can bring up, Ruler putting on the insane performances, it has been on this pick. It's been on the Zeri. You've seen him just able to push this champion to its mechanical prowess. So I'm feeling much better for JDG having this one. Looks like they might keep it stock and standard with jungle, with the 3, I'd say, more premier champions being taken off the board. Vi Wukong being that second tier, and you'd expect the Yuumi pick to come in third, unless they, did want to change it up and had any shenanigans up their belt. But I don't see any reason why, when this has been the tried and true duo for the squad.
Okay, so we know Lucian's going to come third for Weibo Gaming. Let's look ahead a little bit. What happens in maybe the solo lanes, right? Because Knight, Xiaohu, maybe a chance to be a little bit more impressive. We've seen Xiaohu on the rise so far. Is it worth banning away? Like, what are your thoughts here?
I think you take away the Gragas. I think.
Oh yeah.
It depends on what Weibo are angling for on their fourth pick, because I would assume it could potentially be top. But even if it's not, even if you're gonna look to counter pick 369, unless the Shy is gonna go deep in his pool and you say, hey, we give over Gragas, and you're bringing out something like let's go really old school, like a Quinn or something like that. Then I don't know if that's what you would want to deal with when. For them, right, having a AD jungler can set up for another AP soul laner combination coming through for them. But Weibo actually going to be the team to take Rise off the table this time around. To pick that Knight still hasn't even picked up this split.
I wonder. You have Easy Hoon as a coach. Azir is always an option. That's what I think about when I think about Easy Hoon especially. But Xiaohu always not the biggest player of Azir. As Kassadin goes as well. Lyric, is this telling you anything?
I'm curious to see if they're going to want to go for something like, like a Silas themselves. Maybe get more engaged, more brawl in that mid lane. Be able to follow up with Karsa's all-in threat and just try to zone, single out Ruler on this Zeri. Gonna see now though if they do go for that. This has been the Xiaohu pick, right? It's even still Xiaohu's most played, tied with Rise in this split. Actually, now we'll even surpass that with 4. What he started his career on, and it actually leaves the Akali to go across for the opposing side. You have Yuumi, something that I think synchronizes very well with the Akali as well. Just another option to be able to latch onto. and now it's about where 369 wants to go. If he just wants to go back with the comfort that we saw in his last game and how well he was able to perform, we still, of course, do have things like the Renekton Open if you wanted to go towards what has been a little bit higher priority in the LPL. Actually, the second most played top laner, only after the Cassante.
That was graphic. Whatever was happening in the crowd member there was graphic. That might have been light. As yeah, Renekton, you hit the nail on the head. Now the Shy has the option to handshake this lyric. Quinn is open, as you were saying before. You know, Kalista open as well. Probably not the option.
I would love that though. I would love for the Shy to go back to AD carries in the top lane. That was the best timeline when he didn't have enough confidence in Puff when everyone else was playing it in AD carry, and Puff had like 200 games on it in solo queue, and the Shy would still just take it for himself. Poor Puff, man. We'll go back to the Scion. So the thing I like about the Scion is it's like, hey, at least like game one, if you are struggling to find impact and put up a big performance, right? You're still going to get in there with your ultimate. You're still going to make it hard for like the back line to be able to walk forward. You're denying another potential assassination target from someone like the Akali on the side of JDG, and just sets up for more frontline, more hard targets to kill, to give both Light and Xiaohu the room to take over when they have been the two members having a better series in this one.
But Lyric, the only concern I have is, what do you think about mobility on the side of JDG, where as this game goes on, there is a lot of quick thinking there that's going to be utilized.
Yeah, so like game one, but I'd say even more so. They have a lot of tools to reach the backline. They have a lot of tools to especially punish Xiaohu on this immobile mage, and it's gonna be quite tough for him. So for Weibo, you're gonna want to fight in areas where they are right in front of you, like in the middle of mid lane, in river, not around choke points. I feel like if we get into things like jungle skirmishes or times where we have to start worrying about flanks, that is really where JDG are going to be thriving.
Well said. We'll be looking out for it as we go into our final game of the night, our final game of our match of the week between JDG and Weibo Gaming. If Weibo Gaming win this, they will be the first team to take down JDG here in this split, and it'll be a monumental victory considering that JDG are currently considered our best team. As we let the crowd gyro and refuel. The Shy.
See, there's another the Shy throwback. The Kale. We get the Kale, we get the Quinn, we get the Kalista, we get the rapid fire cannon. Like, there's a lot.
I will never forget the Shy at 2019 semi-finals against FPX, I think it was. Might have been in quarters too, where Jackie Love would play Kai'Sa, launch in. The Shy would ult Jackie Love every time, as we get a pause, unfortunately. And Jackie Love would go flying with the Kale ulti and just explode the back one like it was nuts. He just had an invincible Kai'Sa for 2 seconds. Do you remember that?
I do. 2019, the years
music.
of me being in CBLOL and degenerately waking up at like 3 or 4 a.m. to be able to catch LPL. Instead of staying up late, it's, you know, waking up earlier to then be able to work. So
yeah,
those are good times.
God, that's rough. Rough as hell. I just love, sorry, I'm completely distracted by the music. It sounds like we're in a cowboy western, but no, you know what? It sounds like we're in a Quentin Tarantino film. This, like, you know, Uma Thurman has probably just killed 88 people. Now her and Lucy Liu are about to fight off. Or her and Gogo, whatever happens in... I've seen Kill Bill too many times. I'm just pretending like I haven't seen it, dude. It's Kill Bill.
It's been a long time since I've seen Kill Bill.
Logo. Lyric. Logo. We're in.
And this is exactly where I want us to start, because JDG 369 had pressure even in game one when he was up against the Scion. And remember, that time around he had the Aatrox. But JDG were putting so many resources into that, it opened up Weibo to put heavy focus into the bottom lane. I think that's something that we need to see different from game one, of realizing, hey, even if we do stack up kills on the Shy, it is much more about getting Ruler ahead, or at least keeping Ruler in a stable place to where we're not going into mid-game where Light and Xiaohu have these huge advantages. So
we've already seen Lucian Nami tonight just take over. I mean, Arn and Wink destroyed with that bottom lane. But I think Light so far has been pretty decent in this series. You were talking him up coming into this lyric that Light had been having a pretty good split.
Yeah, I think Light has definitely been tremendous. And again, even in game 2, I mean, really the top side of the map was the fault and the main core of Weibo's downfall. Even if Light and Chris were kind of getting dumpstered in that lane, 36 advantage going through, but we'll have the aggressive tools available to them. Looks like both junglers going to make their way up towards that top side though, so might give an angle for Karsa to look for something, especially with how far forward the wave is. 369 looks like he should be getting down the tower now though, so might not be in the worst spot. Weibo also will have mid lane prio to play with, so Karsa having a few options in what he will be able to look for.
Again, surprised that this game we did get, you know, the Shy and Sion. There's obviously a lot more at work from Easy Hoon and crew. Because the Shy, even though yes, he has opted for things like the Sion in the past, especially in a meta like this, we have seen, you know, I think you mentioned he played Jax like 4 times last split. Hasn't really played it otherwise. The Shy's Fiora, things like Aurelia, like we see what players can play is what he's played in the past.
For the Shy, I think he's played Jax 4 times in his whole career, and they were all in 2022 summer. So just kind of some standard meta picks not being prioritized. As Kanavi might actually just slip in here. He does.
Oh,
It's by
perfect
the Shy.
timing. The Shy are going to be hating on this as 369 gets the stun, and yet again, Operation Kill the top lane king is a success.
They find the kill. 2 summoners were blown on the side of JDG, but you're still going to be happy with that little injection of gold. Karsa going to try and take advantage by taking both Scuttle Crabs. Gets the one on top side, making his way down now. Looks like Ruler and Missing. Not going to go check, but at least going to get the ward down, knowing that Karsa should be on this side of the map.
God, Kanavi in the past 2 games just been so proactive to that top lane though. First blood means he gets Caulfield's Warhammer, and Lyric quick replay time is, as we were saying, this was just perfect timing for Kanavi to slip in.
Yeah, it was, I mean, right, a bit lucky, a bit unfortunate, kind of depending on the way that you look at it. Does manage to find this through. I'm surprised the Shy flashed in the end. Kill still goes over, but I just want to keep reminding of game 1 where this was the story and it didn't end up meaning as much. Problem here is in game 1, Karsa was on the Elise. Even if they weren't necessarily constantly finding kills, he was having a lot of pressure ganks, burning a lot of summoners, which was at least building up like large CS advantage in that bot side for Light. This time around, it isn't the same story.
Now we're going to get spotted on a ward here, by the way. I believe as he hugs that curb. It looks like Kanavi still wasn't seen, so as Dragon starts off, Weibo Gaming still a general idea, but Kanavi just getting this early objective, and yet again, I feel like Kanavi's really switched on. As you were saying, I mean, the whole series maybe is worth mentioning. That Kanavi has been so elevated here, where he's been getting better and better in each game.
Really good. I actually don't think he was seen initially going in. We saw some question mark pings coming down around that area, but now they definitely know he's going towards that with the fact that their bot lane kind of hovered over. I'm not sure if Missing provided any support, but speaking of Missing, actually Weibo's support Crisp and Karsa gonna look for something in the mid lane. They need to be careful though. Again, Akali's hard champion pinned down.
Oh, never mind.
But they do
never mind, Lyric. They do it so perfectly. Even though Chris was spotted, they commit to the play anyway.
Well, they didn't know Karsa wrapping around there, and that's why we highlighted, even though their top jungle synergy has been quite off for Weibo, mid jungle has been there. 2 players that have played together on another top team before, and the CC chain was just beautiful.
And again, Lyric setting up for Xiaohu on this Syndra pick that he's picked many, many times. And look, I could say that about any pro player, but we talk about Xiaohu Syndra being synonymous a bit this split. His most played, you mentioned in pick ban. First kill goes down, Lost Chapter blasting one. An amazing start here. When you consider that his kill threat is just going to go off the roof when a Syndra snowballs.
I would love to see JDG put some attention towards mid lane now. Knight's level 6, Kanavi's going to be level 6 very soon. If you could just burn that flash, I mean, how is Xiaohu going to walk up if like your team's trying to contest a Herald or you're looking for a dragon fight? It's going to be so hard. So now that we have those like easier tools to find kills, I'd really love to see Kanavi put some emphasis on his own mid laner.
And again, level 6 now there for Knight, so it feels like it's going to be a lot easier to set that up too, as 369. Trains coming in. My God, that sound was interesting. Great animation. Sounds get better, but it took 6 years for Aurelion Soul to get remade. Vault Breaker comes in. Never mind, I didn't say that. It's Ruler. Dodge away from Carset. Unfortunate timing is Ruler was just back.
Not able to find it, but finally putting up a bit of pressure himself, has the ultimate online for him, so wanting to use that to try to focus Ruler down. Aren't going to get that. We'll have push in mid, and we're about 10 seconds away from the Herald coming up. JDG have been the team to keep up pressure in top, which could maybe make them seem like the team that should go for it, especially since Weibo haven't put as much priority on going for the Herald this series. But Weibo are the team with pressure to play through in mid, so if Karsa can maybe once again look for something on Knight, it could even open up the lean for them towards that top half.
Easy with the ultimate, isn't it? Vault Breaker. Knight. Okay, there's the target. The flash knocks in, and Knight's fine, or is he? Yes, actually, the answer is just yes, he's fine. A great W, I guess.
I mean, the Shroud is just so annoying to deal with, which is one of the big reasons why Kali's been such a staple in pro play over the years. The safety gives you lane, and the annoyance and threat it puts on backline and team fights if you just dropping that ability. 369 and his former jungler are about to meet up, though.
Yeah, they are. We're just pacing around, aren't we? Herald going to reset for the time being, while Kanavi now moving to that position. And remember that Kanavi is a little bit stronger here with the Kindle versus just the Ruby Health Crystal.
Missing is actually making his way here as well. For JDG, their full bot lane might come, which could give them a bit of an advantage. But Weibo, they'd want to use the fact that they have numbers advantage now to set up a pick, but it looks like they aren't going to be able to do that as Kanavi is getting to control vision as he pleases.
Vault Breaker again being charged up into Kanavi before. Just utilized it to punch him away, but both those ultimates are available as missing. Even the Yumi is coming up here, Lyric, as JDG going to start this again.
Ruler now needs to catch away bot because Light pushed that out, so Light's going to be here first. Weibo now might have a timing, but no, it's just constant posturing and constant threat of potential moves that are forcing teams to start Herald and then forcing the back off. It's Light now kind of still angling where he's close enough to if anything breaks out of mid lane, but is actually just going to make his way back down.
Okay, and maybe just off of that, JDG gets the blast cones taken. Ruler gets the push in, and I mean, Light's like, okay, I'm going to commit because Herald is still there. Still exposed as Kanavi comes back in. They're looking for the reset. There's the flash, the cycle, and everyone all in. JDG just pull the trigger, and suddenly Weibo Gaming have lost one. A second one is Ruler. Flash ultis for the kill. That's like sticking your four hoster. Instant death.
Incredibly decisive coming out from JDG. Kanavi and Knight syncing up to go in for that. And on the opposite side, Weibo not really looking like they knew what they wanted to do. Light kind of going back and forth. 369 going to use this to just keep pressuring in top lane. Kanavi can now go for the Rift Herald by himself. And Kanavi, big series so far. We see Knight and Missing here putting the pressure up, but goes in with the flash, gets the double knockup. They follow through. Missing layering the Uni ultimate in as well. Shuriken doesn't look like it connected in the end, but with Ruler waiting in the wings, easy guarantee of the second kill.
And that was big as well. I mean, Ruler getting the kill. Lyric, bottom lane's already going well enough. Second drag is hit for Casa, but I think it's definitely going to JD. 1,000 in their lead. And let's not forget, top lane is going fantastically as 369 continues to be dipping on the shy. There's ulti. Hello. Solo kill. Solo kill. Yep. Now, be alive or don't. Either way, it's the third solo kill in 2 games.
Like, look at the lack of emotion on 369's face as well. It's just like another day in the office, just taking down the shy once again. And this is so much better because you're not having the amount of resources funneled into him like game 1, which is taking away attention elsewhere. It's him doing it by himself after he got that early lead from help earlier on from Kanavi. And now they know, hey, like Renekton's going to take late solo. He's going to be all right. Leave him up to his own devices. And Kanavi go for plays like this where he's hovering around Ruler and Missing, looking for oversteps coming out from Light and Crisp, and potentially going to use this Herald to funnel gold on the big carry on their side.
Kanavi's just been everywhere all the time. What a painful jungler to go up. I mean, Kanavi is kind of that jungler who just, I think, you know, Lyric, I'd say solo carries games. He's definitely been games where it's felt like, you know, uplifting JDG where he's now been mid a couple of times. He's been to the top lane for a counter gang. Bot, once again, he's been hovering around. Like, Kanavi setting up for the invade too, while all the gold that JDG are getting keeps growing. Considering now, Xiao is in deep doo-doo. Yeah, no flash, no hope, no worries. Ruler gets the kill as well. Lyric, this game is starting to feel real sus. Wait, in a help me, Zeri Yuumi have kills way, you know?
Zeri Yuumi have kills, Wukong's huge, you have like an immobile mid laner on the opposing side. Your damage profile is very like burst oriented as well, with the Lucian and the Syndra coming on through. And it really just feels like JDG are gonna have their way with the map the next few minutes. Already the 3K gold lead at 13 minutes is more top lane action. Xiao keeping in.
Is the Shy. He's going to turn it around. Well, yeah, Xiao coming in, going to help out. So 369 does go down. We get fairy claps in the audience, and Xiao at least able to get some more kill credit.
369, you know, the ego getting a little bit big after you solo killed this guy so many times. Right now, Mike, it is turn to solo kill the Shy.
I mean, he hasn't had a kill this series. The Shy is 0 and 15 for his entire part. The Shuriken still connects in as Knight gets the kill now. He has to get out of there, but the Shy, give it to him. Give him the kill. Give him the kill, Xiaohu. It looks like movement speed wasn't enough, and the Shy will remain killless.
You know, it lapsed in my mind that, like, the Shuriken still connects to the Shroud. So, you know, there actually was no hope for the Shy.
The hitbox doesn't matter, Lyric. As long as it goes past it, it's ridiculous.
Well, no, I mean, he just threw it into the Shroud, you know, in the end of the day, so was able to get back. But okay, we get another potential play in mid, but look at that at the bottom left hand of our screen. Ruler is going to finish off his own turret and even gets it before this one that Weibo were able to pick up in mid.
3,000. I know, standing cold. Let's call it 2.5. But still, JDG, 14 minutes. Lyric, we were talking about, you know, I guess the strength of mid-jungle. We were talking about, you know, Xiaohu's lane being played towards bot as a potential as, oh, Chris has to flash away, but it's matched nicely. Another kill, this time over to missing as we go to the top side. Xiaohu and the Shy going all in. Rather, it's Carter, excuse me. TP being burned, though. 369's going to die, but Knight has come in with a vengeance. His old jungler destroyed. And every time Weibo Gaming seem to find a pick, it is met right back.
Weibo are just keeping up pressure. Typically, it seems like in 2 lanes at a time. They're very easily able to make their play and then rotate to answer whatever Weibo are doing. And Weibo have singled out of, hey, we can't find advantages like through bot. We aren't finding advantages in the outright like 1v1s or anything like that. We just need to overload wherever 369 is and pick off this Renekton. It's you know, padding the kill score, but not really turning into anything tangible in terms of objectives just yet.
It at least will in 30 seconds because we've got a Dragon coming up. Third one here. And Lyric, are you as JDG, are you still comfortable enough to take this fight? I mean, surely with Akali, with the Renekton in the state they're in, JDG have some kind of hope in moving into this river, right?
Yeah, especially with Missing Zolt is just about to be up, and Kanavi should be up soon. So it's about if they can posture long enough to prevent Dragon from just outright going down. But looks like they might not even opt into it. Just gonna end up backing out at the end of the day and allowing Knight to keep pressuring in that top lane. No one's gonna be able to match Knight in the side lane at this point. Yeah. I guess as a Shy, you're gonna feel fine just, you know, accepting that you are a tank and he isn't gonna kill you, but Knight at least will be able to get a lot of these waves pushed in and have that opportunity to look for roam opportunities. JDG, though, hovering up towards top side, sets him up for Herald, which is just about to spawn.
JDG know they're probably going to be looking at the next couple of Dragons anyway. Lyric, you know what really scares me? If JDG gets sold this game, no matter the game state, I would just be worried. As they're all going to be started here in the meanwhile. Cloud Soul for a Zeri Yuumi with a Kali. Actually, anyone on that team. Just yikes. What's happening here? Well, they're going to use Xiaohu to come on in. Jungle 2v2 is actually going to be met by a solo lane 2v2. Knight hovers. Both people just back away. And I guess it's a stare down while Herald gets done.
JDG are just getting anything they want on the map. Weibo's still realizing that really their only hope is playing around sides and playing around picks with Xiaohu.
Yep.
Now having 2 items, so at least being, you know, a little bit ahead. I'm not quite sure how much gold Knight is sitting on. He just came from base, so shouldn't be too much. But still, the problem is like the amount of backline access that JDG's comp gives them, making Xiaohu one of the easier targets to be able to shut out. You do have disengaged tools there, like the Tidal Wave Scatter of the Weak, the Shy just buying space with his own presence, but JDG have a lot of ways to circumvent that with both an Akali and a Wukong.
Akali's almost 2 items herself. A good mention there from Xiaohu, letting us know that he is actually ahead of the curve a little bit. Herald will still get the charge, so mid does open up a little bit there at 18 minutes into the game. JDG, 3,000 is the lead. I would even say at this point, a little bit more than 3,000 too. And so we just keep chilling out. It feels like last game, Lyric. Last game, JDG were in control. Maybe not even as much as this, but they were still in control. And they didn't have to lift a finger. They were just chilling. They didn't have to do anything at all.
Oh,
and it feels like
gonna get
they're...
it? Oh, so close.
Okay. Maybe not as chilling as much as I remember.
Yeah, could have turned into something, even if Xiaohu's flash. I mean, could have even at least forced that out had that connected. But seems like JDG are fine to just keep up the pressure with Knight inside and then use this like Yuumi Wukong force to roam into the enemy jungle, get some vision down, and apply the heat to Weibo. Weibo once again gonna have Karsa lean with Xiaohu and hope to pick Knight off. Knight is a much harder target to get down than the Renekton. We've seen it is doable, like if you can chain the CC perfectly, but still, when he has E, when he has ultimate, when he has flash, all available, and he isn't locked into lane, there's a lot more room to be able to traverse distance and actually escape.
Moving towards the top side as a unit now. Knight might be in a bit of trouble though. Xiaohu and Karsa on the hunt here. Len's gonna see him as they look for him in the Shroud, but they'll hover around. The turnabout play is coming in. JDG are going to make something happen. Is Chris going to be the first target? Cyclone #1. TP from Weibo. They need to bring support as Ruler comes on in with missing by his side. The Shy has made his entrance, but already Weibo Gaming are missing their support. JDG, there's a Baron in 10 seconds, Lyric. Is the support enough to start this one up?
I think it would be very ambitious. You now don't have Wukong or Akali ultimates up, so the engage threat's not as there. Some of your assassination potential's down, and it looks like JDG agree. They're not even going to look towards it. They're just going to move back to their lanes. Be happy with the fact that they got a kill, and they even got a flash off from Karsa. So at the end of the day, they really gave over nothing. It took some ultimate cooldowns, and they got more valuable cooldowns than a kill in return.
And again, it's just swift play from JDG. As they move up to top side, they pick up the kill. They essentially set up for the pickaxe, and the closer to Infinity Edge is going to be coming out as well. And Dragon's coming up in 50 seconds. Now, Lyric, it's your turn. You have to tell us, at this point, the question I had last time, which I'll repeat again, was, are JDG willing to fight this? Is this a priority for them, considering that, you know, would lead to third Dragon for Weibo Gaming and a comp that, in the mid game, should be taking over a bit?
I don't think JDG need to fight this, but I think JDG will opt into it because I think JDG right now are feeling incredibly strong. You have the tools to be able to just hit frontline with Ruler on this pick. And again, you have so much access to be able to find Lucian or Syndra with Kanavi jumping in with his clone, throwing out the ultimate, missing being on top of his ulti, Knight able to dash into the back line. They have everything available. So JDG are going to posture around the objective. Even if they can blow Xiaohu's flash, if like you start off with a pick and then kind of back off a little bit, could be a bit of a win. But the composition is very much all in.
Okay. This Knight starts with a shoot flip backwards. Bit of poke damage coming through Weibo. Through a choke, they channel the 369 on the flank here. He'll be spotted out by a couple of good wards by Weibo Gaming, as this fight could be everything for the game. Ruler, he has everything available as well. 369 getting zoned away for Dragon to stop for the time being.
Well. Kanavi playing over the pit, so they're threatening flanks all around.
No wards here either. Control ward in this brush, so right now Weibo Gaming wondering where this monkey kick is. Getting completely zoned off with this dragon for the time being. And we are going to continue this dance. Look at Knight. Knight's going to do the same thing. Going to be spotted out in the ward, but how hard are Weibo Gaming going to commit as they move back towards the jugular? Maybe we leave the dragon for now. Knight getting away after Scatter the Weak. Jumping forward, Weibo Gaming, never mind. They are going to give it up as Kanavi goes into the ulti immediately, but Carson takes him down. The nuke on the jungler sets it up so Weibo Gaming have an advantage, just running into the backline. Hang on, Knight. Look at this Akali go. Oh my God, Knight! You know he's Akali, and now you better remember it as Ruler helps clean up as well. He ran into the whole team, and he took them all out.
Ruler Knight might have been a bit quiet in the past 2 games, but this game they are showing up 4-2-6 on Akali, 4-0-1 on the Zeri. And that was even with Kanavi just going down right at the start of a fight. They feel confident turning towards this Baron. Kanavi's actually already up. And it looks like this is gonna snowball into just so many objectives for them. It was such an extended standoff. It bought time for Weibo to feel confident because, sure, they have tools to get on the back line, but they also have a lot of disengage on the side of Weibo. Tidal Wave comes out, we see Vi lockdown, but we hit on for JDG. They have the tools to hit frontline with the Zeri and also still have that backline access. Knight, great job to traverse distance. His ult damage gets off across a couple people as well.
We were going again. Oh yeah, it was close. I mean, Carson's going to die for it though as he tries to get out of the pit, but never mind, he's dead. And after that, after that big fight in the bottom lane, it just looks like now Weibo Gaming is so far behind in the curve as Kanavi gets out with a disengage. Light tries to run forward, but JDG aren't done. The Shy says, no. As Ruler goes skateboarding. Oh my God. Last game, Lyric. We talked about Tony Hawk. I think that is me at 16 on a skateboard going down a hill. Just no clue whatsoever as Ruler missing a dead. The Shy is running away. 369 now dealing with the Scout of the Week and so much poke. Holy damage. Now Weibo Gaming have something to say as the Shy dies, but Ruler from 0 to hero back to 0.
3 Barons taken off the table. And again, just small mistakes, whoopsies, whatever you want to call them are there. And they're being so heavily punished by Weibo. This doesn't change the state of the game. JDG are still 7K gold up. I still feel like I favor them in team fights going forward. But we're going to see here the Baron contest that actually comes on through. Xiaohu getting pressured by Knight. Karsa going in just a little bit too late. Doesn't manage to get it off. I can't believe Xiaohu ends up living here. And let's see how this goes down. Ruler's thought process. The engage initially comes out. Kanavi getting chunked low. Why does he skate in though? Is it just to try and find the Xiaohu kill?
Yeah, because he can.
Maybe not expecting to go over that. Like he was angling to go up to where the Crunk Camp finishes and be around the same path of where Knight was. That's the only speculation I could have. But again, tremendous punish coming out by Weibo. Xiaohu's gonna live, and he's even gonna pick up a kill for his troubles.
Look at this damage. Ready? Mandate. What? Okay. Oh, Syndra got a lot of splinters, and she's been taking them out on another. Hot damn.
Even also having the true damage coming out from his rune as well, being able to get a good amount from there. And like I said though, great pickup by Weibo. They're going to take that. They got 3 Barons off the table. They are still the team who is squarely behind. Taking a look at where we're at with items now as well. Like 2 items on the table for Knight, even a stopwatch now, so we'll be even able to buy more time and more space. Give him a bit more liberties in regards to like engaging and going into team fights. Ruler looks like he's very close to picking up his IE. Might even have it now as he's going for his base.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. There it is. And another stopwatch on board. So they're getting a lot of these stopwatches to deal with a lot of the initial burst, the initial CC to come out from what Weibo's comp has to offer.
Trying to work out. The crowd just went wild. Maybe they really like Infinity Edge. Maybe everyone in the crowd is a huge 5-head analyst who understands the 3-item Zeri power spike. but we'll never know. Lyric, what we will know is that 7,000 gold lead with a Zerayumi and gives JDG so much to work with here. Their push up towards the inner turret mid lane applies the pressure so that if you look bottom lane, 369 can continue pushing up this side lane, and JDG can try and spread them thin. As Kanavi going into the jungle, he's going to be autoed, ulted. Kanavi going in blind, but meanwhile Knight goes in. Ruler this time jumps in, but there's no the shy until now. Hang on. Ruler. We have to talk. Ruler,
JDG
what is the LPL done?
away.
Lyric, they've corrupted him. He used to be this saint in Gen G. Now he's come over, watched a bit of Jackie Love, and he's like, dude, let me at him.
I just don't know. JDG getting picked off, throwing away advantages, and it's giving Weibo the space to come back into the game. Again, Weibo are no slouches, right? They took game one. We've seen that Weibo are a team with very intelligent players, but Kanavi going for a ward, gets picked off, not expecting Karsa to be there. I love the combo, burst it out instantly, and then Ruler feeling comfortable enough to just run in, not expecting the Shy Scion ult to just lock him down. And that stopwatch that he just bought, well, it's already gone. It's already gone.
Man. Well, maybe it's winnable. It's winnable. Lyric, if Ruler keeps doing that, walk me through a little bit more of how Weibo Gaming can win this game, because hell, they've got 2 dragons. Xiaohu is pumping out so much damage.
If Weibo can keep a fight in front of them, they're feeling great, right? We saw the amount of DPS Light put off to Xiaohu now. He's in trouble.
But the problem is the CC. Knight's dead again, and Xiaohu is going to be a response here. Kanavi getting a good cyclone, but Ruler this time jumping in, not head first. As, hang on a minute, the lightning crash down. This one is a little bit better. Ruler flashing forward, but the decimating smash, the bubble, the Shy and Crisp setting it up to be, even though it's missing and Kanavi left alive. I think this could get a little bit more desperate as the Shy still up on the menu. Decimating smash part number 2, and it ends
the
right there.
Calm down.
He's big
down.
boy. He got a kill though.
He did. He did get a kill.
Woo!
The Shy's first kill of the series. As, my God, that was so back and forth. And I actually thought that was going to go way more JDG favored once Xiaohu went down, because we can see he is a large part of their damage. Picks off Knight right away, but Kanavi is just so monumental right now. Goes down, but the CC starts to come through. Decimating Smash is beautiful by the Shy, which allows for a lot of this damage to come through. 369 tries to bring it back by taking down Light, but that bubble coming down after... Was that another Decimating Smash that set up that CC?
I think so. There was a lot. The Shy just presses Q off a cooldown. This guy is still, even though he's been behind this game and last, the Shy has had massive impact. But again, you know, Chris performing really well here.
Right.
As we talked about at the start of the series.
It's starting to show like the angles that Weibo can get it done now.
True.
Like JDG right in front of them, Decimating Smash beating a few people, Tidal Wave knocks them up, a Scout of the Week across the team. You're getting like Piercing Light, you know, on multiple people. Like the opportunity is there, and JDG have shown multiple times now that they are willing to just run head first and not be as diligent as they were earlier around Dragon, playing off those flank opportunities in those multiple angles. So for Weibo, you're going to keep hoping that those are coming through. And with Xiaohu very close to getting his Rabadons, that will be a spike where even Ruler goes a bit too far forward and gets knocked down. Xiaohu will just delete him.
Well, that's already happened because Baron's starting and Ruler has been caught out many times. As Xiaohu with the Scatter of the Weeks has been beautiful. Watching that out as Knight's coming through from a flank. The person to watch there as Light now joins on in. The 5v5 happens in River. As this could define the series, our match of the week to come closing here. The Shy taking no damage at the time being. The Decimating Smash sets up for the rest of Weibo Gaming as Karsa. Vault Breaker in, bit of a fake as at 3k. They're going to take this down to the wire in front of Baron. Light goes in, takes out Knight! Oh, the steal! Xiaohu, the Tiger, that could. That's everything for Weibo. But now they need to get out with the prize or at least look for the seconds. Weibo Gaming, Lyric, they're doing it.
They get a kill and they steal Baron.
And they get Dragon.
It feels like the universe is just on the side of Weibo right now. They're gonna put themselves on sole point. Like, my God, they're actually bringing it back. They're actually doing it.
I'm not sure what I saw on my screen. I saw 2 dragons for some reason, but it doesn't matter. Watch again how Light just nukes Knight. That's an Akali.
Yeah, dash is in. The damage is there. Finishes up the culling in gear.
Syndra.
I didn't see if it was just a Q or a scatter of the week across, but they pick up the Baron, taking a lot of space with the Shy. Like, this is what we talked about. Even if the Shy does like find deaths or isn't getting kills, that zone control that he can add with the 1, 5, and 6 Scion, it is still there. And now, like, Gold Lane's still there for JDG, but my God, Weibo are hitting their stride. Xiaohu should have Rabadon's online now. Like, Light has finally surpassed.
There it is.
Has he surpassed Ruler in terms of items? And this is huge. This would be such a big comeback if Weibo are able to close this one out.
Let's be real. You know, it was JDG who threw it away. Initially, Ruler has been caught out a couple of times, but the fights overall haven't been that clean. Like, Knight has been jumping in to his death sometimes as well. So, for JDG Lyric, I don't really think we've seen this kind of level of punishment out of any of their other games, out of any series so far in the LPL split. And Scout of the Week there again. Look at it. The setup from Xiaohu. This level 17 Syndra, who walked over a plank of wood and got about 1,000 splinters in her foot, now has so much damage to work with.
And once again, he forced out the Mikhails. So no Mikhails for missing. If another Scatter of the Week comes through onto, say, Ruler or anyone else, they will just be locked down. And now Weibo using their advantage beautifully to push this forward. And it's just the mojo. It's the mojo willing Weibo's win into existence.
Austin Powers would be sitting there. He'd be proud. Baron helped open up mid lane turret. Gold League getting less and less. 34-minute mark. Weibo Gaming making the impossible happen here in our match of the week. On to Kanavi. Can he survive? Light running forward. 369 now in jeopardy as well. Kanavi flushes away. Tidal Wave doesn't work, but Scatter the Week. Xiaohu. Oh, man. No one should be asking who after this. That's a big pick Lyric. 4 versus 5 for 50 seconds.
Xiaohu, Light, and Chris, they have made this work. They're still angling for the push.
Oh, again! Again, Xiaohu's Scout of the Week's beautiful, but Kanavi with the counter play. They're jumping in. Light's dead, Xiaohu's dead, Caster's dead. Oh, no! Right on back, Weibo Gaming. They punished the Ints, but now they've gone too far themselves as the Shy's going to get chased up to the ends of this earth. We zoom in because we know that he probably should be dying. It's a Yuumi, it's a Zeri. How do you escape all of this? Help me! Help me! I hate these champions! Okay, he's out.
So, Weibo getting a little too far ahead of themselves. I thought they had it. It looked like a Scout of the Week had landed, and that they were thinking that that was the opening to go for the game-winning push. We'll just end up with JDG picking up a few kills. We're going to see here what it was exactly. Scout of the Week comes through, pushes both Kanavi and Ruler back, but still, Kanavi is able to find his way onto Light. Xiaohu actually flashed forward to finish off, what was that, a kill on 369, gives his life over in the process. That one, I think plays like that are a little bit too much because, again, it's a 1-for-1 overall. The death might be whatever in and of itself, but you are now a Syndra with no flash playing up against an Akali and a Wukong, so that might be a decision that Xiaohu is regretting later on.
And Lyric, it was off the back of like what was such a pristine play. That was a 6k Baron power play, by the way, guys. 5,700 to be precise, but still the point stands. Weibo Gaming came off the back of a game that looked doomed, with Ruler controlling, with the whole map just in a great state for JDG. The fight back was real, but now we have flipped it once again, where as Gromp goes to the bottom lane to experience life as a minion, we now get to fight one more time in fairly even standards, Lyric, with a 30-second dragon coming up soon. And it's sold for Weibo if they get this.
Weibo's carries, no flashes. Be on the lookout for that. Ruler does have his. So Ruler, I mean, if Ruler can play impeccably, he has the tools to reposition in a fight.
Oh.
Oh, wait. They're just giving it up. Okay, so no fight. Okay, who cares who has flashes? It's there because no fight. We're pushing turrets.
All right.
Let's go.
But Xiaohu's waiting for everyone to appear on the map. So at least waiting for Carson to come through as well. But everyone's towards the dragon in the bottom lane, so Weibo just like, yeah, forget it. I don't think I've seen an LPL team give up their potential soul unless it's for Baron. That is a rarity.
Right call. Like, seriously, those flashes are so massive going into that next fight. Especially for Xiaohu. At least Light has Guardian Angel. Light is full build, but Xiaohu would be at risk. Has just finished off his Zanya, so at least having a bit more protection behind him. And we said it earlier, right? For Weibo, really has just been mid and bot. Their top side hasn't shown up all too much, and that is staying true here in this game 3. JDG, it feels like we've gotten a bit more of a team effort this time around, but it was individual mistakes that have really given us over. Kanavi getting clouding out, Ruler jumping into the enemy team once again, have given Weibo life in this game where it shouldn't have been found.
And then to be granted, to be fair, Xiaohu flashing in base, also going to do something like that. It's 369 Dominus. Hang on, Trigger. Look at the sandwich, man. This looks delicious. 369 running in, though. The damage is not enough. They haven't killed him yet. Explosion onto Kanavi. 369's going to die. It's bounced back. Someone needs to deal with Xiaohu because these orbs are flying across Summoner's Rift. Knight's trying, but Scout of the Week might be dodged from his Zonya's Hourglass. But they need to kill Xiaohu. Ruler running in, flash on top of, flashes over the wall. Rather, he's out now, but Lyric, they're the inside track to mid.
Yeah, so Weibo, I think you're doing the correct thing. Use your 2 weaker members to stall the backs and go for the push with your strength. They're doing that now. Even if Knight gets the kill and can recall here, as long as you can prevent the Zeri from going back, Weibo got this.
He's got TP at the very least. TP's going to be responded. Weibo gaming off the back of a throw. Match of the week, taking down the undefeated, the kings of the LPL no more. JDG bleed and Weibo Gaming drain it from them.
Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp step up. They take the win. I mean, Carson the Shy, they didn't have, an incredibly, overwhelming performance. But I think the fact that you can see this team chill out in mid to late game, understand their win cons, know what to do, look for these picks, it just shows not only the strength of the mid and the bot lane, but just the smarts, the experience, everything of the squad overall. What a huge win from Weibo.
Massive win, 3-1. I mean, it's also the win against JDG that matters so much.
Yes.
That in the regular season, when you only verse each other once, JDG, who I still think are our top 2, top 3 team, but the fact that Weibo Gaming were able to exploit some of their weaknesses to, catch out Ruler, who was very ambitious in a couple of those games, was just nice to see.
It was great. I mean, a tough day for JDG on an individual level, right? Because we saw their ability to find the gold leads is still there. They still do have a tremendous early game, but the missteps from Ruler in both game 2, which they ended up winning, but still, and game 3, Kanavi getting caught out. But overall, I also want to give kudos to that one pick to the side of Weibo, right? Karsa had made his way into that brush. They didn't expect it. They comboed it with the CC to come out from Xiaohu. There were a lot of good things done by Weibo to make sure that they could punish the small errors given over. So, and even things like opting to not initially fight that last dragon, go towards topside, realizing, hey, we don't have flashes up. We don't want to fight into this composition. We back off. There were a lot of smart things that Weibo did that, you highlighted, other LPL teams wouldn't do. Other LPL teams would have fought that dragon. They would have gone for it and they would have just hoped for the best thought, hey, if we can scatter the weak here and do this, we can take the win. But Weibo, it just feels like Weibo's mid game is very solid. And I wonder if it's one of the things, not to speculate too much, but you have someone like Xiaohu coming in and you look at how much RNG have fallen. Crisp, another mastermind of the game with how he was working with Duinby back in the day. And just a lot of these players. Great day for them. Light as well. If there's anyone who I hope we come out of the day talking more about it is, you know, a player like Light stepping up. And
Agreed.
honestly, like, he made less mistakes than Ruler today. He took over game 1, had a great game.
It was a better AD by far, yeah.
Yeah, it was just a great day of LPL, a great match of the week. We were blessed.
Yeah. Hey, both our series were so good. You know, like IG FPX, if you missed out on that, go back. That was just great play overall from Invictus Gaming. But here,
What is
you're
the
right.
Shy's damage in this game?
I don't know. He did a lot, didn't he? Didn't even have heart steal as far
He did
as
more
I saw.
damage than Ruler.
He did actually. Wow. What? There you go. The Scion tech from the Shy. It's obvious, isn't it?
This is how Easy Hoon and the boys are gonna band-aid this split. No,
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be like last year. Do you remember last year when we started getting Scion bans coming in consistently?
Oh, true. Yeah. I
It's gonna be
remember.
like that. It got to a point where like you'd play against a Shy and you'd ban like Gwen, Nar, and Scion, and now it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna ban Kasante if you want a top laner who's proficient in him, and you're gonna take out the Scion as well. So
23% of his team's damage.
was able to get the first kill of the series.
Oh, this guy. Honestly.
Oh, but-
how is he still single? That's the biggest question. You look at all these stats, Lyric. Like, this man is the representation of gods in the top lane. And if they could walk the earth, you know, this is them, isn't it? It's an important question.
It's just great. It's great to see like series like this happen. And I know people, when it's messy, it's crazy, whatever. To me, like this is what LPL is. It's the magic. It's the mistakes all coming together to give us these upset wins in Weibo. I mean, again, just Min and Bot doing so well. MVP or interview? Oh, there's interview right there.
Xiaohu, actually, yeah. The person that I feel like was responsible for some of the pickoffs and probably winning the game. We'll hand it over to Christina to talk to the mid lane legend himself.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Xiaohu, the main leader for WBG. Congratulations on your victory against the JDG. What a backhand and forth game. So how do you feel right now? Did you expect that it will be 2-1 victory for you? 欢迎小虎来到赛后采访，恭喜 WBG 今天拿下了比赛的胜利，终结了对手的连胜。那么今天这场比赛也是大家非常期待的嘛？小虎选手个人来说，有没有预料到今天一个赛况赛果会是这样呢？
首先我觉得我们选手在实力方面都是不逊色于对面的吧，然后只要正常发育的话，打团肯定是没问题的，而且就是非常明显，我们哪怕前期劣势，但是在团战中还是一直是领先他们的。
Actually, obviously that our team are pretty good and our player is really strong, even though we can fall behind in early to mid game, but I'm pretty confident that we still have a chance to come back in late game. And the second question, I really want to touch on that Dragon Steel in game 3, which is really important for you guys to bounce back in game 3. What would the team's communication be like, especially that main shot caller? You did a really great job. 那么第二个问题想问到，在今天第3局的决胜局，在微博属于特别后期的落后的时候，你的辛德拉非常关键的抢掉了那条大龙，可不可以跟我们分享一下那一波团战的沟通和细节是怎么样的呢？
我觉得就是京东可能有一点着急了吧，因为他们其实优势是非常大的，有很多赢学的方式，但是可能是连输了我们几波团，然后有一点着急了，然后就是去很盲目的去开大龙，去拼惩戒。但是辛德拉的斩杀是非常高的嘛，然后我是配合卡萨抢到这条大龙，然后后续打团的话就比较简单了。
Actually, I think that JDG was a little bit hasty. Actually, they really get a big lead. They have so many ways to close the game, but maybe that is a little bit hasty. And I and Karsa to made a really great compilation to steal that Baron. And maybe that is because JDG lost so many team fights in early game to us, but we can stabilize our mentality about that Dragon Steel. And I really want to touch on your own performance here. And since Join put on this new jersey for you, how has been your journey been, especially in WBG, and especially what is your personal goal for spring season? 那么今年这个赛季，小虎选手加入到了 WBG， 很多粉丝和很多观众都很期待小虎选手的表现。你觉得加入到 WBG 以来，目前的整个一个旅程在各方面是怎么样的呢？
我觉得来到 WBG 就是我自身压力其实是少了很多的，然后我觉得每个队友都很厉害吧，然后我玩游戏也比较轻松一点，然后就是什么英雄都可以玩一下，都没什么压力。
Actually, I really feel I have less pressure since I joined into the WBG because our teammates are pretty strong that I can play all of champions, I can try different styles. I really play comfortably. And may I know your goal, personal goal for the spring season? 那么小虎选手个人来说，对于这个赛季的目标是什么呢？
因为这场比赛毕竟是赢了，就是夺冠热门京东嘛，大家在这场之前也认为京东是最强的吧。然后我们既然赢了他们的话，那目标肯定要是定到春季赛决赛的。
Actually, I think that JDG is the most strongest team so far in LPL stage. And since we back take down them today, I do think that we can make higher expectations or goals for spring season. I do want to make the finals of spring split of LPL. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢小虎选手来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧，拜拜。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christina and Xiaohu being pretty brutally honest that JDG had many ways to close out that second game. But, you know, I think he's spot on. They obviously saw how doomed that game was, but Xiaohu was part of the reason it was brought back.
I mean, like, again, no matter the performance of, like, Karsa and the Shy in the early game, like, even they had, like, pivotal moments, right? Like, I mean, the Shy's knockups later on, like, especially around that dive, Karsa finding the pick on Kanavi, like, even Xiaohu gave him credit, like, the steal, it was the combination of, like, smiting, and, I mean, he was, 6-item Syndra at that point, so his combo is going to do more than either team's smite anyway. And yeah, at the end of the day, it's one of those things about Weibo where we come out from, like, their FPX series, 20-minute games, we come into this a bit messy, a bit rough. Xiaohu said it himself, though, even though their early game and early to mid game can be messy, their mid and late game is something that they have confidence in. And that's something that's just not surprising when you see the names on this roster. And it just seems like Xiaohu, King of Spring buff just trumps all.
Apparently.
Just outweighs any like super team
outweighs
or any
RNG.
iteration of it. Yeah.
Because RNG aren't doing too red hot. Yeah, I know. But look, still, it's true because, you know, Xiaohu even said it himself, JDG were the strongest team. Weibo Gaming just beat the strongest team in the LPL. What does that leave you with top esports? I'm sorry, I'm going to put them in IG. Like, there is...
LNG as well. Again,
LNG.
LNG are like the easy team to look over just because they don't have the flashy names on their roster. But, you know, Tarzan, Scout, like another... But yeah, those are the three I guess you have to overcome. And, oh my God, Asterix, the MVP. It's a surprise.
Oh, is it? I didn't hear it in my ears. Who was it?
Oh, Xiaohu is actually not a surprise.
I was like, no way. It's like, is someone else from Xiaohu? It was the Shy. The Shy got it, man. Hell yeah. Well, congrats to Xiaohu. It wasn't his birthday, but he definitely played like it.
It was so great to see. Like, again, his Syndra is such a treat. They were able to start setting him up early on. Even when they started falling behind, let's remember, Weibo, like, pivoted their strategy of kind of farm 369, get Xiaohu more kills by just constantly targeting down 369, and it worked. It got him to a point where he was ahead of the curve that night, and then, I mean, got to his full build, like, I believe first. Light might have beat him out slightly, but I think he was the first one. But still, I mean, we saw even here, like, the damage was ridiculous.
Not even the ulti, look. Oh, God. God, just ridiculous. But yeah, again, as you said, you know, Xiaohu was a core carry. Honorable mentions to people like Light. I think Karsa as well had some really good interruptions of Kanavi towards those later fights too. But, you know, the Shy was the 1-5 tank yet again. I think he ended maybe 1 or 2 and 15 by the end, 2 and 16.
Yeah. But moments like this show why it's like fine. Like, okay, should he not go down that heavily? Yeah, he was pretty heavily targeted as well, but he can still do his job, create space, zone people like Ruler out from that fight, and be able to take advantage. So Weibo are definitely showing to be one of the most clutch teams we have in LPL. And when it gets down to like that grind time of do or die, they do.
They really do. And again, for Weibo, this was such a meaningful win where their win over JDG puts them to 3-1. That means they're going to be moving way up towards the standings. And the only team's LNG top esports that they have to really start fearing now. Maybe the IG in the mix as well. Bring up results for you if you missed out on what happened on our 3-series day, the start of our weekend. I mean, earlier on, let's be real. TT, you know, getting the win against LGD. They're keeping their win streak alive, and that's important considering that earlier in the split, they just didn't look as promising as we hyped them up to be.
Yeah. you know. So I'm glad TT are bouncing back because TT, I think we're one of the rosters I was most excited for coming in. IG dominating FPX, and everyone just saw what happened here. Everyone watched this last series. So that brings us into standings or tomorrow? It's been standings.
Standings first before tomorrow.
I've been here for years. You would think I'd have this down.
It's all right. Sometimes we change it up just to throw a spatter in the works. But as we were saying before, Weibo getting that win, they move up towards near the top of the standings. But the biggest thing is, as you said, is LNG are one to look out for. Top Esports another one. Lyric, I'm still not sure about EDG, I'm going to be honest. And against BLG tomorrow, I think BLG are going to slap them.
I think BLG, like in my mind, are slightly above EDG, but EDG's roster is still strong. The thing I'm more interested in is RNG up against WE. RNG and NIP both 1-4, both on 4 series loss streaks. Like, they need to get it together. NIP's job is much harder going up against this LNG squad. Still not impossible, but RNG have a very doable series in front of them going up against WE. Still, though, I mean, you're going up against Shanks, you're going up against Hope, you're going up against Iwandi, like... they're like incredibly strong, and that's why they're sitting above in the standings in RNG. So, we're gonna see if RNG can bounce back without the absolute Chad we had on the Rift today.
If WE win one more series, Lyric, they beat their whole year score, by the way. So if they can beat RNG tomorrow and get the 4 series wins, that is the same amount as they've had in 2022 in total. So props to WE. Yeah. Yeah, well, one of us will. Anyway, only the first series. I'm Asterix. That's Lyric. Thank you very much again for joining us. LPL, as usual, we'll be back tomorrow for more games. Never really sleeps. It is bye for now, but not forever. Go get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.